Chapter 1. In June, on an island in Indonesia, the sun was shining brightly. There were a few antique Tang-style buildings hidden in the lush green forest. The bronze-colored beams and pillars, the greenish-brown roof tiles, the tall flying eaves, and the tricolored ceramic mythological beasts that guarded the house stood upright on the roof. Everything was so mysterious and solemn. This was where the underhand sect's main hall was located. In the last courtyard of this building, there was a small stone building covered in black paint. There was a horizontal board that was as red as blood on the door, and the words Punishment Hall were carved neatly on it. The underhand sect's main hall, the torture hall, was responsible for all sorts of punishments within the sect. All the disciples were terrified of the torture hall. In the torture hall's main hall, there was a memorial tablet of heaven, earth, master, and the underhand sect's ancestors. Under these memorial tablets, there were 4 large chairs. The underhand sect's 4 great elders, disciplinary elder, commander, martial elder, and sect protector, were sitting upright on the chairs. On both sides of the hall, there were hundreds of underhand sect's disciples standing solemnly. Some of them were tall, some were short, some were fat, some were thin, some were beautiful, some were ugly, some were long, and some were short. Some of them wore suits, some of them bared their chests, some of them wore long gowns, and some of them looked no different from the hooligans on the streets. Their attire was also very strange. All the disciples stood solemnly in the hall, not daring to slack off in the slightest. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear that they would disturb the somber atmosphere of the disciplinary hall and attract the stern rebuke of the disciplinary elder. Wu Wang was wearing a green long robe. He solemnly cupped his fist and bowed to the 4 elders who held the real power in the sect. Elders Xianxia, who violated the sect's rules, has been captured alive. Please punish him according to the sect's rules. The underhand sect's 4 elders' faces were gloomy. The torture master looked at Wu Wang, waved his left hand, and coughed. Substitute sect leader, where is Xianxia? Wu Wang smiled faintly, turned around, and waved his hand. Wuxia, together with a few other young men who were as vigorous as wolves, carried a middle-aged man who was tied up tightly with a thin rope made of cow tendons and walked in with big strides. The middle-aged man, who was tied up like a rice dumpling, had 2 walnuts stuffed into his mouth. He glared at Wu Wang and kept making muffled noises, but couldn't say a single word. After throwing Xianxia onto the floor of the punishment court, Wuxia smilingly pinched Xianxuan's mouth a few times, then took out the walnut from his mouth. Although Xianxuan was tied up like a dumpling, his body was still as agile as a monkey. As soon as Wuxia took out the walnut from his mouth, he leaped up in a flash and landed in the middle of the punishment chamber. Staring at Wu Wang angrily, Xianxuan roared crazily, "Wu Wang, how dare you ask your men to catch me?" Wu Wang let out a creepy smile. Wuxia kicked Xianxuan's leg, forcing him to kneel down on the floor. Pressing on Xianxuan's shoulder, Wuxia smiled gently and said, "Uncle Xianxuan, my teacher is the substitute sect leader now." Xianxuan struggled crazily. He shouted fiercely, "Bullshit substitute sect leader! What bullshit substitute sect leader? Wu Wang, I don't believe you, I don't believe you. My father is the substitute sect leader. The position of sect leader should be mine, it's mine." Wu Wang smiled and took a few steps back. The torture master looked at Wu Wang, who was smiling, then suddenly stomped his feet and shouted angrily, "How dare you! Xianxuan, take a good look at this place." Xianxuan's body trembled. He rolled his eyes and looked at the torture master, who had a stern face, and said with a sneer, "Where is this place?" "The punishment hall." "What did I, Xianxuan, do to deserve to be punished by the punishment hall?" "Elders, what did I, Xianxuan, do to deserve to be punished like this?" The 4 elders furrowed their brows at the same time. They glanced at Lu Xiaobai, who was standing behind Wu Wang, with long hair and a skinny face like a ghost. Letting out a long sigh, the disciplinary elder shouted in a deep voice, "Xianxuan, 3 months ago, were you the one who led your disciples to rob 17 families?" Straightening his neck, Xianxuan sneered, "Yes, so what? Our underhand sect, Don't we do this kind of shady business? Wu Wang smiled. He put his hands behind his back and didn't say anything. Lu Xiaobai waved his folding fan and took a few steps forward. He sneered and said, "Yes, our underhand sect does that kind of shady business." Letting out a long sigh, Lu Xiaobai said with a compassionate tone, "But, as the saying goes, robbers have their own rules. Our underhand sect's founder set the rules. Even if we have to die of poverty, we can't rob good people." The folding fan heavily knocked on Shang Wanye's shoulder. Lu Xiaobai pointed his finger at Shang Wanye and scolded. But Shang Wanye, he robbed 17 wealthy families in a row. 6 of them had their family heirlooms stolen by him. And those 6 families are all good people who do good deeds and do good deeds. The punishment hall was silent. Everyone was looking at Lu Xiaobai and Wu Wang. Shang Wanye's body trembled. He wanted to jump up, but Wu Qi pressed his hand on Shang Wanye's shoulder and forcefully held him down. Dozens of explosive sounds were heard. Shang Wanye's body trembled. The ropes that were tied around his body were broken. Both of Shang Wanye's arms were like 2 agile snakes. They came out from under Wu Qi's armpits and pressed towards Wu Qi's lower abdomen. Wu Qi let out a few chuckles. Both of his palms left a few afterimages in the air, and both of his arms twisted as if they were boneless. Without making a sound, he moved towards Shang Wanye. A muffled sound was heard. Wu Qi stood still, but Shang Wanye was sent rolling on the ground by the force of the palm. Blood was dripping down from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Wu Qi in shock, Shang Wanye shouted, "Little bastard, you've only joined the sect for less than 3 years. How can your palm strength be stronger than mine?" Wu Qi chased after him, and with a kick, he sent Shang Wanye flying up into the air. Wu Qi said with a smile, "Uncle Master Shang Wan, as the son of the former sect leader, you disobeyed the rules of the sect and attacked someone in the punishment hall. You will be punished 3 times more. Why don't you just bow down and admit your guilt?" Wu Wang coughed. Lu Xiaobai immediately turned her head around and stared at the 4 elders. The 4 elders clenched their fists on the armrests of the big chair. The armrests made of red sandalwood were crushed into pieces. The disciplinary elder took a deep breath, stood up, and shouted angrily, "Come on, Shang Wanye violated the rules of the sect first, then attacked someone in the punishment hall. This is an unforgivable crime. Considering that he is the only son of the former sect leader, Shangwan Tianzheng, his cultivation will be destroyed, and he will be imprisoned in the sect for the rest of his life." Lu Xiaobai applauded and cheered. All the disciples of the underhand sect who were watching the punishment in the punishment hall applauded and cheered. The disciplinary elder is fair in giving out rewards and punishments. All the disciples are convinced. Shang Wanye stared at all his fellow disciples in the punishment hall. He shouted angrily, "You!" The disciplinary elder stomped his feet and shouted angrily, "Where are the disciplinary disciples?" Wu Qi replied and leapt towards Shang Wanye. His palms were like swallows flying through the forest. They were all over Shang Wanye's body. Shang Wanye barely managed to block a few rounds of attacks from Wu Qi with his palms. He kept spitting out a mouthful of blood. In the end, he was exhausted, and Wu Qi landed 18 consecutive palms on his dantian. The yin energy from Wu Qi's palms penetrated through Shang Wanye's dantian. It shattered the internal energy that he had been cultivating for more than 10 years. After destroying all of Shang Wanye's cultivation, Wu Qi's face still had a gentle, kind, and even admiring smile. "Martial uncle, you've been through a lot. It's time for you to have a good rest." Without giving Shang Wanye any chance to scream, a thin black blade appeared in between Wu Qi's fingers. It quickly sliced through Shang Wanye's wrists, elbows, and other joints like a whirlwind. As the blade pierced through his flesh, the blade was still slightly trembling. In just a blink of an eye, a few important tendons in Shang Wanye's arms were cut off. Shang Wanye screamed in pain. A large amount of blood was oozing out from both his arms. His internal energy was destroyed, and the tendons in both his arms were broken. Shang Wanye was now a cripple. Wu Qi continued with a smile. "This time you've broken the sect's rules. I'm sure it wasn't your intention. I'm sure it was an unintentional mistake. But no matter what, the sect's rules are the sect's rules. Our underhand sect has existed for a long time. This rule cannot be broken. With a sigh, Wuxia looked at Xianxia and said in a serious tone, "Don't worry, I'll take care of all your food and clothing for the rest of your life." Looking at Wuxia and laughing bitterly, Xianxia nodded his head and said, "Good, good. You're just a little bastard who's only worth 100 USD. You're very good." Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood towards Wuxia. Then he turned around and gazed at the four sect elders, whose faces had turned pale with anger. He sneered 3 times. After cursing a few times with a ferocious expression, Xianxia finally looked at Wu Wang. 7 years ago, my father used up the last bit of heaven-repairing healing ointment left in the sect storage to heal your broken tendons. But today, your disciple has destroyed my cultivation. Wu Wang, I, Xianxia, will fight you to the death. Wu Wang bowed to Xianxia with a solemn expression and said in a serious tone, "Senior Xianxia, you've broken the sect's rules. This is the punishment you deserve. Wu Wang will always remember the kindness that Master has shown to me. Wu Wang will always remember it. From now on, senior disciple can retire peacefully in the underhand sect. Wu Wang will take care of all your expenses." Looking at Wuxia with approval, Wu Wang waved his hand and said, "Wuxia, you're being filial, but senior disciple Xianxia is still a senior in the sect. How can I spend your junior's money? From now on, senior disciple Xianxia will retire in my private residence. All of you have to take good care of him." Hastily, Wuxia bowed and answered with utmost respect. Glancing at all the disciples in the punishment court, Wu Wang shouted out in a stern voice, "All of you, remember this: whoever dares to violate the rules of the underhand sect, Xianxia is the perfect example." Wuxia put away the small blade between his fingers, then signaled the disciples behind him to drag Xianxia out. Xianxia struggled with all his strength. He let out a miserable laugh and said, "Wu Wang, Li Xiao Bai, Wuxia, I will never let you go." "Ha ha ha, you're dead meat. You're just courting death. And you 4 old fools, I will never let you go. I, Xianxia, will wipe out your entire family." While laughing, Xianxia was forcefully dragged out of the punishment court. Xianxia's miserable cry could still be heard from afar. "All of you just wait. I'll make you pay one by one." While Xianxia was struggling crazily in his sleeve, a paper crane made of yellow paper suddenly burst into flames and turned into ashes. Wu Wang stuck out his chest and looked at all the disciples in the punishment court. He said calmly, "Disciples from the wind court, go and find out where Xianxia had taken all the stolen items. I don't care about the other items, but the 6 family heirlooms must be retrieved." Glancing at the 4 elders, Wu Wang said calmly, "The rules of the underhand sect can't be broken in our generation." The 4 elders looked at each other and sighed at the same time. The guard elder tremblingly took out a palm-sized gilded box from a secret pocket in his chest and handed it over with a serious expression. "Substitute sect master. The token of the underhand sect's sect master is here. Other than Xianxia, no one has any objections to the sect master's position." The 4 elders, Chi cupped his fist toward Wu Wang and said, "Substitute sect master, please officially take over the underhand sect." All the disciples in the punishment court knelt down at the same time. "Substitute sect master, please officially take over the underhand sect." Wu Wang did not act bashful at all. He took the box in his hands and nodded firmly. Li Xiao Bai and Wuxia looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Chapter 2. The Lost Mountain, Machu Picchu. On the tourist route to Machu Picchu, the local police set up checkpoints to block off the road. The reason was that Machu Picchu was undergoing an important archaeological survey, so no one was allowed to get close. At the edge of Machu Picchu City, 2,000 meters above sea level, 3 underhand sect disciples with mini submachine guns on their waists were vigilantly watching their surroundings. Wuxia sat on the roof of a house that did not have a roof sealed off 10 meters away. He held a beer can and laughed as he admired the scenery around him. The scenery of the mountains around Machu Picchu was extremely beautiful. Green mountains were stacked on top of each other, and the morning mist was rising. It was as if the morning wind had created a long white trail halfway up the mountain. It was like a fairyland that attracted people's imaginations. Wuxia gulped down a mouthful of beer, pinched the beer can flat, and threw it away forcefully. He subconsciously touched the secret compartment on his belt. The token of the underhand sect leader was lying quietly in the secret compartment, not moving at all. According to the underhand sect's rules, the sect leader's token must be worn by the sect leader at all times. However, Wu Wang was not a person who abided by the rules. He, who is currently leading a group of elite disciples to survey Machu Picchu City, did not want to have another burden on him. He gave all the important items on him to Wu Qi, who was not familiar with the archaeological survey. He himself led a group of elite disciples and went in a battle. Right now, they were running around in circles in the ruins of Machu Picchu. 200 meters away, in an abandoned temple, Wu Wang, who was only wearing a small pair of underwear, straightened his back, coughed loudly, and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. It had just rained heavily, so there was a lot of dust in the temple. The rain and dust mixed into a dirty mud. Wu Wang's entire body was wrapped up like a mud monkey. Throwing away the exquisite ultrasonic detector in his hand, Wu Wang took a few steps back and suddenly leaped forward. He heavily slammed his palm on an inconspicuous carved brick in the corner of the temple. The detector had already detected something strange in the temple. With the experience and eyesight of the underhand sect's elite disciples, they easily found out that this brick was the key to control some of the mechanisms in the temple. The entire city of Machu Picchu suddenly shook. Following Wu Wang's powerful attack, the carved brick slowly sank into the wall. On the east side of the temple, there was a hall without a roof. Hundreds of beautifully carved bricks silently slid away and quickly sank into the ground, revealing an entrance that could fit 3 people walking side by side. Wu Qi grabbed a sharkskin scabbard next to him. It had a brass hilt and a golden handle. The scabbard was embedded with countless big and small gems. This was a treasured sword that an elder-level expert from 3 generations ago of the Underhand sect had casually taken out from an ancient tomb under Tiger Hill sword pool. The 2 words Dragon Abyss were carved on the body of the sword, but he didn't know if it was the legendary Dragon Abyss sword forged by Oyezi. It was unknown if it was the legendary Dragon Abyss sword forged by Oyezi, but this Dragon Abyss sword was extremely sharp. As the only disciple of Wu Wang and the eldest disciple of the Underhand sect, Wu Qi naturally had the right to use it. Dozens of young men from the Underhand sect's Greedy Wolf group followed closely behind Wu Qi with all kinds of weapons in their hands. After Wu Wang joined the Underhand sect, the Greedy Wolf group was an elite force that had been specially trained by taking in orphans from all over the past few years. Under Wu Qi's leadership, the Greedy Wolf group played an important role in turning the tide of the battle when Wu Wang defeated Xianxia and took over the Underhand sect. With the Dragon Abyss sword in his hand, Wu Qi took the lead and walked into the tunnel. After taking a few steps forward, Wu Wang, who had just exhausted his energy, turned around and dragged Lu Xiaobai, who had an unwilling look on his face, to chase after them. Lu Xiaobai, who was wearing a long robe, looked like a noble young master who was about to attend a banquet. He struggled and shouted, "I'm a clean freak. I'm a clean freak. Big brother, sect leader, Uncle Wu, I hate digging holes. Don't pull me, okay?" Without saying a word, Wu Qi grabbed a piece of mud from the dark ground that was filled with 2 to 3 inches thick mud, then casually smeared it on Lu Xiaobai's face. Lu Xiaobai's body froze. He stared blankly at the dirty water dripping down his face. His body started twitching violently. "Wu Qi, you ungrateful bastard. Have you forgotten who was the one who brought you out of Africa 4 years ago?" Lu Xiaobai's fan almost touched Wu Qi's nose. Wu Qi's mouth twitched, and he shrugged. "Last year in Amsterdam, who was the one who had no money to pay for a woman and asked me to save his life? You bought me for $100. That day, I paid you $3,800. Even with the inflation of the past 2 years, I've already returned your favor." Looking at the dumbfounded Lu Xiaobai, Wu Qi said mockingly, "As the chief disciple of the Underhand sect, White Paper Fan, you actually had your wallet stolen by those hooligans from the Netherlands. If the ancestors of the past were to see you, even if you were a ghost in the middle of the night, you should be strangled to death." Wu Wang laughed crazily. Lu Xiaobai's mouth twitched for a while. He suddenly stomped his feet and threw away his fan. He took off his long gown and led the group forward with his head hung low. Lu Xiaobai, who had a monstrously high IQ and a body that was even thinner than little sister Lin's, in just a few short years, he had mastered all the ancient books of the underhand sect's hidden weapons and mechanisms, and he had even innovated and developed them. As long as he led the way, there was basically no mechanism that could stop Wu Wang, Wu Qi, and the others. Wu Wang had an extremely strong organizational ability and cohesiveness. Wu Qi had extremely strong martial arts talent and fighting ability. However, the one who truly inherited the underhand sect's ancestral cooking skills was still Lu Xiaobai. While grumbling, Lu Xiaobai led the group down the tunnel and gradually went deeper into the mountain. There were dozens of hidden weapons and mechanisms with shocking destructive power set up in the tunnel, but they were all easily broken by Lu Xiaobai. "I hate this kind of behavior that insults my intelligence," Lu Xiaobai grumbled as he broke the mechanisms on the road. Intruding into someone's ancestral grave, using violence to break in, there is no intelligence at all. No intelligence at all. No one cared about Lu Xiaobai's self-reproach. Wu Wang brought a few underhand sect disciples and set up searchlights and ventilation ducts along the way. Wu Qi led the elites of the Greedy Wolf group and carefully guarded the surroundings. Inside this kind of ancient ruins, there might be some strange things. Just last year, they had stumbled upon a mummy that could move around in an underground tomb somewhere in the King's Valley of the King in Egypt. Wu Qi brought over 30 experts from Greedy Wolf group and engaged in a bitter fight, and finally managed to tear the mummy into pieces. The Inca ruins were no less mysterious than Egypt's, so Wu Qi was prepared to draw his sword at any time. Fortunately, nothing out of the ordinary happened here. After Lu Xiaobai broke through 64 traps, the group successfully arrived in front of a large metal door at the end of the tunnel. This was a door that was clearly made of gold and silver, with countless mysterious patterns carved on it. The rectangular door was 12 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Under the light of the searchlights, the door shone with a mysterious gold and silver light. Lu Xiaobai moved closer to the door and used a needle to poke the door. 6 gold and 4 silver, extremely pure. This time, as long as we can cut these 2 doors and bring them back, it will be worth the price. These few years in the underhand sect had trained Lu Xiaobai's amazing appreciation skills. With just a light poke of the needle, he could see the material ratio of the folding door. It was almost a pure gold and silver alloy, 60% gold and 40% silver. This door was so huge, even if it was only the thickness of a normal door, it was still a shocking amount of wealth. Wu Wang took a palm-sized gold medallion in the shape of a multi-pointed sun from one of the doormen, full of the charm of South American Incan culture. He looked at the door and said with a smile, "I'm curious. What's behind the door if the cost is so high?" Wu Qi looked at the door and suddenly pulled out his sword. A ray of water rushed out from the scabbard and pierced the door with a piercing sound. Wu Qi's talent was amazing. After training under Wu Wang for 4 years, his inner energy was almost comparable to the 4 elders of the sect. The Dragon Abyss sword was an ancient treasured sword. The cyan body of the sword was as smooth as water. Under the surge of internal energy, the tip of the sword spat out a 3-inch-long sword aura. It tore through the air and pierced towards the door. A loud sound was heard. The door suddenly flashed with lightning. A lightning ray as thick as an arm shot out from the door and fiercely hit the Dragon Abyss sword. Wu Qi's arm felt as if it was struck by lightning. The sleeve on his right hand turned into ashes on the spot. His whole body flashed with thin lightning, and he was blasted far away. His body was in extreme pain. Every cell in his body was penetrated by the high-voltage electricity. If it wasn't for Wu Qi's strong inner energy supporting him, he would have been killed by the electricity. Lu Xiaobai, who was standing by the door, was so scared that he jumped back more than 2 meters. He exclaimed, "What the hell? Those uncivilized ancient Incas. They invented the high-voltage electric fence?" Wu Wang held the gold medal in his hand tightly, looked at the door, and shook his head. "Bullshit high-voltage electricity grid. If it was really that thing, the first person to die would be you." Turning around to look at Wu Qi, Wu Wang asked anxiously, "Wu Qi, are you all right?" Taking a deep breath, carefully circulating a breath of inner energy throughout his body, Wu Qi clenched his teeth and stood up. He shook his head. "I'm fine. I just used up 70% of my inner energy." Looking at the Dragon Abyss sword in his hand, as expected of an ancient sword, after being hit by the lightning ray, the sword did not show any signs of damage. Instead, a mysterious blue color appeared in the green water light, the same color as the lightning ray. Stretching his body, Wu Qi clenched his teeth and said, "Master, we have to use that gold medal. This door, I'm afraid, is as strange as that mummy." Wu Wang frowned. He held the gold medal in his hand tightly and carefully approached the door. This gold medal was accidentally obtained by a disciple of the Underhand sect from a private museum in South America a few months ago. With the sharp eyes of the Underhand sect's disciple, this gold medal, whether it was the material, the patterns, or the writing on it, they were all extremely valuable. Therefore, this relic from a museum was successfully brought to the Underhand sect. After the painstaking research of a few ancient history and ancient writing experts, and following the clues left on the gold medal, Wu Wang and the others arrived here. The clues on the gold medal were indeed not a lie, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that this door could automatically emit high-voltage electricity to defend itself was worth everyone's effort. The thing behind this door was even more worth looking forward to. Carefully, very carefully protecting his right palm, Wu Wang stuffed the gold medal into the middle of Smiling Sun mask in the middle of the door. As soon as the gold medal was inserted, the door suddenly emitted a strong light. With a leap, Wu Wang retreated 30 meters back. That heavy door had already swayed to both sides soundlessly, revealing a huge space filled with a strange radiance behind it. Wu Wang took a deep breath. "We're rich this time." Wu Qi's eyes widened, staring blankly at the unimaginable thing inside. Lu Xiaobai stretched her neck, subconsciously muttering to herself, "Magnetic levitation? Gods? Immortals? It can't be that ridiculous, right?" Before she finished speaking, 3 green lights suddenly shot out from behind the tunnel. With a few soft sounds, the green lights swept in all directions. Other than Wu Wang, Wu Qi, and Lu Xiaobai, all the other disciples of the Underhand sect were dead. Dozens of blood pillars flew, dozens of heads rolled on the ground. Chapter 3. Everything happened so suddenly that before the 3 of them could see clearly what the green light was, 3 beams of light had already flown away. The heads that were chopped off by the green light were still rolling in the air, and before they could even land on the ground, a light suddenly flashed in the tunnel behind them, followed by a deafening thunder. The 3 of them trembled, and their clothes were torn to shreds by a tremendous force. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and rolled into the huge stone chamber at the end of the tunnel. With his sharp eyes, Wu Wang barely saw that what attacked them just now was a lightning bolt as thick as an arm. The lightning bolt was greenish-red in color, about 2 to 3 meters long, and its power was comparable to a small artillery shell. The 3 of them were hit by the lightning bolt, and without any ability to resist, they were blasted into the stone chamber. With great difficulty, Wu Wang propped himself up and shouted, "Who is it?" A light laugh came from afar, and a clear and gentle voice was heard. "Everyone says that in the home of immortals, the jade lotus and fire jujube are truly praiseworthy. The jade liquid nourishes the white sprouts. The dragon tiger core glows with purple clouds." Accompanied by the Taoist words, a young Taoist wearing a purple Taoist robe, embroidered with the Tai Chi 8 trigrams on his chest and back, and the sleeves of his robe were covered with luxurious patterns. This young Taoist was closely followed by 8 middle-aged Taoists in green robes, and all of them were looking at the sky with an insufferably arrogant air. It was as if in their eyes, Wu Wang, Lu Xiaobai, and Wu Qi were just 3 ants that could be easily killed and were not worth their attention. Wu Qi's eyes focused, and he suddenly jumped up, pulled out the Dragon Abyss sword, and stabbed towards the heart of the purple-robed Taoist. Even a grain of rice can shine brilliantly. The handsome face of the purple-robed Taoist was filled with a disdainful sneer. He casually pointed his finger, and a sparkling white light shot out from his sleeve, clashing with the sword beam that Wu Qi had activated with all his strength. A crisp sound rang out, and the white light shone brightly. The Dragon Abyss sword was shattered, and Wu Qi felt as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled, and he was sent flying dozens of meters away by the white light. His head hit the ground, and he could no longer move. Wu Qi felt half of his body go numb. The white light was only 1 meter long, and it was surrounded by a dense cold air. When the Dragon Abyss sword collided with the white light, it was like colliding with a mountain. The white light wasn't damaged at all, but Wu Qi almost broke all the bones in his body. The innate qi in his body was shattered by the white light, and his limbs and bones seemed to be broken. Wu Qi fell to the ground, and he couldn't even move his fingers. Accompanied by an ear-piercing evil laughter, Xianxia Yi brought a group of disciples from the underhand sect and strode into the room. Looking at Xianxia Yi's ruddy complexion and the fact that his arms were able to move freely, it was obvious that his cultivation base that was destroyed by Wu Qi had completely recovered, and the meridians that were severed were completely healed as well. Wu Qi was stunned. He was the one who had executed Xianxia Yi, so he knew how severe his strength was. Xianxia Yi, who was supposed to be lying on the bed, had actually recovered his cultivation base, and the injuries on his meridians were healed as well. This was simply impossible. Xianxia Yi fiercely glared at Wu Qi, then pointed his finger at Wu Qi and shouted, "Little bastard, I told you, all of you will die." A few of Xianxia Yi's trusted disciples walked up to Wu Qi with a hideous smile on their faces and started beating him up. Wu Qi held his head with both of his hands and let them beat him up. Without anyone noticing, he had already taken out the underhand sect leader's badge from the secret compartment on his belt. The muscles on his waist, thighs, and calves were moving like flowing water, and he had quietly placed the sect leader's badge into his boots, hiding it under his feet. It was almost an instinct. When Wu Qi saw Xianxia Yi walking into the stone room, he started doing this. When Xianxia Yi's trusted disciples were beating him up, the sect leader's badge had been safely hidden by Wu Qi inside his boots. As expected, after Xianxia Yi roared at Wu Qi, he immediately walked up to Wu Wang and started searching Wu Wang's body. Wu Wang stared at the priest in purple coldly and said with a sneer, "Xianxia Yi, are you blind? Look at Lao Tzu. He only has a pair of underwear on him. Why are you still searching? What else can I hide on my body?" Xianxia Yi grabbed Wu Wang's neck and roared, "Sect leader's badge. Where is the sect leader's badge?" Wu Wang let out a strange laugh. Then he shook his head and said, "Sect leader's badge? I hid it in the vault of a Swiss bank." Xianxia Yi was stunned. He stared at Wu Wang and roared, "According to the underhand sect's rules, the sect leader's badge must always be with the sect leader. This is a rule passed down by our ancestral master. Why did you hide it in the vault?" Wu Wang rolled his eyes, stared at Xianxia Yi coldly, and said with a strange laugh, "If Lao Tzu wants to, why don't you bite Lao Tzu's bird?" The priest in purple waved his sleeve, and with a loud slap, Wu Wang was slapped across the face. A large amount of blood sprayed out from Wu Wang's face. The purple-robed Taoist palm strike had almost shattered Wu Wang's face. A large piece of flesh was sent flying, and blood gushed out. Unruly commoners of the secular world are really unreasonable. The priest looked at Wu Wang from the corner of his eyes and mocked him coldly. "You're still so arrogant, even in the face of death." Wu Wang spat out a mouthful of blood, looked at the priest in purple, and sneered. "Who are you? Unruly commoners of the secular world. Hee, we're all just commoners. What kind of person are you?" The purple-robed Taoist acted as if he was too lazy to talk to Wu Wang. He turned around and said to Xianxia in a cold voice, "Since they've worked so hard to find this grand universal teleportation formation, there's no need to torture them too much. Just give them a good death." Xianxia responded respectfully, then casually threw Wu Wang to the ground, then heavily stomped on Wu Wang's lower abdomen, breaking the inner energy that Wu Wang had cultivated for years. He pointed at the priest in purple and sneered, "I'll let you know before you die. This is the young Taoist Miao Yuan from Qingqing Mountain, the last disciple of the old Taoist Zijizi from Qingqing Mountain." The purple-robed Taoist reservedly put his hands behind his back and put on the posture of an otherworldly master. However, his eyes were filled with ecstasy as he stared at the mysterious thing that could not be explained by common sense in the huge stone room in the belly of the mountain. Wu Wang, Lu Xiaobai, and Wu Qi also looked at the strange things inside the mountain at the same time. When a metal door was opened just now, the three of them realized that these things inside the mountain couldn't be explained with common sense. Based on their knowledge and experience, they knew that they had discovered something extraordinary. However, everything happened so suddenly, and Xianxia actually led Miao Yuan here to kill them. Before Wu Qi and the others could properly study the mysteries of this place, they were already in a desperate situation. Facing the godly power of Miao Yuan and the other priests, they were powerless to resist. No one knew if it was natural or man-made, but in the mountain below Machu Picchu, a spherical space with a diameter of about 1 kilometer had been excavated by someone. This huge space was perfectly round, and the mountain walls were as smooth as a mirror. It was hard to imagine that if this spherical space was excavated by someone, what kind of amazing power would be needed to do it. On the smooth mountain walls, tens of thousands of thumb-sized pearls and gemstones were inlaid. All kinds of gemstones were shining brightly, forming a complicated star chart on the mountain walls. If one stared at this star chart for a long time, they would feel that the star chart was faintly rotating. It was really incredible. Under the illumination of the magnificent light emitted by the astrological map, an inexplicable and incomprehensible object was floating in midair. 360 pieces of white mutton fat jade were floating above everyone's head, forming a spherical stone formation with a diameter of about 300 meters. These 12 feet long, 6 feet wide, and 1 foot and 2 inches thick pieces of jade were engraved with countless complicated talismans. Between the talismans, there were also thousands of fist-sized, glittering objects inlaid in the vital areas. These huge jade pieces were floating in midair, not moving at all. From time to time, a ray of light as thick as an arm would shoot out from the jade pieces and enter the jade pieces nearby. Surrounded by the jade pieces, there was a round platform made of gold. The platform was also engraved with countless talismans, and on top of it, there were 360 shiny stones the size of human heads that looked like gemstones. An extremely ancient aura was faintly spreading out from the golden platform. Just by looking at the golden platform, everyone felt like they were looking at the ancient history slowly flowing in front of them. While being beaten, Wu Qi suddenly burst into a loud laughter and said, "Master, we have found something amazing." Xianxia strode forward and heavily stomped on Wu Qi's head. He sneered and said, "It was Lao Tzu who found this thing. It has nothing to do with you." Before he could finish his words, Miao Yuan let out a cold humph. Xianxia quickly corrected himself and said, "It was Miao Yuan Taoist who found the clues to this grand void teleportation formation. All of you are just pawns in his hands. He asked you to be his pawns and help him clear the traps and hidden weapons in front of the door." Nodding and bowing to Miao Yuan, Xianxia said with a smile, "Everything is under Miao Yuan's control. All of you can die in peace." Hearing Xianxia's flattering words, Miao Yuan let out a faint smile and shook his head proudly. "Forget it. They're just a bunch of ordinary people. I don't want to argue with them. It will only bring shame to my identity and face. Xianxia, let them die knowing the truth." Xianxia flattered him again, then proudly explained to Wu Wang, Lu Xiaobai, and Wuxia what had happened. In fact, before Wu Wang joined the underhand sect, Shangguan Yi had already joined Miao Yuan's side and became his henchman. Last time when Shangguan Yi stole the family heirlooms of dozens of rich and powerful families, it was under Miao Yuan's order. Even in their wildest dreams, these rich and powerful families would never have imagined that their family heirlooms, to cultivators like Miao Yuan, were rare treasures that were hard to come by. That's right, Miao Yuan was a legendary cultivator, the kind of cultivator who pursued immortality and ascended to become an immortal. When Shangguan Yi and Wu Wang fought for the position of the underhand sect leader, he was defeated. He immediately activated the summoning crane talisman given to him by Lord Taoist Miao Yuan, asking for his help. Miao Yuan had used the Taoist sect's spirit pills to restore his cultivation base and heal the injuries on his tendons. Kicking Wu Wang a few times, Shangguan Yi sneered and said, "If it wasn't for Miao Yuan's mercy, he would not have found out that the golden token in your hands was the clue he was looking for, and you would not have come to Machu Picchu. A few months ago, he would have chopped off your heads with a flying sword." Miao Yuan was also looking for the clue of the golden token. Lu Xiaobai, who was being held hostage by two of Shangguan Yi's trusted disciples, turned her head around with difficulty and looked at the huge metal door. Shangguan Yi looked at Lu Xiaobai and suddenly laughed. He walked over and punched Lu Xiaobai's stomach. Lu Xiaobai opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. His body was already very weak. How could he withstand Shangguan Yi's powerful punch? This punch had already taken away half of Lu Xiaobai's life. Looking at Shangguan Yi venting his anger on Wu Wang and the others, Miao Yuan said after a long while, "All right, Shangguan Yi, from now on, the underhand sect will be under your control." Laughing proudly, Miao Yuan shook his head and said, "Teacher had sent all the disciples to investigate the whereabouts of this great void teleportation formation, but in the end, I was the one who took the lead. Not only did I find some clues, I even saw the real body of the great void teleportation formation." Sighing with mixed emotions, Miao Yuan squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "The position of Green City Sect leader will not be able to escape from my hands." Pointing at Wu Wang and the others, Miao Yuan said in a cold voice, "Just nice. The Great Zhou Star Positioning Talisman needs to be activated before it can determine the destination of the formation. Wouldn't it be too boring if the formation is not activated at all?" After instructing Shangguan Yi to place Wu Wang and the others on the golden platform in the middle of the formation, Miao Yuan laughed out loud. To be able to die in such a strange, ancient formation, to be able to die under the tremendous force of the heavens and earth, you ants are really lucky. While laughing, a golden light shot out from Miao Yuan's sleeve and hit the golden platform. Chapter 4. The Great Universal Dimensional Portal, also known as the Great Void Portal, was an ancient portal used by the ancient deities to travel between stars. Without the protection of the Great Universal Dimensional Portal, only Earth immortals who had reached the peak of nascent soul realm, or those who were stronger than them, had the right to use the portal. If any living beings below the Earth immortal realm were to use the portal, they would be torn into pieces by the immense pulling force between the stars. Not only would their bodies be torn into pieces, even their souls would be turned into nothingness. Their souls would be destroyed, and they would never be able to reincarnate. This was the most miserable way to die in the world. Miao Yuan proudly explained the mysteries of the Great Universal Dimensional Portal to Wu Wang and the others. He kept describing the pain of being torn apart by the ancient portal, as well as the miserable scene of their souls and bodies being torn apart. Lu Xiaobai squinted her eyes. Her eyeballs were moving rapidly, calculating the chances of turning the tables. But no matter how Lu Xiaobai calculated, in front of Miao Yuan, who had an inhuman strength, all her methods were useless. Wuxia looked at Miao Yuan with his teeth clenched. He swore word by word, "If I don't die today, I'll definitely slaughter your entire sect." Miao Yuan didn't even bother to respond to Wuxia. "Don't die. How could that be possible?" The Great Universal Dimensional Portal's reputation was not just for show. Only those with the protection of the great universal dimensional portal, or an Earth immortal who had reached the nascent soul realm, would be torn into pieces by the portal. Wu Wang looked at Shangguan Yi and sneered. You don't want the sect leader's token anymore? If you swear to let Wu Qi and Xiaobai go, the token is yours. Shangguan Yi turned his head around and said disdainfully, The underhand sect is already mine. It's just a token. I don't really care about it. With him, I'm still the sect leader. Without him, I'm still the sect leader. Patting his own arm in a self-mocking manner, Shangguan Yi looked at Wu Wang honestly and said, I don't have the legendary meridians, so I can't use the legendary power of the sect leader token. Why would I let two of my enemies go for the impossible? Wu Wang let out a long sigh and shook his head. The great universal dimensional portal had already begun to operate. 360 jade boards began to revolve around the golden platform. Streams of colorful lights shot out, dyeing the huge spherical space in 7 different colors. It was a beautiful sight to behold. A huge pressure was being emitted from the formation, forcing Shangguan Yi and the other disciples of the underhand sect to keep retreating. Only Miao Yuan and the 8 other Taoists were barely able to stabilize their bodies under the pressure. When the golden platform let out a faint golden glow and enveloped Wu Wang and the other 2, Miao Yuan took out a shining golden talisman and aimed it at the great universal dimensional portal. Sensing that Wu Wang and the others were confused, Miao Yuan smiled and began to explain the origin of the talisman. A few months ago, during the ancestral worshipping ceremony of Mount Qingshan, a few of the legendary ancestral masters who had ascended to the realm of immortals had given them a book on cultivating qi. At the back of the book, there were 9 great heavenly positioning talismans attached. The ancestral masters of Mount Qingshan were shocked when they heard that there were demons from the outer path who had set up the great universal dimensional portal in the human world. They wanted to use the portal to travel between the human world and the realm of immortals. That was why they requested the disciples of the human world to find the portal and use the great heavenly positioning talisman to determine the destination of the portal. As long as they could determine the destination of the portal, the ancestral masters of Mount Qingshan would be able to destroy the portal with a thunderous force and eliminate the disaster. The great heavenly positioning talisman contained the location of all the stars in the universe. As long as the power of the great universal dimensional portal was activated, the star positioning talisman would be able to find the final destination of the portal and send it to the ancestral masters of Mount Qingshan. Wuxia listened attentively to Miao Yuan's explanation. The ancestral masters of Mount Qingshan. He had also listed these people as his enemies. Lu Xiaobai looked at Miao Yuan in shock and said, Immortals really exist? Are there really demons and ghosts? Are you sure that the things you got from the ancestral worshipping ceremony are not the result of your collective hysteria? Miao Yuan was furious. He raised the great heavenly positioning talisman that was glowing with a blinding golden light, stared at Lu Xiaobai and scolded, How dare you? I, the ancestral masters of Mount Qingshan, naturally have ascended to the realm of immortals. Hysteria? Bullshit. What kind of hysteria could set up the great universal dimensional portal? Lu Xiaobai shut his mouth. He looked at the jade plates that were spinning around him and was speechless. The great universal portal spun rapidly, and the pressure from the surroundings became stronger and stronger. The bones in the three's body started to creak. The great universal portal indeed lived up to its name. This was a transportation tool used by immortals to travel back and forth. It was not something that mortals could withstand, especially Lu Xiaobai, who was the weakest among them. Blood was flowing out from all 7 of his orifices. His body was limp on the golden platform, and he could not move at all. Miao Yuan laughed in disdain. This was just the pressure from when the portal was just starting to activate. When the portal officially started to teleport, it would be the time when Lu Xiaobai and the rest of them were scared out of their wits. Using the great universal dimensional portal to kill people was really creative. Shangguan Yi looked at Lu Xiaobai, who was bleeding out from all 7 orifices. It was this pretty boy who had given Wu Wang advice and plans, allowing Wu Wang to build up such a strong force in the underhand sect in just a few years. He had even surpassed him, the son of the previous sect leader. If it wasn't for Lu Xiaobai, Shang Wanyi thought that he would be able to fight evenly with Wu Wang. How could he have lost so badly a few months ago and almost lost all his strength? Luckily, he had chosen to rely on the right person. Shang Wanyi gazed at Miao Yuan, who was trembling from head to toe, and let out a comfortable sigh. This time, after killing Wu Wang and the other two, the underhand sect would be his. Although Shang Wanyi said that he did not care about the sect leader's token, but after this matter was settled, he still had to go to the Swiss bank's vault to find the token. The underhand sect's patriarchs had told him that the token contained a big secret of the underhand sect. If he were to give up on the token just like that, he would not be satisfied. Too bad, the requirements of the big secret were too strict. Shang Wanyi furrowed his brows in anger. Miao Yuan held the great heavenly positioning talisman in his hand and injected all of his vital energy into it. A thin golden line shot out from the talisman and tightly wrapped around the great universal dimensional portal's golden platform. The talismans on the platform began to shine, and the great heavenly positioning talisman also began to shine with a corresponding light. A huge wave of magical energy rippled in all four directions. Except for Miao Yuan, the others were already lying on the ground, unable to move. Wu Wang and the other two were tightly bound by the huge pressure. They couldn't even move a finger. Feeling the terrifying pressure from all directions, Wu Wang suddenly let out a long sigh. Shang Wanyi, this time you've won. Shang Wanyi, who was lying on the ground, started laughing out loud. You don't have to tell me. I know I've won. Raising his head proudly, Shang Wanyi said in a cold voice, the underhand sect is mine. Wu Wang, you can't win against me. Standing on the golden platform and looking down at Shang Wanyi, Wu Wang sneered, I've never put the underhand sect in my eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that my mission is to become the top management of the underhand sect, why would I fight with you? Shang Wanyi and the other disciples of the underhand sect opened their mouths wide. They were all stunned. Sighing, Wu Wang muttered to himself, after holding it in for so many years, I can finally take a breather. Looking at the stunned Shang Wanyi, Wu Wang sneered, to be honest, I'm a spy. My mission is to control the underhand sect. With the power of the underhand sect, you should have heard of Heaven's Net, right? I was sent by them. Shang Wanyi stared at Wu Wang blankly, then suddenly cursed, fuck you. You're a traitor. Wu Wang sneered and said indifferently, Lu Xiaobai joined the underhand sect for the thrill. So, if he's killed, I won't feel sad at all. Lu Xiaobai looked at Wu Wang bitterly. He cried out, Brother Wu, you can't say that. Wu Wang ignored Lu Xiaobai and continued, but Wu Qi, I'm the one who pulled him into the underhand sect, because I found out that he might have the underhand sect's legendary heaven-stealing meridian. So, I took him as my disciple. So, I have to be responsible for his life. Glancing at Miao Yuan, who was trying his best to maintain the great heavenly positioning talisman, Wu Wang let out a strange smile and said, Wu Qi is my disciple. So if you want to kill him, I'll definitely avenge him. Clenching his teeth together, Wu Wang used all his strength to bite off his own tongue. The huge pressure from all directions of the array came crashing down on him. Wu Wang spat out more than 10 meters of blood like a fountain. His body was losing a lot of blood. His life was quickly leaving Wu Wang. Wu Wang's heart stopped beating. The great universal dimensional portal suddenly exploded with a blinding light. The portal was finally activated. Wu Wang and the other two were about to be teleported away. At the same time, the great heavenly positioning talisman in Miao Yuan's hand also let out a blinding golden light. The talisman was about to lock onto the destination of the portal. At this critical moment, Wu Wang's left calf suddenly exploded. The violent explosive force swept across the surroundings. It immediately caused the great universal dimensional portal to become chaotic. One by one, the jade plate shattered. The twisting power of space twisted the golden platform into the shape of a fried dough twist. The protective barrier of the portal was shattered. The energy inside the great universal dimensional portal exploded crazily. A blinding light pillar shot up into the sky from the center of Machu Picchu. It then quickly spread out in all directions. A mushroom cloud rushed out of Machu Picchu with a loud roar, and several nearby mountains were crushed at the same time. The huge shockwave swept across the surroundings. Hills collapsed, rivers stopped flowing. Trees were snapped in half and thrown into the sky. The earth rumbled. The clouds in the sky rumbled. The mountains around Machu Picchu were shaking violently like water. Huge cracks appeared on the ground. A few mountains were swallowed by the cracks and sank deep into the ground. After a long, long time, when everything had calmed down, Machu Picchu disappeared. A huge pit with a circumference of 100 miles and a depth of 30 miles was left. Chapter 5. It felt like a second, but it also felt like a lifetime. Wuxia was staring at Miao Yuan and Shangguan Yi, who were standing outside the Taishu dimensional portal when the portal suddenly exploded. Wu Wang's left calf bone suddenly exploded with a powerful force. The shockwave disrupted the energy flow of the Taishu dimensional portal. Huge amounts of energy collided with each other, just like a nuclear chain reaction, and a terrifying explosion took place. In just a blink of an eye, not even a millionth of a second, the Taishu dimensional portal had already finished storing energy and sent Wuxia, Liu Xiaobai, and Wu Wang out. The huge explosion had destroyed hundreds of kilometers of mountain ridges around Machu Picchu, but did not harm even a single hair on the three of them. At that moment, Wuxia suddenly saw an endless amount of light flashing in front of his eyes. It was as if a thin layer of soap bubble had broken through, and Wuxia suddenly saw a bright, starry sky. It was completely different from the starry sky that he usually saw on Earth at night. The planet that he saw now was extremely huge, the light was extremely dazzling, and the whole planet was golden. Countless stars were hanging far away in the sky, but it felt as if they were right in front of him. The densely packed stars quickly turned into streams of light and flew far away. The huge pressure of the stars was crazily coming from all directions. Wu Wang's body, whose left leg had exploded long ago, flashed for a moment and was crushed into countless pieces by the pressure. Liu Xiaobai could only let out a cry of despair, and his weak body had also exploded. Both of them were crushed into the tiniest energy particles. Two strange, colorful lights shot out from their bodies, and were also crushed by the pressure around them. When Wuxia saw the two lights, he instinctively knew that they were the souls of Wu Wang and Liu Xiaobai. When their souls were crushed and turned into countless rainbow-colored particles, Wuxia burst into tears and screamed hysterically. Wu Wang and Liu Xiaobai, a teacher and a friend, were the ones who brought Wuxia out of the terrible Africa, taught Wuxia all his skills, and gave Wuxia the strength to survive in this world. Now, the two of them had been forcefully torn apart in front of his eyes. Moreover, it was the most miserable way of dying, with their souls dispersing into nothingness. Master, Little White. The corner of Wuxia's eyes cracked, and a large amount of blood spurted out. The tremendous pressure crushed Wuxia's tears and blood, and in the blink of an eye, it was applied to his body. The shadow of death instantly descended, and Wuxia's heart suddenly stopped beating. He opened his mouth and seemed to feel the big mouth of the god of death spitting out a bone-piercing cold air in front of him. He seemed to have seen himself being crushed into pieces like Wu Wang and Liu Xiaobai, and even his soul being completely destroyed. With a crisp sound, Wuxia's clothes were torn apart, and his skin was torn by the huge pressure. A large amount of blood spurted out. Right at that moment, a soft yet cold airflow gushed out from under Wuxia's feet. The underhand sect leader's token that Wuxia had hidden under his feet touched Wuxia's blood and suddenly burst out a dazzling blue light. A dense, soft yet cold airflow gushed out from the sect leader's token and instantly flowed around Wuxia's body. The cold airflow flowed around Wuxia's body in the blink of an eye, and quickly concentrated in both of Wuqi's arms. Wuqi only felt that both of his arms were cold as if they were soaked in ice water. It was so cold that his entire body was shivering, and both of his arms could no longer move. They were all frozen by the hidden airflow. The cold airflow flowed through Wuqi's arms inch by inch, and finally, the underhand sect leader's token quietly shattered into pieces. A blue water, light the size of a water tank, shot out from the token and quietly entered Wuqi's body. A satisfied sigh sounded in the air, and it was faint like the sigh of a ghost. A strong suction force came out from Wuqi's body, and Wu Wang and Lu Xiaobai's shattered soul particles were absorbed into Wuqi's body. Wuqi's body stiffened, and suddenly, a dazzling blue light burst out from his body. His brain shook, and he fainted, half asleep and half awake. Wuqi only felt that his body was floating in a pitch-black void, and right in front of him, a hazy figure that looked like it would disappear at any time was looking at him from afar. With a sigh, Wuqi seemed to hear the figure say something. "The heavens have not cut off my descendants. Today, I have finally seen the 7 stealing heaven arteries. My Tao has a successor." One after another, sparkling and translucent ancient characters that looked like they were carved out of crystals, shining with a magnificent and mysterious 7-colored light, appeared in the pitch-black void. The figure chanted with a loud voice, and with every word he spat out, a 7-colored character would take shape in the void. The first character that appeared in front of Wuqi was the Scroll of Stealing. The Tao can be stolen, but there is no Tao, the Tao of man. The heaven and earth have too much, but man is not enough. Take the Tao of the heaven and earth to make up for yourself. Others have too much, but I am not enough. Take the Tao of the heaven and earth to make up for myself. The sea can contain hundreds of rivers, but it is big enough, the accumulation of sand and soil. Only then will there be a majestic mountain, the accumulation of a drop of water. Only then will there be a boundless ocean. Therefore, there is nothing in the world that cannot be taken, and nothing that cannot be stolen. Millions of words were chanted by the figure, word by word revealed in the void. Wuqi could barely hear it, but he could remember it very clearly. Every word had directly merged into his soul, and he would never forget it again. The force of the grand universal dimensional formation pushed Wuqi to travel at a very fast speed in a vast void. In every blink of an eye, he had traveled an unknown distance and had broken through many layers of natural barriers in the void, either created by someone or intentionally. The dark blue water wave protected Wuqi, and the bone-chilling cold energy kept cleansing Wuqi's body. Large amounts of dirt and impurities kept oozing out from Wuqi's body, turning into black filth that was crushed by the surrounding pressure. With both of Wuqi's arms as the core, along with the mumbling of the figure, the cold energy started to circulate around his body. The first chapter of the Scroll of Stealing was a Qi cultivation skill, 7 foundation establishment technique, water source chapter. Gradually, it took root in Wuqi's body. Wuqi took a deep breath, and with the help of the water source chapter, he guided the dark blue energy in his body to slowly circulate around his body. Slowly, as the cultivation of the water source chapter entered the best stage, Wuqi's body actually produced the sound of waves that sounded like the flowing of a great river. In Wuqi's mind, the pitch-black divine sense of the Purple Mansion had started glowing with a faint watery light. Vaguely, one could see thousands of waves rushing in his Purple Mansion. The blurry figure was hovering above the 100,000 feet tall waves and was teaching Wuqi a complicated and abstruse scroll of stealing. After that, there was a long silence. The figure stared at Wuqi quietly and suddenly breathed out a deep sigh. Coming under my tutelage is your fate, but it is also your misfortune. In the future, you will be the one to decide your fate. If it's a blessing, don't thank me. If it's a misfortune, don't blame me. My Tao can only be passed down to one person in each generation. If you can live a peaceful life, of course, that's good. If you die, try your best to pass down my Tao. Shaking his head, The figure suddenly let out 3 loud laughs and casually slapped on Wuqi's head. His body shook, and suddenly, Wuqi opened his eyes and woke up. The dark blue water wave that was protecting his body had been completely absorbed by his body and was now turning into waves that were flowing in the meridians in both of his arms. The immense pressure from the surrounding stars was making all of his bones creak. It looked like his body could no longer withstand the pressure and was about to be crushed into pieces. A thin mist came out from between Wuqi's eyebrows and instantly transformed into the figure that Wuqi saw in his divine sense of the Purple Mansion. What an unlucky kid! The blurry figure, whose face could not be seen clearly, let out a strange laugh and suddenly exploded. A layer of mist wrapped around Wuqi's body and suddenly brought him forward at a very fast speed. The speed was 1,000,000 times faster than the great universal dimensional portal. Wuqi could no longer withstand the sudden increase in speed, and the skin on his body cracked inch by inch. He rolled his eyes and fainted again. The mist was getting thinner and thinner and was about to disappear. Just before the mist finally dissipated, a dull thunderbolt whizzed out from the faint mist, instantly shattering the void. Wuqi, who was bleeding profusely from head to toe and looked like a ragged sack of flesh, spun and flew into the shattered space. In the end, the mist vanished into thin air, leaving behind an extremely soft sigh. My disciple, live on. Chapter 6. It was a dense forest. Standing on top of the mountain, one could only see the endless darkness of the night, filled with tall and sturdy trees. A few nocturnal birds were startled. They hid in the shadows of the bushes and let out sharp and unpleasant cries, making the forest look a little more ferocious at night. The sound of grass rubbing against each other rang out, and a ferocious tiger about 15 feet long with a black body leaped out of the underbrush in a panic. Before all 4 of the tiger's feet could touch the ground, the void in front of it suddenly twisted. Wuqi, whose body was scorched and almost covered in a layer of blood, was thrown out from the void, smashing heavily onto the ground right in front of the tiger. The ferocious black tiger instinctively swung its paw towards Wuqi's head. The tiger's paw, which was as big as a palm leaf fan, brought up a strong gust of wind. It was so powerful that it could smash a rock into pieces. A few curses came from the forest behind. 5 to 6 arrows were shot towards them with a shrill sound of wind breaking. Another wave of movement came from the underbrush. 3 strange beasts that looked like elk but only had a single antler in the middle of their heads rushed out, carrying 3 strong men dressed in coarse linen clothes on their backs. The black tiger heard the sound of the arrow piercing through the air coming from its back. It did not have the time to smash Wuqi's head, so it hastily twisted its waist and moved its huge body to the side. The arrow barely brushed past its body. A few cold stars flashed past the black tiger's shiny black fur. The sharp arrowheads brought up a few thin strands of tiger fur. Before the frightened black tiger could land on the ground, the 3 strong men had already driven their mounts and rushed to its back. A pure iron spear, as thick as a small bowl, jumped right under the black tiger's belly. The strong man who was holding the spear used the momentum of his mount to lift the spear. The black tiger's body, which was at least 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, was suddenly pushed to the side. The black tiger lost its balance. It could not stand steadily when it landed on the ground. It rolled a few times on the ground. The other 2 burly men let out sharp hisses of joy. They howled rudely and swung their swords and sabers towards the black tiger's neck. The unsteady black tiger did not manage to dodge in time. The sword and saber slashed on the left and right sides of its neck. In the dark forest, 2 streams of blood that were a few feet high spurted out. The black tiger let out a desperate roar. It gathered all of its strength and twisted its waist. Its thick tiger tail swept out with a gust of wind. The strong man with the big saber didn't have time to dodge and was hit in the chest by the tiger's tail, sending him flying 7 or 8 feet away. The sound of ribs breaking could be heard. The brawny man who was sent flying spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He fell to the ground and rolled a few times. He no longer had the strength to get up. The brawny man who had just sent the black tiger flying let out a furious roar. His iron spear struck out like a venomous python and pierced the black tiger's neck. A few more arrows were shot from behind, hitting the black tiger's fleshy and round buttocks. The arrows were coated with a strong anesthetic. The black tiger suffered a few severe injuries. Its body twitched and crawled on the ground for a while. Finally, its body stiffened. A few strong men, riding on odd-shaped deer with bows in their hands, slowly emerged from the bushes. The crowd cheered in unison. The man with the iron spear dropped his weapon and jumped down from his mount. He grabbed his companion, who was sent flying by the tiger's tail, and brought him close to the tiger's neck. The injured man quickly opened his mouth and gulped down the tiger's blood. Not long after, he was able to support his body and stand up. The men cheered again. At this time, a man with a bow in his hand found Wuxia, who was lying naked on the ground. A few men came to Wuxia's side. They wiped the thick bloodstains on Wuxia's chest and looked at the broken skin on his chest. They nodded their heads and whispered something to each other. They dragged Wuxia to the side of the tiger, opened Wuxia's mouth, and poured the tiger's blood into his stomach. They roughly threw Wuxia onto the back of a mount like a ragged sack. A few burly men happily chopped down some branches and made a stretcher. Then, they carried the sturdy tiger on their shoulders, humming a rough and unknown tune as they happily crossed the mountains and crossed the ridges. When Wuxia woke up from his coma, he was lying on a bed that was emitting a pungent smell of wild animals. This was a wooden house that was several tens of feet in length and width. It was built with logs that were at least 2 feet thick. The bark on the tree trunks had not even been shaved clean. Some of the tree trunks, with strong vitality, even had new branches that were 2 to 3 feet long. However, no one had taken care of them. Apart from a crude wooden table and a few round wooden stakes that served as stools, there was only the stone bed that Wuxia was lying on in the room. Dozens of animal skins were spread on the stone bed, which was cut from a mountain rock. These skins were not tanned well, so they still carried the natural body odor of wild animals. Fierce tigers, wild bears, leopards, and all kinds of wild animals were on the bed. There were also some skins that Wuxia didn't recognize. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. An extremely strong and gentle force was generated inside his body. With the water vein in his 7 stealing heaven meridians as the core, the force instantly spread throughout his body. Wuxia focused his mind and looked inside his body. He could vaguely feel that the thick and tough meridians in his body were glowing with a faint blue, watery light. The water source chapter of the 7 foundation technique. The circulation of the force inside his body was so familiar. Big drops of tears flowed down from the corner of Wuxia's eyes. His body was twitching violently, and he almost cried out loud. During the teleportation process, Wu Wang and Lu Xiaobai's bodies had turned into ashes, and their souls had been crushed into the tiniest soul particles. When a mysterious figure was teaching Wuxia the scroll of stealing, all the soul particles had surged into Wuxia's mind under the tremendous pressure from the outside world, merging with Wuxia's soul. Reading through the memories and knowledge that came from his soul, a stream of blood suddenly flowed out from the corner of Wuxia's mouth. All of Wu Wang and Lu Xiaobai's experience and knowledge had merged with Wuxia's soul, becoming a part of Wuxia's soul. Out of nowhere, Wuxia had obtained all of Wu Wang's combat knowledge and will, as well as all his combat experience and all sorts of strange and bizarre experiences. He had also obtained Lu Xiaobai's monstrous knowledge and his amazing memory and comprehensive ability. The scroll of stealing, taking other people's surplus to make up for one's own deficiency. When cultivating the scroll of stealing for the first time, the biggest benefit that Wuxia had obtained was indeed from his most respected master and his most beloved friend. This was the same as Wuxia forcibly devouring the souls of Wu Wang and Lu Xiaobai. How could he not be sad? How could he not be sad? The huge explosion that erupted from Wu Wang's left leg Wuxia knew the cause and effect of it. Before he snuck into the underhand sect and became a spy, Wu Wang's left leg was implanted with a powerful metal hydrogen bomb. The bomb was connected to Wu Wang's vital signs. When Wu Wang's life ended, when his heart stopped beating, the bomb would explode. Knowing that once they entered the great universal dimensional portal, the three of them would die, Wu Wang committed suicide, detonating the bomb in his leg. In the end, it triggered a chain reaction in the great universal dimensional portal, blowing up Miao Yuan, Shangguan Yi, and the others into ashes. Master, and Li Xiaobai, you guys died just like that? Wu Qi's body curled up, and he suddenly cried out loud. He cried so hard that blood and tears were flying everywhere, and his body was convulsing violently. No matter how many things he had done in the underhand sect, no matter how many things he had experienced, he was still a teenager. His master, who had given him a second chance at life, was dead. His brothers, who were as close as brothers, were dead, and the greedy wolf group's young men who had been with him every day were all killed. His body was trapped in the great universal dimensional portal, and he had no idea where he was. Wu Qi felt like he was a kite with a broken string, floating in the air, losing his direction, losing his goal. Just as Wu Qi was crying out loud, the door of the wooden house was suddenly kicked open, and a muscular man who was definitely more than 2 meters tall walked in. He was holding a porcelain bowl that was the size of a small wash basin and slammed it on the table. This muscular man with a face full of black hair shouted, "Foreigner, are you a man or a woman? What are you crying for? What are you crying for?" The muscular man's voice was coarse and unpleasant to listen to. His words were also very vulgar, and he had a strong local accent. Wu Qi himself could not understand the muscular man's words. Fortunately, he had combined all of Wu Wang and Lu Xiaobai's memories and experiences. Wu Wang had seen a lot, and he had almost traveled all over the world. Lu Xiaobai had a monstrous IQ, and she had learned most of the original world's languages, including the native African tribes' dialects. Therefore, Wu Qi could understand the muscular man's words. This muscular man's accent was similar to the northeast accent of Hebei's Tianjin area, but it also had some local slang. When Wu Wang was training in a mountain area near a village that had been sealed off for a long time, the accent of the old man in the village was about 50 to 60% similar to this muscular man. Wiping away the blood and tears at the corner of his eyes, Wu Qi stood up and bowed to the muscular man. "Thank you for saving my life, uncle. What uncle said is right. Men should not cry." After being yelled at by the muscular man, Wu Qi suddenly understood. What was the point of crying? What was the point of crying? If Lord Taoist Miao Yuan and Shangguan Yi were not dead, all he had to do was train hard and think of a way to get revenge on them. If they were dead, then he had to eradicate the Green City faction and avenge Wu Wang, Lu Xiaobai, and his brothers in the Greedy Wolf Group. The willpower that Wu Wang had given to Wu Qi had a great effect. Wu Qi stopped crying and quickly made a decision. The weak aura on his body had completely disappeared, and a murderous aura that was as sharp as a steel blade spread out. The muscular man nodded at Wu Qi in agreement, then pointed at the big bowl on the table and said with a smile, "This is what a man should do. Ha, I made you a bowl of tiger meat. Quickly eat it to replenish your energy." The meat of the luminous tiger. Men eat it to strengthen their sex drive, and women eat it to stimulate their breasts. It's the best food. After a short pause, the muscular man's eyes suddenly bulged. Then he pointed at Wu Qi and shouted, "What did you call me? Uncle? Am I that old? I'm only 14 years old this year, and you're calling me uncle? You brat, am I that old? 14 years old." Wu Qi stared at the 2-meter-tall man, looked at the dense black hair on his face, and then looked at his face that seemed to have gone through the vicissitudes of life and his wild temperament. Was this how a 14-year-old teenager should look like? But maybe the way of counting the years here was different from the one he was familiar with? After thinking about this, Wu Qi quickly cupped his hands towards the muscular man and said, Wu Qi was too reckless. "Little brother, thank you for saving me." The little brother with a face full of black hair laughed 3 times. He took out 2 linen clothes from the animal skin bag at his waist and threw them to Wu Qi. He said with a smile, "Little brother, I like what you said. Quickly eat the meat. Our clan elder wants to ask you something." The muscular man proudly shook his head and left Wuxia behind. He twisted his butt and walked out of the wooden house. Wuxia blankly looked at the big bowl on the table. He looked at the tiger meat in the bowl that was at least 5 pounds, and his eyebrows deeply wrinkled. With a sigh, he reluctantly ate a few pieces of tiger meat and drank 2 mouthfuls of meat soup to quench his thirst. Then, Wuxia walked out with large strides. A beautiful mountain village impressively appeared in front of Wuxia. Chapter 7. Standing in front of the door and looking into the distance, a few miles away, there was a big river with billowing waves. The river was nearly 100 meters wide, and a pontoon bridge was built across the river. On the other side of the bridge, there was a dirt road that extended into the dense forest, leading to an unknown destination. On the other side of the bridge, there were a few watchtowers made of earth and wood, and on the other side of the bridge, there were 2 leather ropes. This was a suspension bridge. Behind the bridge, there was a green mountain that looked like a barrier. 2 mountain ridges stretched out like 2 arms, gently hugging a flat land with a radius of more than 10 miles. The mountain was steep, and under the towering trees that were tens of meters high, there were dense thorns and thorns. Even a mouse would have a hard time passing through. In front of the house, there was a green mountain. This small piece of flat land had fertile soil and flourishing vegetation. There were also 2 small streams flowing through it. It was indeed a good place to settle down. Not far away from Wuqi's wooden house, there were several hundred wooden houses of different sizes standing in the middle of the lush greenery. Between the houses were flat farmlands and vegetable fields, and a few dogs were chasing after a pack of single-horned pack animals that looked like deer. The burly man who brought food and clothes to Wuqi just now was squatting under a clump of safflower trees in front of the house, breathing heavily as he dug out a piece of white tree root. Hearing the sound of Wuqi coming out of the house, the man hurriedly stuffed the root into the animal skin bag on his waist, turned around, and greeted Wuqi with a smile. Red Flower Vine specialized in treating all kinds of internal injuries and bleeding in women. "Hey, looks like you don't need it anymore." Wuqi nodded to him gratefully and asked, "Little brother, what's your name?" "Wuqi, thank you for saving my life." The man was stunned for a second. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "Wuqi, that's a nice name. What's your name?" "It makes me sick. My nickname is Doggy. My real name, I don't have a real name yet. I need to be 16 years old, then I can ask the elders to name me." Doggy walked to Wuqi's side and gave him a slap on the face. Then, he pulled Wuqi to the front of the village, where the suspension bridge was. While walking, Doggy proudly bragged about the magical effects of the luminous tiger's blood that his father fed to Wuqi the night before. According to him, the blood of the luminous tiger could bring the dead back to life and cure all kinds of injuries. It was an omnipotent medicine. Wuqi just listened to Doggy with a smile on his face. He glanced around at the surrounding scenery and made some judgments in his mind. The production level here was not high. It could even be said to be very low. However, the people here were all very strong. He saw a few women who went to the river to fetch water. The buckets they carried were more than a meter in diameter. They were basically 2 small water tanks. Every household here was equipped with swords, spears, bows, and arrows. A group of children were practicing martial arts on a small piece of flat land in the village. The weapons in their hands were all shiny and real. Looking at the weight of the knives and spears, they were at least 50 to 60 kilograms heavy weapons. These children, who were about 7 to 8 years old, were wielding these knives and swords with great vigor. Wuqi suddenly had an idea. He silently exercised a mystic technique found in the Source of Water chapter, injecting the innate water energy into his eyes. Immediately, both his eyes were covered with a layer of faint blue light. Looking at those children wielding knives and spears, Wuqi was surprised to find that these children were full of blood and qi, and there was a strong internal energy rolling in their bodies. Basically, these children were comparable to the elite disciples of the underhand sex greedy wolf group. The internal energy in their bodies was at least at the level of 3 to 5 years of hard work. Wuxia gasped, and only then did he suddenly realize that the density of the natural energies in the air was incredibly high. The scroll of stealing was all-encompassing. It contained endless mysteries. This so-called natural energy was also mentioned in the scroll of stealing. The natural energy was the foundation of all chi cultivators. The higher the density of the natural energy, the faster the cultivation speed, and the greater the benefits to the cultivator. The spirit chi of heaven and earth on earth had long been destroyed by industrial production. It was almost a desert of spirit chi. But in this small village, the density of the natural energy in this small piece of land, it was almost comparable to the level of the lower-grade paradise described in the Scroll of Stealing. No wonder all the children here had a cultivation base of internal energy. No wonder Doggy could grow so tall and strong. In a place with an abundance of natural energy, even a sweet potato would grow stronger and fatter than any other place, not to mention humans. Along the way, Doggy seemed to be quite famous in the village. There were many men, women, old and young who greeted him. The older ones would call him Doggy. Those who were around the same age would call him Brother Doggy, and those who were younger would respectfully call him Uncle Doggy. Especially a few girls in the village that Wuxia found to be quite good-looking. They were coy and shy from afar. They would greet Doggy with blushing faces. The soil here was fertile, the natural energy was abundant, the geomancy was excellent. It was a good place to raise people. Although the men raised here were as tall and strong as Doggy, but those girls were delicate and lovely. Water could be squeezed out of them. Wuxia looked at those girls. He couldn't help but feel a little shaken. That kind of natural beauty, it was something he had never seen before. Deactivating the spirit eye, Wuxia shook his head. Now was not the time to care about the beauty of these girls. He had to first figure out where he was. Following Doggy all the way to the village entrance, which was also the suspension bridge at the end of the pontoon bridge, Wuxia saw a few old men with walking sticks in their hands, leading a group of strong men. They were cursing and beating up a few people who were rolling on the ground. Those strong men were about the same size as Doggy. They were all men with arms that could run horses. It was normal for them to hit and scold people. However, those few old men with walking sticks in their hand were so old that their waists were bent like a bow. They were not inferior to the young men. They were holding the walking sticks full of barbs. They were cursing and beating the people on the ground. It was a very shocking scene. When Wuxia and Doggy walked to the side of the crowd, they seemed to have vented the anger in their hearts. An old man coughed a few times. The walking stick fiercely hit the ground and screamed a few times. A few strong men swiftly picked up the people on the ground. They held daggers in their hands and cleanly slit their necks. Blood spurted out. The few people twitched and screamed miserably. The villagers hurriedly took the hemp ropes. They hung up the few people whose necks were constantly spurting blood and hung them high up under the archer tower at the end of the bridge. Apart from these few people who were still screaming, still bleeding, there were more than 30 corpses hanging under the archer tower. Some of these corpses had only been dead for a few days, and some had already turned into dried corpses. Their clothes were stripped clean, revealing their tan skin, as well as the bright red, green and green embroidery on their skin. Those tattoos looked ferocious and mysterious. There were all kinds of wild beasts, poisonous bugs, and many strange flowers and plants. Looking at the few men who were struggling and twitching on the ropes, all the villagers, including the few old men, laughed out loud. There was no ferociousness in their laughter. There was only a surprising sense of relaxation and happiness. Wuxia stared at this scene in astonishment. Suddenly, he heard Doggy shouting happily. "These barbarians came to our village to seek death again. Aren't they just giving our village credit for nothing?" Dozens of people at the end of the bridge looked over at the same time, especially those few old men with walking sticks. Their attention was all on Wuxia. Wuxia solemnly bowed to the few old men, cupped his fist, and made a deep bow. "I am Wuxia. Together with my esteemed teacher and my fellow disciples, we encountered a great disaster. Luckily, You elders saved us. I am very grateful." Before the few old men could say anything, Wuxia had already knelt down on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to the few old men respectfully. 3 kowtows was considered a light punishment for saving his life. Wuxia was really grateful to these villagers who saved him. They saved him, and that was why he had a chance to avenge Wu Wang and Lu Xiaobai in the future. How could he not be grateful to them? If not for the fact that he had nothing on him, and even his clothes were shredded into pieces in the great universal dimensional portal, Wuxia would definitely reward them handsomely. Among the few old men, the oldest one, who looked like a bag of bones, and whose face was full of age spots, smiled. He walked to Wuxia's side shakily and pulled him up with one hand. "We are all citizens of the great Yin kingdom. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Little brother, are you the Wander Barbarian Hunters?" Wuxia climbed up the pole, stood up, and nodded his head respectfully. Old man's eyes are like a torch. "Yes, I am." The strong men behind the old man became restless. They murmured in a low voice, as if they were cursing those damn barbarians for owing another blood debt. After absorbing Lu Xiaobai's monstrous intelligence, Wuxia quickly analyzed something. He clenched his teeth and swore, "My esteemed teacher and my fellow disciples were all killed by them. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. When I go back, I will definitely train hard, and in the future, I will kill all my enemies and avenge my esteemed teacher and my fellow disciples." The strong men were talking about the unknown barbarians, but the one Wuxia swore was the Qing City Qing, Chung Dao, Lord Miao Yuan's sect. However, both sides were in perfect agreement. The few old men nodded their heads in approval and exclaimed, "A good man should be like this. You are the wanderer barbarian hunters who travel around the world to kill barbarians. If you don't even avenge your fellow disciples, it will be a disgrace." The old man who helped Wuxia up just now patted Wuxia's chest, shook his head, and said, "But, little brother Wuxia, your body is too weak. You are no match for those barbarians." The old man sighed and said politely, "We, the Meng village, have a secret recipe passed down from generation to generation. Using the bones and tendons of beasts combined with dozens of herbs is the best way to strengthen your bones and increase your height. Before I leave, I will give you 100 packets of herbal plasters. I guarantee that your height will increase by a lot." Hearing what the old man said, Wuxia did not know whether he should laugh or cry. His body was the standard body of a handsome man on earth. Although he was a little skinny, he was not weak, and his muscles and bones had their own strength. After inheriting the scroll of stealing, he naturally knew that the strength of one's body had nothing to do with the size of one's body. However, faced with the kindness of the old man, Wuxia could only bow deeply once again, thanking the few clan elders for their kind intentions. Wuxia swore in his heart, if he becomes successful in his cultivation in the future, he will definitely come back to this village and thank the villagers. While he was making up his mind, a fist-sized green fireball suddenly shot out from the forest on the other side of the river. It hit a muscular man who was standing on the bridgehead. Along with a painful howl, the muscular man's entire body was ignited with a green flame. His body rolled a few times on the ground, and then it turned into a pile of ashes. The few elders were shocked, and the villagers who were standing guard on top of the archer tower screamed out, "The barbarians are attacking! There are so many barbarians!" The ear-piercing sound of a bullhorn resounded through the entire village, and from the forest on the other side of the river, a large group of barbarians wearing animal skins and tattoos suddenly rushed out. The leader of the barbarians was surrounded by a dense black gas, and a fist-sized pale green skull was faintly discernible within the black gas. Pointing his finger at the village, the leader of the barbarians shouted, "Men, kill them all. Women, rob them all. Children, eat them all. Children, attack." Chapter 8. A bright light flashed in front of his eyes. Wuxia instinctively curled up his body and rolled 18 times backwards, hiding behind the arrow tower. Thud! A muffled noise rang out as a 4 feet, 5 to 6 inches long, as thick as a thumb, and as sharp as a needle flew past Wuxia's body, plunging deep into the ground about 70 to 80 feet behind him. As the prickle flew past him, Wuxia smelled a faint, sweet, fishy smell. Obviously, the prickle was highly poisonous. Among the group of villagers, 2 sturdy men didn't manage to dodge in time and were pierced by the same prickle. Within the span of 2 to 3 breaths, the 2 sturdy men's bodies suddenly turned black and fell to the ground. Their bodies were twitching violently. The 2 sturdy men, who were more than 2 meters tall, quickly shrunk to the size of ordinary children. Dirty blood spurted out from their 7 apertures, and soon, a large piece of the ground was stained. Wuxi's scalp went numb when he saw this. The poison of the prickle was so strong. On the other side of the river, there were at least 700 to 800 barbarians rushing out while howling. They were holding strong bows, which were wrapped by tree vines, and kept shooting prickle after prickle. With a swishing sound, wave after wave of prickle fell from the sky like raindrops, hitting the villagers near the suspension bridge. There were about 30 barbarians who were the fastest. Within the span of 2 to 3 waves of prickle, they had already rushed to the edge of the suspension bridge. The elder, who was talking to Wuxia just now, suddenly raised his cane. His left hand's 5 fingers seemed to be bent, but not at the same time. He made a strange gesture and took a deep breath. The short and scrawny elder's chest suddenly swelled up, and he let out a muffled roar. Suddenly, he clenched his 5 fingers and released them. A strong gust of wind suddenly rose from the ground, covering an area with a radius of more than 100 feet. A wave of prickle fell from the sky. The gust of wind rolled up the prickle and shot it towards those barbarians who were about to reach the suspension bridge. The 30 barbarians were scared out of their wits. They dropped the strong bows in their hands and desperately jumped into the river. There were a few barbarians who jumped a little slower, and the prickles pierced deep into their bodies. In just a blink of an eye, their bodies turned black, and they died. Wuxi's eyes gleamed as he stared at the clan elder. This technique was also mentioned in the Scroll of Stealing. It was the most basic spell of the 5 elements, a variant of the second wood element spell, the wind summoning spell. The clan elder's cultivation level was not high, so the violent wind he stirred up only covered an area of a few hundred feet. Once the brilliant wind summoning technique was used, it could change the weather within a radius of 10,000 miles. This was something that the elders of this small village in the wilderness could not do. An ear-piercing sound of breaking wind came from above. The villagers on top of a few archery towers had already drawn their bows, and dozens of arrows whistled as they shot down. The barbarians who jumped into the river had just popped their heads out of the water when powerful arrows hit their bodies, killing them in the water. On the other side of the river, the leader of the barbarians, who had dark smoke coiling around his body, let out a furious howl. He raised both his hands up high and let out a loud cry, while his body twisted and danced for a while. Then, the pale green skull in the dark smoke opened its mouth and shot out another green fireball. The clan elder cried out, and all the villagers standing by the suspension bridge quickly dodged away. The villagers on duty on the archer tower used all their strength to pull up the suspension cable and was about to close the drawbridge. But the fireball flew precisely towards the arrow tower with its suspension cable. A loud boom rang out, and the green fireball exploded. A small half of the archery tower was blown into pieces, and the few villagers standing on top of it were ripped into pieces. The suspension bridge fell down with a loud thud. The barbarians let out excited cries. They threw away their strong bows, pulled out their blades and swords from their backs, and rushed towards the pontoon bridge while howling. The leader of the barbarians threw his head back and let out a wild roar. Then another large group of barbarians rushed out from the dense forest behind him. This group of barbarians had more than 1,000 men, and they were all holding different kinds of weapons, cheering and jumping as they rushed towards the entrance of the village. Hurried footsteps came from behind. All the young men in the village heard the warning horn sound, and they all grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the entrance of the village. The Meng village had a large population, and the number of young men in the village was about 1,000 to 400, and all of them were strong men. Doggy took out 2 long swords from nowhere and threw one of them to Wuxia. Big brother Wuxia, be careful. Damn it, the Chifu barbarian and Huazu barbarian tribes have joined hands. Hee, if not, why would they have the guts to touch our Meng village? Wuxia caught the long sword, and his wrist immediately sank. Baring his teeth and looking at Doggy, Wuxia smiled bitterly in his heart. This sword was 5 feet long, and it was as wide as an ordinary man's palm. The thickest part of the sword was 3 inches thick, and it weighed nearly 50 kilograms. It was perfect for these strong men from the Meng village. Their strength and size were more than enough to unleash the full power of this sword. But for Wuxia, this sword was too heavy, too long, and too thick. He could almost use this sword as a shield. With a bitter smile, he stabbed the sword into the ground. Wuxia looked to his left and right, and then he pulled out a thorn shot by a barbarian from the ground. This thorn was as thick as a pinky finger, and it was 4 feet 5 to 6 inches long. It weighed about 2 kilograms, and it was extremely tough. Wuxia used his finger to gently pull it out, and the hardness of this thorn was similar to ordinary pig iron. This thing was perfect for Wuxia, not to mention this thing had a strong poison, and its power was no less than that of the huge sword. Doggy looked at Wuxia with surprise, and he shook his head disapprovingly. Sigh, big brother Wuxia, look at your strength. In our Meng village, you can't even find a woman. Doggy's words didn't have any evil intentions. It was purely a kind mockery. Wuxi's face suddenly blushed. He looked at the huge sword that was stabbed into the ground, and he shook his head. This thing, he really couldn't control it. Although he had inherited the scroll of stealing, he hadn't had the time to cultivate it properly. He hadn't turned into a Superman yet. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia held the thorn in his hand and stood next to Doggy. The thorn was firmly held in his hand, and a faint cold air was spreading out to the surroundings. Wuxia slowly injected his innate water energy into the thorn, and the tip of the thorn was covered with a faint layer of water. Another series of footsteps sounded out, and more than 1,000 female villagers rushed out from the village with strong bows in their hands. They occupied the high ground behind the arrow towers, and they were either on the roofs, on the rocks, or on the treetops, and they were all pulling their bows and shooting arrows. Miserable howls kept sounding out, and more than 50 barbarians who were rushing out like crazy beasts were killed on the spot. The thumb-sized arrows pierced deep into their bodies, and they came out from the other side of their bodies, but not a single drop of blood came out. The barbarians who were hit by the arrows let out a miserable howl. Their bodies twitched, and then they suddenly stiffened and died. Just like the barbarians, the arrows of the Meng village were also coated with poison. Those who were hit by the arrows, even if they didn't hurt their vital organs, they would definitely die. The barbarian leader, who was standing on the other side of the river, was screaming in anger. He gnashed his teeth and started twisting his waist, but suddenly 2 streams of blood came out from his nostrils. The black smoke that was twining around him fluctuated, and the green skull in the black smoke issued a ghost-like wail and wolf-like howl. It suddenly opened its mouth and spurted out 3 fist-sized green fireballs in a row. A few elders shouted out, and the villagers who were standing near the suspension bridge quickly moved back. The 3 green fireballs flew across the river and smashed into the area near the end of the suspension bridge. 3 loud booms sounded out, and 3 huge craters with a diameter of a few feet appeared on the ground near the end of the bridge. Large amounts of green fireballs shot out in all directions, and it was impossible to stand on the ground for more than 100 feet. The villagers who were moving back had disturbed the women's team, and it had slowed down the speed of their arrows. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of the tallest barbarians who had the most hideous embroidery on their bodies had already jumped onto the suspension bridge. They pulled out the small hand axes from their belts, and, while shouting, they threw the axes at the villagers. One of the elders shouted out, "Shield!" Dozens of huge shields made from several layers of animal skins were raised up, and they were firmly placed in front of the villagers. Each of these barbarians was carrying 12 hand axes. Hundreds of hand axes flew over with a wind-breaking sound and smashed onto the huge shields. Dozens of villagers who were holding onto the huge shields were forced back by the huge force of the hand axes. A few of them were even spitting out blood from their mouths, but they still managed to straighten their bodies and hold onto the shields tightly. Wuxia could see the veins on their arms popping out, and the skin on their palms and the muscles between their thumb and index finger were all torn, and blood was dripping down from the huge shields. Doggy used his elbow to poke Wuxia, and with a deep voice, he shouted, "Big brother Wuxia, don't get distracted. These barbarians dared to attack our village. They might have some kind of evil plan. If we're not careful, we might die." Before he could finish his words, dozens of hand axes had already pierced through the gaps between the huge shields and smashed into the group of villagers. Miserable howls sounded out. Dozens of strong men from Meng village were hit by the hand axes, and they were flying up into the air, and blood was spewing out from their mouths. One of the strong men was hit in the chest by the hand axes, and his entire chest caved in, and a few of his ribs could be seen sticking out from his back. Doggy shouted, "Oh no, Uncle Meng Liang is dead." Seeing the hand axes had effectively killed the villagers, the barbarians started cheering. One of the elders suddenly shouted out, and the arrows that had just become sparse suddenly became denser. Thousands of strong women from the village started shooting arrows at Chi-Chi, and the rain of arrows completely blocked off the suspension bridge. The dozens of barbarians who threw the hand axes were screaming out in pain, and at least half of them had been pierced by the arrows. The suspension bridge was only 15 feet wide, and the back of the bridge was already filled with barbarians. When the barbarians at the front saw the rain of arrows coming at them, they had no choice but to learn from the first wave of barbarians and jump off the bridge while clenching their teeth. A few ferocious river fishes that looked like crocodiles, but had a sharp horn on their head, suddenly emerged from the water. The teeth of these river fishes were extremely sharp, and they opened their mouths and crazily leaped towards those barbarians. The arms and legs of these barbarians were bitten off by these river fishes, and their blood quickly spread out in the river. The river nearby started boiling, and countless ferocious river fishes rushed over, opening their mouths and leaping towards those barbarians who had fallen into the water. The arrows kept falling down, and the barbarians on the suspension bridge couldn't move forward, and they couldn't retreat either. They were in an extremely awkward situation. The elder who used the wind-summoning spell let out a long sigh of relief. Then he laughed out loud and said, "These barbarians are asking for death again. They come to our Meng village at least 3 to 5 times a year, and every time they come back in defeat. They're just giving our Meng village some credit." The villagers started laughing out loud, and they were enjoying the beautiful scene of the rain of arrows killing the barbarians. Just when all the villagers' attention was attracted by the barbarians on the suspension bridge, the sky suddenly darkened. Wuxia raised his head up, and he saw nearly 100 eagles with a wingspan of more than 50 feet falling down from the sky. Following the ear-piercing screeches, a few hundred short barbarians wearing clothes made of feathers, and their exposed skin was also covered with all kinds of embroidery patterns. They were holding spears in their hands, and they quickly jumped down from the backs of the eagles. These barbarians landed directly in the middle of the villagers, and the spears in their hands fiercely pierced towards the villagers. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 villagers were pierced by the spears, and they all fell to the ground covered in blood. The eagles, on the other hand, leaped straight towards those village women who were standing on high ground shooting arrows. Their huge claws swooped down, and after grabbing a few village women, they flew high up into the sky and kept circling in the sky. The formation of the villagers was instantly thrown into chaos, and the flying arrows suddenly stopped. Doggy's long sword dropped to the ground, and he roared, "Damn it! Why did the barbarian team up with them?" In the blink of an eye, a spear, like a poisonous snake, pierced towards Doggy's chest with a hissing sound. When Doggy saw the spear, he already had no strength to dodge it. Chapter 9. Looking at the spear that was about to pierce his heart, Doggy felt a chill run up from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. His whole body stiffened. A villager at the side looked over. Two burly men roared as they charged over. But those barbarians were crazily killing the villagers. How could they reach them in such a short time? Even if there was no one to stop them, they were too far away and would not be able to save Doggy in time. Wuxia moved. Just when the spear was 3 inches away from Doggy's heart, his body suddenly shot out like a bullet and threw himself into the chest of the barbarian. The prickle in his hand went deep into the barbarian's chest, piercing through his body. His left hand casually slapped on the spear. The innate water energy brought up a whirling force and crushed the 1-foot-long spear into pieces. The token of the underhand sect leader was forged by the mysterious man who passed the scroll of stealing to Wuxia using an innate water energy stone. It contained a thread of innate water element energy. Therefore, when Wuxia was cultivating the scroll of stealing's 7 foundation establishment technique, he had to cultivate the water chapter first. Innate water was extremely soft and gentle, but it could also be extremely hard and strong. The soft part of it was unbreakable in the world. The hard part could break everything in the world. Just like the vast ocean, no matter how hard you hit it, no matter how hard you hit it, no matter how hard you hit it, no matter how hard you hit it. But once the ocean rolled up into a tsunami, the surging waves could destroy a city, destroy a country, and sweep away a mountain as easily as turning one's hand. Just like how a drop of water could pierce through a stone, water could turn into an iceberg. It could still crush everything under the iceberg into pieces. Just now, when Wuxia struck with his palm, the innate water energy brought up a whirlpool force. Even a piece of pig iron would be crushed into pieces, let alone these barbarian spears made from tree vines. Although these tree vines were extremely tough, they couldn't withstand a single strike from Wuxia. When the poisonous prickle entered the bird barbarian's body, its body trembled, dirty blood sprayed out from its 7 apertures, and its body suddenly shrunk into a lump of meat. Pulling out the prickle, Wuxia shouted at the dumbfounded Doggy, "If you don't want to die, pick up your sword and fight with them." Doggy stared blankly for a moment, then abruptly grabbed his long sword, howling as he swung his sword forward randomly. The sword nearly missed Wuxia, but luckily he pulled his neck back, and the tip of the sword brushed past his scalp. The violent sword swept up a whirlwind and left a bloody mark on Wuxia's scalp. "Son of a bitch." Wuxia cursed angrily, only to hear a loud sound. A bird barbarian who had just raised a spear to stab Wuxia was sent flying by Doggy's sword. These bird barbarians were short in stature and did not have much strength. They were only nimble. Facing Doggy's frightening strength, the savage could only let out a miserable howl. His long spear was cut in half by the sword, and he himself was sent flying dozens of feet away. "Kill the barbarians! Kill the barbarians! Kill the barbarians!" Just as Wuxia and Doggy settled their own problems, a few elders of the Meng village had gathered together and started shouting. At that moment, the response was like thunder. Thousands of strong men and thousands of healthy women responded at the same time. The roar of "Kill the barbarians" shook the river water, leaving a few hundred villagers to kill the bird barbarians. The rest of the villagers held their weapons tightly and rushed towards the drawbridge. There were already a few hundred barbarians rushing across the drawbridge while screaming, and they were rushing towards the village. If they couldn't stop them near the drawbridge, once all the barbarians rushed into the village, even if they could kill them in the end, the Meng village would be finished. 2 elders took the lead, bringing the villagers and rushing towards the drawbridge. Although the 2 elders were so old that they couldn't even straighten their backs, their strength wasn't any weaker than those young villagers. Moreover, their moves were more ruthless and sinister. Every single move was aimed at the vital points of those barbarians. 2 canes swirled up a black gust of wind as the 2 elders rushed to the bridgehead while yelling. Wherever they went, dozens of barbarians were killed on the spot by their canes. They were like 2 crazy tigers, leading a group of tiger cubs to crazily kill anyone who tried to stop them. Those barbarians did not want to be outdone. They also shouted for a bloody battle, and with their eyes bloodshot, they started fighting with the villagers of Meng Village. The villagers of Meng Village wanted to drive the barbarians back to the bridge, but the barbarians wanted to guard the drawbridge, not letting the villagers get close to them. They just wanted more of their companions to rush into the village and start killing. Both sides were fighting at the drawbridge, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of villagers were killed by each other. Blood and minced meat were scattered all over the ground. Suddenly, the leader of the barbarians, who was standing on the other side of the river, let out a weird laugh. He pulled out a bone blade, chopped off his own little finger, and stuffed it into the mouth of the green skeleton next to him. The small skeleton started chewing on the finger, and its body suddenly expanded. With a weird cry, the enlarged skull opened its mouth, and in one breath, dozens of green fireballs were shot out. The fireballs flew across the river at high speed, and they hit the villagers of Meng Village. The two elders screamed out, "Oh no!" Dozens of fireballs exploded at the same time. Hundreds of men from Meng Village were engulfed by the flame, and in just a few breaths' time, they were all burned to ashes. The people of Meng Village were in a mess. More and more barbarians had crossed the bridge, and they were shouting and shouting happily. They raised their blades and swords, and as if they were chopping vegetables, they started slaughtering the people of Meng Village. A sharp scream came from the sky. The village women who were caught by the eagles were suddenly thrown down from the sky. In just 2 to 3 breaths' time, over 300 village women had fallen to the ground, and they had turned into meat paste. Dozens of village women were thrown into the crowd of Meng Village, and they even killed and injured dozens of villagers who didn't have enough time to dodge. Wuxia's eyes widened in fear when he saw this. Without saying a word, he left Doggy behind, and with the prickle in his hand, he dashed towards those barbarians. The prickle kept stabbing at the fastest speed possible. One after another, barbarians were screaming and screaming as their throats were pierced by Wuxia, and the prickle pierced through their chests. All of them fell to the ground and died. A few barbarians' leaders saw the movement of Wuxia's stabbing, and they tried their best to block the prickle with their spears. But when the prickle, which was infused with innate water energy, touched the spears were like a small boat that had fallen into a whirlpool, and they couldn't control themselves and were pushed to the side. The prickle didn't seem to be blocked at all, and it easily pierced through the bodies of these barbarians. With his body slightly leaning forward, the energy in both of his arms was boiling. When Wuxia waved his arms, a faint sound of water waves could be heard. He was like a flood that had broken through a dam, and he rushed through the crowd of barbarians. In just a time of 3 to 5 breaths, Wuxia had killed 37 barbarians with a frightening speed. The surrounding Meng villagers cheered at the same time. Dozens of men from Meng Village followed closely behind Wuxia, helping him kill these barbarians. Swinging their blades and swords randomly, those barbarians who were dizzy from Wuxia's crazy stabbing screamed in pain. In just a blink of an eye, another 100 barbarians had fallen to the ground and died. The rest of the barbarians screamed out in fear, and they kept letting out sharp eagle cries. Nearly 100 eagles in the sky quickly dove down, trying to help these barbarians retreat. The barbarian leader on the other side of the river roared out angrily, and he was cursing these unreliable barbarians. But in just a blink of an eye, this barbarian leader started laughing crazily again. Because of the fireball attack from before, more than 700 barbarians had crossed the suspension bridge, and they had entered the Meng Village. The villagers of Meng Village were retreating, and the barbarians were about to break through their defensive line. The barbarian leader took a deep breath. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, especially his left hand where his fingers were cut off. Blood was gushing out like a fountain. In order to activate the green skull, the barbarian leader had paid a huge price. Seeing that his tribesmen had gained the upper hand, the barbarian leader shouted for a while, and finally, he lost all his energy and sat down on the ground. While panting, the barbarian leader roared out, Leave me 10 of the most beautiful women. Whoever dares to steal them, I'll castrate him." The dozens of guards beside the barbarian leader, Chi-Chi, glanced at their leader, and they couldn't help but take a few steps towards the pontoon bridge. The barbarian leader rolled his eyes, and he quickly ordered, "Go to the village. Keep an eye on those bastards. 10 of the most beautiful women mine. The most beautiful linen mine. The best porcelain mine. 10 of the most tender children mine. Go, don't let them rob us." These guards cheered, and they couldn't wait any longer. They rushed towards the pontoon bridge. Saliva dripped down from the corner of the barbarian leader's mouth. He stared at the direction of the Meng village, and with a silly smile, he said, "Beautiful women." From the forest behind him, an iron crossbow shot out, and it hit the back of the barbarian leader's head, piercing through his skull. A glowing talisman flashed on the tip of the crossbow, and with a bang, half of the barbarian leader's body exploded into pieces. When the barbarian leader died, the black smoke and green skull that were circling around him let out a shrill scream, and they flew up into the sky. A 6-inch-long talisman darted out from the woods and stuck on the pale green skeleton's body with great accuracy. A faint white light flashed, and the pale green skeleton fell to the ground with a groan. It fell heavily on the ground and could no longer move. A group of nearly 100 strong men rushed out from the forest. The leader was a muscular man who was wearing a leather armor, and he was holding a 9-rings broadsword in his hand. This man was over 8 feet tall, and his waist was around 6 feet in circumference. His entire body was pitch black and full of protruding lumps of flesh. He waved the broadsword and shouted towards the sky, "Brothers, kill the barbarians, kill the barbarians." The mayor's latest offer, 1 barbarian's head, 100 coins. Nearly 100 strong men shouted at the same time, "Kill the barbarians, kill the barbarians." Following the loud shout of killing the barbarians, these men rushed to the other side of the pontoon bridge, and they stood in 3 horizontal lines. Chi-Chi pulled out the heavy crossbow from his back and sealed off the pontoon bridge. There were already about 1,000 barbarians rushing into the Meng village, and the rest of the barbarians were still crowded on the pontoon bridge. From time to time, some barbarians would be pushed into the river by their companions, and they would become the food of the river fishes. These barbarians couldn't wait to rush into the Meng village, and they wanted to kill and loot. How could they care about their kinship? They just kept squeezing and bumping into each other, and like a fish in a can, they filled up the pontoon bridge. The water might not be able to pass through, but the crossbow could. The power of the crossbow, used by the group of men who rushed out from the forest, was terrifying. Only with a pong-pong sound could be heard, and dozens of crossbow bolts would be shot out at the same time. Each of the crossbow bolts would pierce through the barbarian's body, and each bolt would have to pierce through at least 3 to 5 barbarians' bodies before its power would be depleted. These men then used a 3-stage cycle shooting method, 1 row shooting, 1 row preparing, and 1 row reloading the crossbow. The crossbow bolts didn't stop shooting, and in the blink of an eye, half of the barbarians on the pontoon bridge were killed. When the river fishes were about to tear apart the dead bodies of the barbarians who fell from the bridge, the leader quickly took out a big bag of powder from his bag and sprinkled it into the river. A pungent smell spread out, and the river fishes in the river quickly turned around and left. How could they dare to stay here any longer? The leader laughed wildly and said, "1 barbarian's head is worth 100 coins. How could I let you eat it like this? Brothers, let's kill the barbarians. When we get back to the city, let's find some girls and have some fun. Ha! We're going to make a fortune this time." The vigorous men all laughed and cheered in unison. They kept laughing, but their hands are not messed up. One by one, they reloaded the crossbow and shot the crossbow in an orderly manner. Step by step, they walked onto the pontoon bridge, mercilessly harvesting the lives of those barbarians. These pitiful savages were squeezed into a ball on the pontoon bridge. They didn't even have a place to dodge. Under the volley of crossbow bolts with astonishing penetrative power, hundreds of savages were wiped out in the short time it took to drink a cup of tea. The village elders cheered together. "The barbarian hunters are here. Boys, let's kill the barbarians." The people of Meng village were cheering loudly, and Chi-Chi's expression changed. Chapter 10. When the sound of "Kill the Barbarians" was heard, Wuxia was in a state of joy. When he killed those barbarians, Wuxi's right hand pierced the prickles into their bodies, and his left hand pressed on their bodies out of habit. The secret skill of the Underhand sect, which was also the basic skill of the Scroll of Stealing, was used together with the Great Hand of Web and Little Picking Star Palm. In addition to the invisible whirlpool formed by the innate water energy in his arm, when his palm pressed on these barbarians' bodies, a thread of blood that could not be seen by naked eyes would spurt out. Wuxia could only feel his palm warm up. A stream of blood that could make his whole body energized suddenly flowed into his body. His body, which was injured by Shangwan Ye's disciples and was crushed in the great universal dimensional portal, was like a seedling that suddenly saw rain after a long drought, greedily absorbed the heat. Suddenly, Wuxi's weak and feeble body recovered a lot, and his strength had increased to a whole new level. The Scroll of Stealing, the Scroll of Stealing. Taking everything in the world to make up for one's inadequacies, taking without asking, is stealing. With the 7 stealing heaven meridians as the foundation, cultivating yin, yang, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, 7 skills, one could contain the heavens and steal anything in the world. The so-called 7 stealing heaven meridians were the 7 extra meridians that corresponded to the 7 elements of yin, yang, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wuxia had the 7 stealing heaven meridians. That was the reason why he inherited the Scroll of Stealing. Now, with the help of the Underhand sect leader's token, he had cultivated the source of water chapter and mastered the innate water spirit. With this, he could steal all the spirit chi in the world that originated from the source of water. The human body contained a large amount of water. The main component of a human's blood was also water, and most of the human's essence, chi, and spirit were stored in the blood. Therefore, when he pressed on the bird barbarian's body with the great hand of Web, the whirlpool in his palm absorbed and purified a part of the barbarian's blood and chi essence. Then he used the little star picking hand to pluck and guide, and this part of the blood chi essence naturally entered his body. This tiny bit of blood and chi essence came from the blood of the barbarians, and its foundation was water. Therefore, it was easily digested by the innate water energy, fusing into Wuxi's body without any hindrance, and became a part of his spirit, energy, and soul. Because Wuxi's cultivation was not high, the blood and chi essence that he stole was only 1,000th of a normal person's blood and chi. Because Wuxi's cultivation was not high, the blood and chi essence that he stole was only 1,000th of a normal person's blood and chi. The natural energy in this mountain range was very rich, and the blood and energy of an ordinary savage was at least 10 times stronger than that of a human on Earth. The total amount of blood and energy Wuxia had stolen was roughly equal to what he had. In just a few breaths of time, the strength of Wuxi's energy and blood had been doubled. Wuxia felt warm all over his body. A huge amount of essence was circulating in his body. Wuxi's internal injuries were quickly healed. The blood and chi essence that he stole slowly settled in Wuxi's blood vessels, tendons, and bones, gradually becoming part of Wuxi's body. In just a short period of time, the foundation of Wuxi's blood and energy had been doubled, and the energy and nutrients carried by his blood, as well as the ability of his blood to regenerate, had also been doubled. Wuxi's fair skin had a faint redness. The blood in his body was surging. There seemed to be an extremely strong force in his body that wanted to be released. It just wanted to fight with someone. Taking a deep breath, a section of the cultivation technique of the Scroll of Stealing flashed across Wuxi's mind at lightning speed. With his current body foundation, although he possessed the 7 stealing heaven meridians, but except for his arms, the other parts of his body were not the best choice. Doubling the foundation of his blood and chi was already his limit. He had to wait until his body had completely digested and settled this foreign blood essence. Only then could he use the Scroll of Stealing again. Take the surplus of everything in the world, make up for the deficiency in the body. If he made up for it too much, he might end up bursting to death. This was the consequence of being greedy. Clenching his left fist tightly, fearing that he might use the hand of Web and picking Star's palm again, Wuxia placed his left hand behind his back, holding the prickle in his right hand. His face was as red as blood. He let out a long cry and rushed towards those barbarians who had already lost their formation. The prickle swept across the sky like lightning. The sound of wind breaking kept ringing out. One after another barbarians fell to the ground, blood spurting out from their 7 apertures. Their bodies shrunk to the size of a baby. Black, dirty blood sprayed on the ground. The ground was filled with a rotten stench. Using the innate water energy in his eyes, Wuxi's eyes were once again covered with a layer of faint watery glow. Wherever his eyes passed, the blood flow in the bird barbarians' bodies could be seen clearly. All the bird barbarians' bodies were covered with a layer of faint blood glow. The place where the blood glow was the strongest was the place where the body of these bird barbarians was the strongest, and the place where the blood glow was the weakest was naturally the place where their body was the weakest. All Wuxia needed to do was to poke the spot where the blood glow was the weakest, and that spot was the weakest spot of these bird barbarians. In a blink of an eye, another dozens of bird barbarians had fallen under Wuxi's prickle. The eagles swooping down from the sky let out a sharp cry. 3 of them swooped towards Wuxi's direction. 6 eagle claws swung down from the sky, grabbing towards the top of Wuxi's head at the same time. Letting out a long laugh, Wuxia pushed out his left hand. A soft but tough whirlpool-like force was unleashed. The 6 eagle claws spun in the whirlpool-like force, and suddenly, they strangely clasped together. The 3 eagles let out hurried wails. Their claws clenched into a ball, and their bodies suddenly lost their balance. They fluttered their wings and fell to the ground in a sorry state. The prickle flashed past. Without hesitation, Wuxia used the prickle and pierced through the neck of the 3 eagles. The villagers of Meng village cheered together. Doggy, who was following closely behind Wuxia, happily swung his sword and chopped off the heads of the 3 eagles. The rest of the villagers rushed forward, beating the remaining bird barbarians and forcing them to flee in all directions, completely losing their ability to fight back. The bird barbarians no longer had the heart to fight. They kept letting out sharp cries, hoping that the eagles in the sky would come down and save them. Suddenly, the sound of "Kill the Barbarians" was heard. The group of barbarian hunters had lined up in a neat formation, using their powerful crossbows to seal off the barbarians' retreat. The villagers of Meng village and the barbarian hunters flanked the barbarians from the front and the back, gradually causing the barbarians to panic. The terrain of Meng village was extremely disadvantageous to the barbarians. There was a big river in front of them, and behind them was a huge mountain that was impossible to pass through. Once the only path was occupied by the barbarian hunters. Unless the barbarian hunters and the villagers of Meng village were killed, there was no way for the barbarian hunters to escape. The villagers of Meng village were fine, except for the 2 elders who were stronger than the rest of the villagers. The strength of the rest of the villagers was almost the same as the barbarian hunters. But those barbarian hunters, they were professional rangers, a semi-military armed team. Their strength was much stronger than ordinary people. Standing at the end of the drawbridge, except for a group of 20 strong men who had sealed off the drawbridge with their crossbows, the rest of the barbarian hunters had already thrown away their crossbows and joined the battle with their swords and blades, working together with the villagers of Meng village to kill those barbarians who were screaming and panicking. This was especially true for the burly man who was leading the group. He was holding an 8 feet long 9 rings machete, and the saber beams were flying everywhere like a waterfall. Occasionally, he would let out a loud shout, and a 3-inch long saber beam would shoot out from the tip of the saber. Wherever he went, the blades of the barbarian hunters would be broken. None of them could block his blade. The rest of the barbarian hunters were also brave. No matter if it was the leather armor they were wearing or the weapons they were holding, they were much better than the weapons used by the villagers and the barbarian hunters. Their defense and lethality were amazing. These barbarian hunters all had strong inner force. They were even stronger than the strongest men of Meng village. But in front of them, none of the barbarian hunters could withstand their blades. With just a group of nearly 100 barbarian hunters, they had turned the tide of the battle. The villagers of Meng village were cheering, and together with the barbarian hunters, they surrounded the barbarian hunters and started killing them. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the barbarian hunters had been killed. The eagles in the sky were screaming in sorrow. They were stubbornly swooping down to the ground, trying to save those bird barbarians. But the crossbows in the hands of the barbarian hunters were too much of a threat to them. Dozens of eagles were hit by the crossbows and fell to the ground. How could they dare to fly back to the ground? Wuxia was getting excited. He was holding the prickle tightly. He was about to join the battle and kill this group of barbarian hunters. All of a sudden, the blood in his body surged, and his face turned so red that it looked like blood was going to drip out. Wuxia was shocked. He quickly threw away the prickle, sat on the ground with his legs crossed, and started meditating. He had suddenly stolen the blood essence that was equal to the total amount of his blood essence. If he were to sleep for 2 to 3 days, this blood essence would have completely settled down. But he was absorbing it during the battle, and he was fighting with all his might at the same time. The blood essence of a human being would become more and more surging once he exercised. Right now, the blood in his body was surging, and his blood vessels were about to burst. Silently exercising the mystic technique found in Scroll of Stealing, Wuxia circulated all the blood and energies in his body, slowly merging them into his bone marrow and tendons. After spending a full 15 minutes, he had finally completely transformed this blood and energy's essence into his own. At this moment, if one could break open Wuxia's bones and examine his bone marrow, one would find out that his bone marrow had become extremely thick and dense, different from an ordinary person. Furthermore, the vitality of the bone marrow was extremely strong, and the color of the newly born blood was exceptionally red, containing a very strong life force. The blood on his face gradually faded away. Wuxia took a deep breath, followed by a muffled exhalation that sounded like a cow's roar coming from his chest. 2 streams of scorching hot white airflow were slowly exhaled from his nostrils, shooting over 10 feet away. The blood in his body was flowing joyfully, as if there was an extremely strong force hidden within his body. Every movement he made was much easier than usual. Especially, it seemed like he had received a sufficient amount of nourishment from the blood essence. Wuxia felt his eyes were bright and clear, and his mind had become much sharper. Blood essence was the foundation of a human spirit, qi, and spirit. When the blood essence was strengthened, the spirit, qi, and spirit would also gradually become stronger. The benefits Wuxia obtained from those bird barbarians today, if it were those orthodox qi cultivators or cultivators, perhaps it would take them several dozens of years of arduous cultivation before they could improve their blood and energy to this level. The way of the heaven and earth, when others have more than they have, I have less than they have, so I take what others have and make up for myself. Wuxia suddenly had a deeper understanding of the Scroll of Stealing. Too bad that the token of the Underhand sect was made from a piece of innate water stone. Wuxia could only hope that he would be lucky enough to find an innate spirit object of gold, wood, fire, and earth element, which would allow him to successfully cultivate the other 4 original chapters. As for the yin and yang element energy stone, Wuxia did not have much hope for it, as it was a treasure that could only be found by luck. The Scroll of Stealing had so many benefits, but the prerequisites for cultivating it were also a headache. While Wuxia was in a daze, the heads of the 2 barbarians flew up into the sky, and the barbarian leader, who was holding the 9 rings broadsword, had already arrived in front of Wuxia. Wuxia's eyes focused. He quickly stood up, cupped his fist, and bowed to the man. "Brother, I, Wuxia, am pleased to meet you." After panting for a while, the man sized up Wuxia and suddenly grinned. "We're all brothers in the martial world. Please don't mention it." Chapter 11. In the middle of the night, in the Meng village, cries could be heard. In the battle during the day, nearly 2,000 barbarians were killed, and the 3 barbarian tribes had lost at least half of their young men. But the Meng village also suffered a great loss. Although they had the help of barbarian hunters who came to supply them, more than 700 villagers were killed, and half of them were men and half were men. Almost every family in the Meng village had someone killed by the barbarians. Every family was mourning, every family was crying. Tonight, the Meng village sent chills down everyone's spine. Wuxia was sitting on a branch of a big tree with his arms crossed in front of his chest, looking at the suspension bridge not far away. A few barbarian hunters were chopping wood with big axes in their hands, helping the villagers of Meng village repair the broken arrow tower and suspension bridge. They were working hard, and their efficiency was high. The arrow tower that was blown up during the day had almost been repaired. Meng village was the only supply point for the people who entered and exited the Little Meng Mountain. It didn't matter if it was picking herbs or hunting in Little Meng Mountain, or if it was a group of professional barbarian hunters who were looking for trouble with the barbarians and barbarians living in the mountain. When they were entering and exiting the mountain, they would rest in Meng village and replenish their supplies. Therefore, Meng village had a good relationship with those herb gatherers, hunters, and barbarian hunters, but their relationship with those barbarians was extremely bad. Normally, Meng village would be harassed by those barbarians a few times a year, but had never been like today, where 3 barbarian tribes joined hands and attacked Meng village. Especially those barbarians, their tribe was at least 700 to 800 miles away from Meng village. No one knew why they came so far to cause trouble for Meng village. In short, Meng village had suffered a great loss this time. Even Doggy's father, the man who brought Wuxia back to Meng village from the forest, was killed by the strange fireball unleashed by the barbarian leader. Sighing, Wuxia raised his head and looked at the starry sky, mumbling to himself, "Living is not easy, but I have to work hard to survive." A weird laughter came from afar. The leader of the barbarian hunters, Xianxia, who was holding a splashing Wind 9 Rings machete, was walking towards Jihao with big steps while carrying a wine bag. He threw the wine bag, which was the size of 2 bull heads, towards Wuxia, grinned and said, "You're right, Brother Wuxia. It is very difficult for a man to live in this world. But we are all men, we have to survive, right?" Catching the wine bag, Wuxia frowned and drank 2 mouthfuls of the strong liquor. Spicy and pungent, of the high alcohol content of the wine, the taste was terrible. The wine was also mixed with unknown herbal medicine, which had the effect of promoting blood circulation, driving away coldness, and expelling trace amounts of toxins, but it made the wine taste more like poison. Wuxia straightened his neck and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of wine. Then he threw the wine pouch back to Xianxia, who was standing under the tree. He forced a smile and asked, "Brother Xianxia, where did you come from?" Grabbing the wine bag and gulping it down, Xianxia let out a satisfied burp and said, "I just came out from the mountains, and I'm going back to Little Meng City to have some fun. The brothers have worked hard in the mountains for half a year, and the harvest this time is not bad." Letting out a sigh, Xianxia looked at the Meng village, where the lights were flickering, and said with a bitter smile, "But this time, the Meng village." Wuxia didn't say anything. He just crossed his arms and quietly listened to Xianxia's monologue. But, fortunately, Doggy and the others are almost adults. At least, Meng village wouldn't go into a decline again. A few years ago, we had submitted a petition to the mayor, asking him to send a group of city guards to the Meng village, but the mayor would never agree. Wuxia lowered his head and quickly analyzed the information in Xianxia's words. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from afar. Wuxia, who was sitting on a high spot, saw a girl from the village sneaking out of the village with a strong barbarian hunter, and they went to a bush at the edge of the village. Not long after, the wild grass began to sway rhythmically. Xianxia lowered his voice and laughed. "Brother Wuxia, let's keep our voices down. We don't want to disturb them." Wuxia looked at the bush and nodded his head thoughtfully. He had seen that girl during the day. Her husband was killed in a fight during the day, and she was the only daughter left at home. Now, she sneaked out in the middle of the night and made love with these barbarian hunters. These barbarian hunters were all strong men, and their skills were much stronger than the villagers. If they could give birth to a boy through their bodies, they could support the family and continue the family line. The people in the forest respected the strong, so it was better to borrow the seeds from these barbarian hunters than to find a target from the village. Nodding his head, Wuxia quietly slid down from the tree branch and came to Zhang Hu's side. He leaned against the tree and sat on the ground. Big brother Zhang Hu, I've been learning from my teacher for 10 years, and this is the first time I've gone out for a walk, and I've met with an accident. I wonder how the world outside of the forest has changed. After making up a fake identity for himself, Wuxia started to gather information about the world outside of the forest. He didn't plan to stay in Meng Village any longer. The world here was too small, and it wouldn't bring any benefits to Wuxia. The skills and scroll of stealing allowed him to take what he needed from the world to make up for what he lacked. Meng Village was just a small place, so how many benefits could it give to Wuxia? Even if he took all the underwear of every man, woman, and child in Meng Village, he still wouldn't give any benefits to Wuxia. Only when he walked out of this forest and went to the outside world would he have more opportunities, and only then would he have the opportunity to become stronger. But what did it look like outside of the forest? The people of Meng Village rarely left the forest. Even if they did, they would only take a stroll around Little Meng City. They didn't have all the information that Wuxia needed. Zhang Hu gulped down 2 mouthfuls of strong liquor and smacked his lips. What else can it look like? The Great Yin dynasty, the suzerains of all vassal states, still doesn't care about what's happening below them. All the vassal states are fighting each other, and they're having a great time. All the rich and powerful families of the vassal states are tricking each other, and they're having a hard time. The young masters of the families are trying to set each other up, and they're trying to set each other up. Twisting his mouth in disdain, Zhang Hu snorted and said, "But Little Meng City is located in a remote area, so we can still make a living." Patting on Wuqi's shoulder, Zhang Hu sighed and said, "Brother Wuqi, listen to Big Brother's advice. The outside of the forest and the inside of the forest are 2 different things. Back then, Big Brother, you were ambitious, and you focused on a rich future. After working hard for 20 years, you finally achieved something, but 3 years ago, you were forced to run away to Little Meng City to live your life." Wuqi looked at Zhang Hu and smiled. "All right, I'll listen to Big Brother Zhang Hu. If Wuqi can't survive in the outside world, I'll come back and spend my days hunting barbarians with you." Clicking his tongue, Zhang Hu shook his head disapprovingly. He had decided that Wuqi was a newbie who had just left the forest, and he only wanted to spread his wings and fly. He had never considered his own strength and whether he could fly in the world outside of the forest. Zhang Hu had seen a lot of newbies like this in the past. Shaking his head, Zhang Hu hesitantly asked, "Then I wish you all the best. But, Brother Wuqi, I saw you kill so many bird barbarians during the day. Your cultivation level is not low. You, your teacher, and your fellow disciples, how could they be Wuqi hit the ground with both of his hands. After a long time, he said in a low, hoarse voice, "I didn't see what it was. We were walking, and I saw a flash of lightning, and then I fainted." Zhang Hu seemed to have thought of something, and he gasped. After a moment of silence, Zhang Hu smiled bitterly and said, "That was an unexpected disaster. I can only say that you guys have bad luck and met the most unreasonable cultivator. I'm afraid you guys had disturbed him, and that's why he killed you." Wuqi nodded his head and didn't say anything. He snatched Zhang Hu's wine pouch, and in one breath, he poured half of the wine pouch into his stomach. Zhang Hu opened his mouth, trying to persuade Wuqi, but he just shook his head and let out a heavy sigh. Both of them drank from the pouch, and in the blink of an eye, they had finished all the hard liquor in the pouch. Wuqi had the innate water energy to protect his body, so when the hard liquor entered his stomach, it was dissolved into wisps of hot air and circulated around his body, so he didn't feel drunk at all. Zhang Hu, on the other hand, was about 70 to 80% drunk. He fell on the ground, and suddenly let out a hollow laugh. 3 years ago, Zhang Hu, was still a general with a cultivation level of the peak of the Hotian level. I accidentally offended a cultivator from a wealthy family, and as a result, I was forced to give up everything and escape to a desolate place like Little Meng City. This is my fate, these cultivators. Why are they so strong? Wuxia listened attentively to Zhang Hu's self-pity, trying to get more valuable information from him. Suddenly, he heard a series of hoofbeats coming from the woods across the river, and a long line of torches was walking toward him. The barbarian hunters who were repairing the suspension bridge at the end of the bridge let out a rapid alarm, and a large group of angry villagers immediately rushed out from the Meng village. Not long after that, a large group of cavalry suddenly appeared on the other side of the river. They were all wearing the same black clothes and black armors, riding on horses that looked like neither horses nor deers, and their bodies were covered with gold and green patterns, looking very majestic. These horses were restlessly stomping their hooves, and when their hooves collided with the rocks on the ground, a large amount of fire sparks were produced. A deep and powerful voice came from the other side of the river. "Where are the elders of Meng Village? We are from the 3rd Battalion of the Heaven Guards of Little Meng City, and we were ordered to station in Meng Village." Zhang Hu, who was drunk, shouted out in surprise, "Io, that damn stingy mayor. How could he be willing to station the city guards in Meng Village? Didn't he keep saying that the taxes were not enough, and that he couldn't afford the extra military expenses?" Shaking his head, Zhang Hu frowned and said, "Even if he wants to station the soldiers in Meng Village, can't they just come during the day? Little Meng City is only 500 miles away from here, and a swift horse can travel 2,000 miles in a day. They can reach Meng Village in 4 hours. Why would they need to travel at night? Looks like Wuqi asked in a low voice. "What do you mean by looks like? Big brother Zhang Hu?" Zhang Hu twisted his lips and murmured, "Looks like there's a high official coming, and the mayor is sending the soldiers out to show his face." While both of them were murmuring, the suspension bridge had been lowered slowly. There were a total of 500 elite soldiers in the 3rd Heavenly Guard Battalion of Little Meng City. Each of them was over 8 feet tall, strong, and muscular. They looked even more valiant and courageous than those villagers from Meng Village. Especially the armors and weapons they were wearing. They were of the highest quality, and even Zhang, who was jealous of them. When this group of elite soldiers slowly entered the village, the villagers of Meng Village couldn't help but let out a cheer. The sad atmosphere of the village had been washed away by quite a bit. With these 500 elite soldiers stationed in Little Meng City, and with the natural advantage of Meng Village, unless it was attacked by more than 4,000 barbarians, Meng Village would be safe. Wuqi couldn't help but nod his head. With this team of soldiers stationed here, he could leave Meng Village with a peace of mind. It was time for him to enter this world. Chapter 12. The chariots rumbled, and the horses neighed. The sky was clear and blue, without a single cloud in sight. 2 eagles were hovering in the sky. They looked like flies embedded in amber, their bodies not moving at all. Only a few sharp and long cries could be heard occasionally, showing that they were still alive. It had just rained a few days ago, and the road leading to Little Meng City was covered with a thick layer of mud. Although the weather had been fine for the past 2 days, the mud hadn't dried up yet. The wheels of the chariots and the hooves of the horses had sunk into the soft mud, and every inch they moved forward required a lot of strength. The strong sunlight was baking the mud, and the air was filled with a strange smell that made people want to vomit. All kinds of rotten smells were being scorched by the sun, like rotten meat fermenting in a wine jar. The sticky smell seemed to be drilling into the body through the pores of the people, making them feel unbearably uncomfortable. A group of 200 riders were escorting 7 gold-plated chariots, moving slowly on the muddy road with difficulty. Occasionally, the hooves of a few mounts would slip and stagger a few steps to the side, which would always lead to the angry accusations and curses of knights on their backs. Some bad-tempered knights would even whip their mounts. All 7 of the chariots were luxurious. The 6 leading chariots were all four-wheeled carriages, pulled by 4 snow-white horses. But the biggest chariot at the back didn't have any wheels. The entire chariot was floating 3 feet above the ground, pulled by 4 strong black rhinoceroses. The 4 rhinoceroses were different species. Their black skin was dotted with green spots, and the 3 curved horns on their heads were glowing with a silvery white light, making them look majestic and magical. The interior of this floating chariot was luxuriously furnished. It was like a spacious bedroom. There was a soft couch, a long table, 2 bookshelves for bronze incense burners placed at the corner of the chariot, and a thick carpet and all kinds of exquisite furnishings. Although they were on a journey, it was still an extremely luxurious experience. Lu Qingfeng was sitting behind the long table with disheveled hair, trying his best to open his sleepy eyes, staring at the lower-tier magical treasure, the little 25th lamp. The fist-sized spirit lamp, made of purple gold, was shaped like a toad. It opened its mouth slightly and spat out a strand of red flame that was as thin as a strand of hair. A small ball of silver essence the size of a soybean was floating in the flame and slowly melting. Although this silver essence was small, it was refined by 300 kilograms of silver by Lu Qingfeng, and it contained a thread of Western Grand White Gold energy. Because of the difference between the grade of silver and Lu Qingfeng's cultivation level, the Grand White Gold essence energy contained in the silver marrow was very weak, very thin, and of a very low grade. However, it was still the Grand White Gold essence energy. The lower-tier magical treasure, the little 25th spirit lamp, was a treasure that Lu Qingfeng had spent all his wealth to obtain. As long as a fire element spirit stone was inserted into the lamp, it would be able to shoot out a thread of Xiaoyang true fire. Of course, if one's cultivation level was high enough, he could also use his own energy to ignite the lamp, but Lu Qingfeng's cultivation level was obviously not at that level. The power of the flame ignited by the spirit stone was not strong, and it was extremely unstable. This silver essence had been smelted for 14 hours, but only 99% of it had been melted. The last thread of the essence that contained the grand white energy could not be completely melted. Forcing his eyes to open, Lu Qingfeng clenched his teeth and made a seal with both hands. Then, he bit his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence towards the lamp. Along with a whistling sound, the flame on the spirit lamp abruptly grew stronger, from the hair-thin flame to the size of a matchstick. The silver essence floating in the flame suddenly melted, turning into a translucent ball of silver liquid. Lu Qingfeng was overjoyed. He quickly grabbed a triangular stone pillar that was as thick as a baby's arm, and with his right hand, he carefully grabbed a pair of forceps made of purple gold. Then, he used the forceps to pick, pull, and pull the silver liquid. An extremely thin silver thread was pulled out from the liquid, and the shiny silver thread floated in the air like a phantom. Lu Qingfeng did not dare to be negligent. He hastily pulled the silver thread and embedded it into the patterns that were already carved on the stone pillar. He worked in a flurry, using the forceps to pull, and point. The 3 simple golden dagger-shaped talismans on the stone pillar and the 12 talisman tails that connected the talismans were gradually filled up by the silver light. Because of the lack of proficiency, the silver thread was interrupted 3 times during the embedding process, causing the talismans and talisman tails to have some flaws. But everything went smoothly. The talisman array on the stone pillar was finally completed, and it did not become a useless array. After embedding 3 green bean-sized spirit stones into the core of the golden dagger-shaped talisman with the silver thread, Lu Qingfeng threw away the forceps, held the stone pillar with both hands, and murmured a few incantations. He slowly injected his energy into the stone pillar, triggering the magical power contained in the talisman. The stone pillar was carved with a low-grade earth elemental stone, which contained a powerful earth elemental energy. After carving the metal elemental talisman and activating the talisman array with the earth elemental spirit stones, it was successfully made into an array pillar for the grand white gold dagger array. The grand white gold dagger array was a metal elemental array, using the earth elemental stone pillar as the foundation, and using the principle that earth begets metal, triggering the grand white gold essence energy in the silver essence, turning it into a golden dagger to attack the enemy. This was an entry-level array used by low-grade cultivators to protect their abodes and themselves. With Lu Chengfeng's cultivation level at the peak of the Hotian realm, it was not easy for him to create the grand white gold dagger array and gather all the materials needed to create it. Laughing out loud, Lu Chengfeng took out 2 identical array pillars from the lowest grade storage bag. He stared at the 3 array pillars in his hand, which were glowing with a faint silver light, and threw himself back onto the couch. Hey, I'm the general of Little Meng City. This is a city that is attacked by barbarians every 2 to 3 years. Basically, a batch of officials will die every 3 to 8 years. Sending me, an eyesore, to this place, is it because you want me to live and die on my own? Laughing at himself, Lu Chengfeng held the 3 array pillars tightly in his hand. Suddenly, a crazy look flashed across his eyes. But I'm not willing to give up. Lu Chengfeng, will not die here. Sooner or later, I will return to the Lu family in Liang with my head held high, and let you bastards know who I am. Lu Chengfeng am. Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Chengfeng was like a wounded tiger, letting out a deep roar. The soundproofing of the carriage was excellent, so none of the knights outside could hear what was happening in the carriage. Picking up the 3 formation pillars, Lu Chengfeng hastily switched off the little third lamp and kept it close to his body like a precious treasure. Lu Chengfeng slightly lifted up the window curtain, threw a cold glance at the 200 cavalrymen who came with him, then shook his head mockingly. These 200 bodyguards were tall and handsome, and the armors and weapons they were wearing were of the best quality. But this bunch of idiots, all of them were good-for-nothings. Among these 200 bodyguards, none of them had broken through the level of 10 years. Lu Chengfeng, who was at the peak of the Hotian realm, was confident that he could defeat 50 of them at the same time. If he formed the grand white gold dagger formation, he could kill all of them in the blink of an eye. These were the bodyguards sent by his family. Was he going to rely on them to open up a new world in Little Meng City, a desolate place like this? Anger rose up in his heart. Lu Chengfeng suddenly lifted up the curtain and spat on the face of a bodyguard standing next to the window. With an angry voice, he roared, "Get the hell out of here! Get the hell out of here! You blind fool! You're blocking the light of young master. Are you looking for death?" The bodyguard was so scared that his face turned pale. He jumped down from his mount, grabbed the reins of his mount, and ran away. Although they were the eyesores of the Lu family, Lu Chengfeng still had the right to kill these bodyguards. Even their family members, their relatives, and the lives of all their relatives were in the hands of Lu Chengfeng. Facing an angry Lu Chengfeng, none of these bodyguards dared to say anything. After venting his anger hysterically, Lu Chengfeng clenched his teeth and walked out of the coach. He stood next to the coachman and stared blankly at the 2 giant eagles hovering above his head, motionless and almost hovering in the air. After pondering for a long time, Lu Chengfeng asked with an indifferent tone, "Xiaohe, how far away is Little Meng City?" The driver was a muscular man with dark skin and a height of nearly 10 feet. Hearing Lu Chengfeng's question, a gentle smile emerged on this man's ugly face, which was full of scars. He answered respectfully, "Young master, we will reach Little Meng City in 200 miles. With a smile on his face, Lu Chengfeng patted Xiaohe's strong, rock-like shoulder and said, "Keep going. We have to reach Little Meng City by today." From one of the coaches in front of them, a short and skinny old man with the same dark skin crawled out of the coach while trembling. He carried a bowl of milk in his hand and jumped off the coach, then came before Lu Chengfeng's coach. Raising the bowl of milk in a respectful manner, the old man smiled and said, "Young master, you've stayed up late again. Please have a bowl of human medicine." Lu Chengfeng gazed at the gold-plated bowl in disgust, shook his head, took over the bowl, and drank the milk in one gulp. A strong smell of medicine rushed up his throat, and Lu Chengfeng almost threw up. He tried his best to hold back this discomfort, and quietly felt the warm flow of the milk flowing into his stomach. Although this was the human medicine he hated the most, he had to admit, without this human medicine, Lu Chengfeng wouldn't have the energy to complete 3 pillars in a row. Selecting women who were still breastfeeding, forcing them to consume a large amount of all kinds of herbs, then using a secret technique, forcing the essence of these herbs into their mammary glands, secreting it along with their breast milk. This was the so-called human medicine. This kind of nourishing method was very popular among the aristocratic families, as it was the most effective way to remove the harmful ingredients from the herbs. Lu Chengfeng hated this human medicine, but he had no choice but to consume it. If not, he wouldn't be able to complete the pillars, and he wouldn't have the confidence to stay in Little Mang City. Handing the bowl back to the old man, Lu Chengfeng sighed and shook his head. With a low voice, he murmured, "After all, I'm a part of your body. Why do you have to treat me like this? Why do you have to put your sins on me? Those bastards, no matter what, I'm still your elder brother from the same mother. Why do you have to force me like this?" Before he could finish his words, the 2 eagles in the sky suddenly let out a sharp cry. Suddenly, from a small bush beside the road, came the sound of a wooden clapper. Followed by a series of buzzing noises, 150 crossbows darted out of the woods like a swarm of crazy hornets. The 200 guards of Lu Chengfeng were scared stiff. Over 70 of them were hit by the crossbows, crying out in pain and falling off their horses. 50 men in black, who were wearing tight black clothes, and even their faces were covered with black cloth, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed, holding long blades in their hands, dashed out like a gust of wind. The leader of the men in black pointed at Lu Chengfeng and shouted, "Go, chop off his left hand." When the words "chop off his left hand" entered his ears, a ferocious, murderous look appeared on Lu Chengfeng's fair face. Do you really want to force me to do this?" Miserable cries kept coming out. Lu Chengfeng's guards were defeated, and in just 2 seconds, another 30 men were chopped off their horses. The rest of the guards let out a cry of shock, turned their mounts around instinctively, and fled in all directions. Green veins popped up on the back of Lu Chengfeng's hands, and his body was trembling violently. The men in black had arrived in front of him. Chapter 13. Hundreds of villagers from Meng village were driving the carts, and Zhang Hu and the barbarian hunters were protecting them on both sides. The group was moving forward with difficulty on the small path in the woods. 30 carts were filled with the heads of dead barbarians. The pungent smell of blood mixed with the smell of some unknown medicine could make a person faint. In order to prevent the rotting of the heads from spreading the disease, the elders of Meng village had used herbs to refine all the heads, which resulted in this horrible smell. The heads of nearly 2,000 barbarians, according to the bounty offered by the mayor of Little Meng village. This was a huge sum of money. The barbarian hunters in Meng village had reached an agreement. After sending the heads to Little Meng city, the money would be divided equally. This amount of money was more than enough to make up for the loss of Meng village, and it was enough for the barbarian hunters to live a luxurious life in Little Meng city for a few months. Wuxia was sitting on the shaft of one of the carts, using a dagger to carefully trim the tail of one of the thorns, making it smooth and round. In the animal skin bag next to him, Chi-Chi had placed hundreds of trimmed thorns. The tips of these thorns were shining with a dim light. These were the thorns of a poisonous tree in the depths of Little Meng Mountain, known as the Blood Seal. These thorns were stronger than iron, extremely sharp, and naturally poisonous. These barbarians loved using these thorns as bows and arrows. Wuxia had collected hundreds of thorns and trimmed their tails. They could be used as throwing arrows, and they were very powerful. In this world where there were no pistols or firearms, Wuxia could only use whatever he could find to increase his self-defense ability. Although he had inherited the scroll of stealing from his conversation with Zhang Hu, he knew that this place was very dangerous. With Wuqi's current cultivation level, which was equivalent to the peak of the Hotian level, he couldn't do whatever he wanted. After fixing the last prickle satisfyingly, Wuxia carefully inserted it into the bee's skin bag, then used a beast tendon to tie up the mouth of the bag. Looking back at the mountains behind him, Wuxia raised both of his hands and waved forcefully a few times. Goodbye, Meng Village. Wuxia and his group left Meng Village early in the morning yesterday. The distance from Meng Village to Little Meng City was more than 500 miles. If it were the city guards riding on swift galloping mounts, it would only take them 4 to 6 hours to arrive. However, there were so many big wagons in the group, and they were filled with human heads, as well as the hides and herbs that the villagers of Meng Village were going to bring back to Little Meng City to trade. Naturally, their speed had been slowed down. The muddy road in front of them had come to an end. Everyone had officially walked out of the mountain. Little Meng City was just around 200 miles away from the main road. According to Zhang Hu, Little Meng City had a population of over 200,000, and it was the biggest city within a radius of a few hundred miles. Out of these 200,000 people, only a few tens of thousands were permanent residents. The rest were people like the barbarian hunters led by Zhang Hu. Barbarian hunters, rangers, all kinds of peddlers, even fugitives who killed and escaped, robbers, pickpockets, swindlers, all kinds of scoundrels. Even without Zhang Hu's description, Wuxia could already imagine what kind of city it was. The men from Meng Village who were leading the group let out a few cheers. The group had finally walked out of the forest and arrived at the main road. The group's speed had become slower and slower. Wuxia was sitting on the shaft of the wagon, staring at the muddy road that was a foot thick. His face immediately darkened. Is this the official road that connects Little Meng City to other cities? Judging from the condition of this road, Wuxia was a little disappointed with this place. What kind of damn world had he come to? The villagers and barbarian hunters were used to this kind of road. No matter if they were barefoot or wearing shoes, they would just step on the thick mud and not move forward. Especially those men from Meng Village. They were all tall and strong, and with every step they took, the mud would splash up a few feet high. The color of the mud was strange, and there were some strange things mixed in it, such as dead rats, bugs, and all kinds of strange things. It was hard to tell how many of them there were. Wuxia's face darkened, and his body was suddenly covered with goosebumps. After absorbing Liu Xiaobai's soul particles and obtaining his insane IQ, Wuxia had been infected with a slight obsession with cleanliness. Wuxia shook his head helplessly, forcing himself to concentrate on the mud on the ground. Since he had come to this world, he had to adapt to everything here. If he couldn't even withstand a little bit of mud, how could he survive here? Taking a deep breath, Wuxia picked up the bee skin bag and jumped off the shaft of the wagon. Together with the men from Meng Village, they walked forward in the mud. The mud had seeped through his crude straw sandals and stained his feet and legs. With a smile on his face, Wuxia seemed to recall the scene when he was only 11 or 12 years old, when he was fighting and killing ferocious beasts in that muddy fighting pit. Today, what Wuxia was facing was a new world that was 1,000,000 times more dangerous than those wild beasts, but also 1,000,000 times more exciting. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. While walking, Wuxia was chatting with the villagers with a smile on his face. The cold energy in the meridians of his arms was getting thicker. He didn't want to waste any time, and he started circulating the technique of the Source of Water chapter. The water element energies and the surrounding natural energies rushed towards Wuxia at top speed, passing through his palms and quickly fusing into his meridians. Unlike other cultivation techniques, he didn't need to convert and smelt the energy and turn it into his own cultivation. When the surrounding natural energy entered Wuxia's body, it immediately became a part of his innate water energy. The scroll of stealing, once it was in his hand, it would become his own. Why would he need to convert and smelt it? With this characteristic, the cultivation speed of the scroll of stealing was at least 10 times faster than any other cultivation technique. Wuxia could clearly feel his cultivation increasing bit by bit. While he was happily listening to the few men from Meng Village bragging about their bravery in hunting at night, he suddenly heard a miserable howl coming from the corner of the main road in front of him. Dozens of magnificent mounts galloped over from the front. Riding on the mounts were tens of knights in luxurious clothes and armors, whose faces were pale. They were howling like stray dogs, running away in a panic, not knowing which way to go. These riders' clothes and armors were slanted. Along the way, some of them were taking off their armors and throwing them on the ground. Some of them even threw their weapons around, trying to lighten their load so that their mounts could run faster. Behind these riders, 7 to 8 men in black were holding crossbows in their hands. They were neither fast nor slow. As if they were shooting targets, they were methodically knocked on the crossbows and shot out the crossbows. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of riders were shot from the back. They screamed and fell from their mounts. When these men fell to the ground, mud splashed all over the place. The crossbows seemed to have been dipped in poison. When these riders fell to the ground, their bodies twitched a few times, and then their faces turned black and they stopped moving. Wuxia and his company collided head-on with these cavalrymen. Those cavalrymen, who had been frightened out of their wits, screamed and screamed as they rode crazily towards Wuxia and his company. While they were running, these riders were cursing crazily. "Get lost, a bunch of lowly people! Get lost!" The few men from Meng village who were leading the group didn't have time to react, and they were hit by the riders in front of them. These mounts were extremely handsome, and the impact was extremely powerful. The few men from Meng village spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying for 30 to 40 feet away. A large part of their chests caved in. Obviously, the bones in their chests were broken. Kill them. The villagers of Meng village lived in the forest, and they often fought with the barbarians. Almost every day, they would fight with all kinds of tigers and poisonous insects. They were the most ferocious and barbaric people. Seeing these fleeing riders being so unreasonable, the men from Meng village who were leading the group immediately shouted and pulled out their weapons. Hundreds of men from Meng village pulled out their weapons from Chi-Chi's hands. Their swords and broadswords rushed towards the riders like a tidal wave. Along with a few loud roars, dozens of riders who were running for their lives spat out blood and fell to the ground. Their mounts' limbs were chopped off by the men from Meng village, and they staggered for a few hundred feet before falling to the ground. The riders were chopped into meat pieces by the men from Meng village, and their bodies were thrown into the mud. In just a blink of an eye, all the riders who were running for their lives had died under the blades of the men from Meng village. Just when the men from Meng village raised their weapons and were about to cheer, the men in black who were chasing after these riders were shooting arrows at them from afar. Along with the sound of bowstrings being pulled, more than 20 arrows flew through the air and pierced deep into the bodies of the men from Meng village. The poison from the arrows was so strong that the men from Meng village didn't even have the chance to make a sound. Their bodies trembled and they fell to the ground. It happened so suddenly that the men from Meng village were caught off guard. They stared at the men who had fallen to the ground, and they were stunned. Wuxia was the first one to react. When the men in black were busy reloading the arrows, he cursed and ran towards those men in black. Wuxia's running speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. With just a few leaps, he had arrived at a distance of less than 10 feet from those men in black. Casually, he reached into his bee-skin bag and grabbed the few prickles that he had just repaired. Wuxia casually waved his hand, and the innate water energy in his arm flowed into the prickles. A few faint blue lights shot out and hit the throats of 5 men in black. The 4-feet-long prickles had pierced through the throats of 5 men in black. The men in black stared at Wuxia in disbelief. Both of their hands were clutching their throats, and they fell to the ground in a daze. The remaining 3 men in black stared at Wuxia in shock and anger. One of them cursed, "Lowly peasant, you dare to hurt our men?" Without saying a word, Wuxia stepped forward and pulled out one of the prickles. He quickly stabbed them dozens of times. The 3 men in black couldn't see Wuxia's movements clearly. They only saw a blur in front of their eyes, and a cold wind blew past their bodies. The prickles had pierced through their bodies, and they looked like sieves. "Lowly peasant, how noble are you? If you die, you'll just be a pile of rotten meat." With a sneer, Wuxia forcefully stomped on the head of the man in black who was cursing. The faint sound of weapons cutting through the air came from the corner of the road in front of him. Wuxia tilted his head and listened carefully. He frowned. Then he ran towards that direction with big strides. Zhang, who had already rushed up with his men. He grabbed Wuqi's shoulder and said, "Brother, don't get involved in this kind of muddy water." Zhang, whose fingertips had already grabbed Wuqi's shoulder. However, it was as if there was a layer of oil on Wuqi's shoulder. Zhang, whose fingertips slipped to the side. Wuqia turned around and smiled at Zhang Hu. Suddenly, he sped up and dashed forward with a few leaps. Zhang Hu stomped his feet and cursed under his breath. He had no choice but to follow Wuqia. Chapter 14. When Wuqia arrived at the scene, he saw a group of men in black had dispersed the guards beside the carriages and were rushing toward Lu Qingfeng like a swarm of bees. The leader of these men in black was shouting, ordering his men to chop off Lu Qingfeng's left hand. From a distance of a few hundred feet, the leader of these men in black was about to swing his long blade at Lu Qingfeng. Wuqia took a deep breath and dashed forward another 200 feet. He quickly glanced at Lu Qingfeng's carriages. Then his eyes suddenly landed on the carriage that Lu Qingfeng was sitting in. The 6 carriages in front of him were just luxurious. But Lu Qingfeng's carriage was floating in the air, and underneath it, there was a floating formation. Those who were able to use this kind of carriage must be some high-ranking officials or rich young masters in this world. What did high-ranking officials and rich young masters represent? It represented power, it represented resources, it represented that they had a lot of things that could interest Wuqia. There was nothing in Meng Village that could attract Wuqia, who had inherited the scroll of stealing. But there must be something that could help Wuqia in the hands of these noble young masters. After injecting the innate water energy into his eyes, a blue light flashed in Wuqi's eyes. He quickly glanced at those men in black. The cultivation level of these men in black was quite impressive, but that was all there was to it. Except for the leader of these men in black, who had barely reached the peak of the Hotian stage. The rest of them were just ordinary warriors. Their strength was about the same as Zhang Hu's barbarian hunters. On the contrary, Lu Qingfeng, who was panic-stricken when facing the long blade, had a cultivation level that was 30% higher than Wuqi's. On top of that, there was a fist-sized ball of red light hiding on his chest, which made even Wuqia feel a little scared. With a loud laugh, Wuqia pulled out dozens of prickles. With a stern voice, he cried out, "How dare you commit murder with weapons in broad daylight? Robbing a traveling merchant? Do you still have any respect for the law in your eyes?" Amidst the loud cry, Wuqia quickly threw out several dozens of prickles. A sharp wind-breaking sound rang out, and the prickles shot towards the black-clothed men in a disorderly manner with a cold glint. Lu Qingfeng, who had both of his hands hidden in his sleeves and was about to take out the grand white gold blade formation, felt relieved. He shouted, "Help, help! I'm the eldest son of Liang Lu family, Lu Qingfeng, the new general of Little Meng City. If you save me, I'll definitely repay you." The prickles were coming with a sharp whistling sound. Those men in black didn't have the time to attack Lu Qingfeng and quickly swung their blades to save themselves. There were some good fighters among these men in black, and their blades had touched the prickles thrown out by Wuqia. However, these prickles were carrying a soft energy that was spinning rapidly like a whirlpool. When the blades collided with the prickles, before the blades had the chance to knock the prickles away, the prickles had already started spinning rapidly, brushing past the blades. Dozens of miserable howls were heard coming from Chi-Chi. Except for the leader of those men in black who had knocked the prickles away, all the other men in black were pierced through by the prickles. Wuqia let out a long laugh and dashed toward them. He threw away the beast's skin bag, and with both hands, he brought up a strong wind and dashed toward the leader of those men in black. When he threw out the prickles just now, Wuqia purposely didn't inject any innate energy into the prickles that were aimed at the leader of these men, because this leader was cultivating with a water elemental technique. Using the innate water energy to strengthen his eyes, Wuxia could clearly see a fist-sized white cyclone inside the leader's dantian, and he could see the innate airflow with a tinge of blue that was flowing in his meridians. The hand of Web brought up countless soft whirlpools and slapped toward the leader's head, and the innate cold energy that came with the innate water energy was unleashed. The cultivation level of this leader was almost the same as Wuxia's, but when he was enveloped by the cold energy, his body instantly turned stiff, and he couldn't move anymore. One of his palms hit on the leader's dantian, and the other hit on his Shanzhong acupoint. With the picking star's hand, the leader's innate energy, which was close to the peak of Hotian level after decades of hard work, suddenly surged out from his body, turning into a cold current and flowing into both of Wuxia's palms. In just a blink of an eye, the leader's body was emptied, all his cultivation was sucked out, and even 1,000th of his blood essence was extracted by Wuxia's palm. Wuxia backhanded and slapped on the leader's face. The soft energy from the palm penetrated into the leader's body and shook the leader's brain into mush. Dirty blood burst out from his 7 apertures, and he could no longer live. With both of his hands lightly drawing a circle in front of him, Wuxia took the opportunity to search the leader's body and transferred all the items in a small leather bag tied around the leader's waist into his own body. The leader's disciple of the Underhand sect, and also a future Qi cultivator who inherited the scroll of stealing. How could he let this man's belongings go to someone else? For ordinary warriors, after cultivating their innate energy for 10 years, they would have a cultivation level of 10 years. For those talented warriors, after cultivating their innate energy for 60 years, they would have a cultivation level of the peak of the Hotian realm. They would then try to break through the conception and governing vessels and reach the so-called Xianxia realm. After Wuxia inherited the scroll of stealing, all the energy from the innate water stone and the sect leader's token had been injected into his body. But most of the energy was used to protect his body in the great universal dimensional portal. As a result, his innate water energy was only at the peak of the Hotian realm. Now, the leader's innate energy, which was equivalent to 50 years of cultivation for an ordinary warrior, had all been injected into his body. Wuxia could only feel the cold air in both of his arms. The innate water energy had turned into a whirlpool in the water meridian of the 7 stealing heaven meridians in his arms, and was continuously absorbing the water elemental energy. In just a blink of an eye, Wuxia's innate energy had almost doubled. If it was some other cultivation technique, when the cultivation level of a peak Hotian warrior had doubled, he would naturally break through to the Xiantian realm. But the magical powers of the scroll of stealing were not something any ordinary cultivation technique could compare with. The suddenly increased innate energy had circulated 3 times through the water meridian. About 50% of the innate water energy had quickly merged with the water meridian, nourishing the water meridian and making it even more flexible. The foundation of all the magical powers of the scroll of stealing was on the 7 stealing heaven meridian in both of his arms. Therefore, when building the foundation, the strengthening of the 7 stealing heaven meridian was the most important. After the water meridian was strengthened, no matter if it was the upper limit of the innate energy it could hold or the circulation speed of the innate energy, they had all doubled. Wuxia could only feel a cool and smooth feeling on both of his arms, and his whole body was indescribably comfortable. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. Wuxia took a deep breath comfortably, cupped his fist, and bowed to Lu Qingfeng and said, "Young master, Wuxia offers his greetings." Lu Qingfeng's eyes shone with a strange light. He looked at Wuxia from head to toe, then looked at those men in black who were easily killed by Wuxia. Hastily, he jumped down from the coach and held Wuxia's hand tightly with both of his hands. No need to be so courteous. No need to be so courteous. Warrior Wuxia, if not for you, I would have been killed by these villains today. Ferociously kicking the dead body of the leader of the men in black, Lu Qingfeng threw a glance at the dead bodies that were strewn all over the place with a disgusted look, Then he snapped, "Xiaohei, go and find those useless fools who abandoned our master," and ran for their lives. The black man who was driving the coach, Xiaohei, responded in a low, muffled voice. He gave Wuxia a vigilant look, then he slowly stood up, took out a small and exquisite bone whistle, put it into his mouth, and blew it. The sharp whistle spread far and wide. Gradually, the surviving knights and guards in the surroundings craned their necks to look in this direction. After a full 15 minutes, only 20 of the remaining guards came running back with their heads covered in dust. Each of them stood in front of Lu Chengfeng with an unsightly expression, their bodies trembling violently. Lu Chengfeng didn't even look at these guards. He just let out a few coughs and let out a few sharp, cold laughs. Holding Wu Qi's hand, Lu Chengfeng thanked Wu Qi again and again. He kept holding Wu Qi's hand and didn't seem to want to let go. Wu Qi looked at Lu Chengfeng awkwardly. Perhaps this was Lu Chengfeng's way of expressing his gratitude and friendliness. However, no matter if it was Wu Qi or Wu Wang and Lu Xiaobai, who had fused their souls with him, none of them had ever had this kind of experience. Furthermore, they were all extremely tired of this kind of gesture. On Earth, when two men shook hands for such a long time, it was very easy for people to misunderstand. However, when Wu Qi glanced at the coach behind Lu Chengfeng, which was floating 3 feet above the ground, he resisted the urge to knock Lu Chengfeng down with a palm strike and rob him of all his belongings. He had just arrived in this world, so it was better for him to keep a low profile. He had to keep a low profile. At least, before he found out about Lu Chengfeng's background, he couldn't really clean him up. Laughing dryly, Wu Qi kept talking to Lu Chengfeng, Zhang, who had brought the barbarian hunters and the villagers of Meng village to this place. While Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng were pretending to be polite, Zhang Hu and the barbarian hunters were cleaning up the dead bodies of the men in black on the ground. The dead bodies of 50 men in black were lined up in a row. All their belongings, including their crossbows and blades, were collected and piled neatly in front of the dead bodies. Dragged by Lu Chengfeng, Wu Qi walked in front of the dead bodies. Other than the leader of the men in black, who died a beautiful death, the rest of the men in black were all killed by the prickles. All of them had shrunk into a small meatball. Their bodies were burnt black, and a thick layer of blood covered their bodies. Even their faces, when they were alive, could not be seen. As for the leader of the men in black, after pulling off the black cloth that covered his face, Lu Chengfeng's expression became extremely weird. The black man Xiaohei and the old black man Laohei, who were following behind him, had their expressions changed as well. Xiaohei even spat on the ground to express his anger. Sneering, Lu Chengfeng picked up a long blade and chopped the face of the leader of the men in black, making it impossible for anyone to recognize his face. Letting out a long sigh, Lu Chengfeng threw the long blade on the ground. Holding Wu Qi's hand, he looked into Wu Qi's eyes with a serious expression. "Warrior Wu Qi, we feel like old friends at first sight. I don't know if there is one thing that you think is a little rude." Wu Qi glanced at Zhang Hu, who was standing not far away, fiddling with a crossbow. Zhang Hu did not even raise his head. He only shook his head with all his might. Wu Qi understood Zhang Hu's meaning. For a young master like Lu Chengfeng to be assassinated while he was out, this was a pool of pitch-black muddy water. Zhang Hu, who understood the pain, naturally did not recommend that Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng have any entanglements. But how could Zhang Hu understand Wu Qi's thoughts? Holding Lu Chengfeng's hand, Wu Qi said calmly, "Please enlighten me, young master." Lu Chengfeng breathed out a long sigh. He threw a glance at those guards who were trembling in fear, sneered, and said, "Since I came to Little Meng City, I only have a bunch of useless guards with me. But my life is not in my hands. Warrior Wu Qi is mighty and mighty. A few dozens of thieves are no match for you. Chengfeng, may I be so bold as to ask you to be my hanger-on?" Letting go of Wu Qi's hand, Lu Chengfeng bowed to Wu Qi and said, "Chengfeng is sincere. Please accept my offer. Be my right-hand man." Wu Qi touched his chin with his finger. After a moment of silence, Wuxia smiled and said, "So be it. My teacher once told me that being the right-hand man of a rich family is a good thing." Zhang, who was standing aside, shook his head and lightly stamped his feet. Lu Qingfeng's face was filled with joy. He grabbed Wu Qi's hand again. "Having the help of a warrior, I feel like I've finally met the rain after a long drought." Wu Qi laughed out loud. He shook Lu Qingfeng's hand a few times. Chapter 15. At the end of the road, Little Meng's city was in sight. Wu Qi frowned. The current state of Little Meng's city was really disappointing. A 30 feet tall wall made of rammed earth, a low city gate tower, a huge flag hanging weakly on a flagpole on top of the city gate tower, and a few feeble soldiers standing guard at the city gate. The first impression that Little Meng's city gave to anyone was that it was in ruins. As they approached the city gate, Wu Qi saw a lot of thatches poking out from the city wall, swaying proudly in the wind. On top of the city gate tower, there was a 20 feet tall wild fruit tree growing luxuriantly. Between the branches and leaves, there were dozens of fruits the size of a toddler's fist. Squeak! Wu Qi clenched his teeth and drew a cold breath from the gap between his teeth. Lu Qingfeng's face darkened. He tilted his neck and stared at the city wall of Little Meng's city. After some time, he let out a weak snort. But soon, he smiled again, squinted his eyes, and said, "Wu Qi, luckily I'm not the mayor of this city. I'm just a general. Hurry up and congratulate me." Glaring at Lu Changfeng, Wu Qi cupped his fist and said, "Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, young master. Not being the mayor of Little Meng's city is really the luckiest thing in one's life. Strange. Why would such a broken city be built here?" Zhang, who was riding on a mount, came up to them and said with a loud voice, "For the herbs, minerals, trees, hide, meat, and barbarians in Meng Mountains." Pointing at Little Meng's city, Zhang, who explained the situation of Little Meng's city to Wu Qi. Meng Mountains was rich in resources, and no one could ignore them. Therefore, the Lu Kingdom, who had the ruling power of Meng Mountains, had built a city outside of Meng Mountains, responsible for the collection and transportation of all resources. At the same time, the barbarians in Meng Mountains would often come out of the mountains to harass the Lu Kingdom. Therefore, the city built in Little Meng City could serve as an early warning and defense mechanism. Once the barbarians came out, Little Meng City would be the first to defend against them. Even if it couldn't, it could at least buy them some time. Therefore, Little Meng City only had a population of 30 to 50,000 permanent residents, and more than 200,000 people were moving around the city to make a living. On top of that, 3 brigades and 12 battalions of city guards were stationed here. The total number of soldiers in Little Meng City was nearly 8,000. Even in the other prosperous cities of the Lu Kingdom, it was rare to have such a large number of soldiers stationed here. "I see." Lu Chengfeng nodded thoughtfully. Even the Liang city, where the Lu clan is based, has no more than 3,000 soldiers. This small city actually has 8,000 soldiers. No wonder they need a general. As they chatted, the group arrived at the city gates. Zhang, who cupped his fist towards Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng. "Brother Wu Qi, young Master Lu, this is where we part ways. See you again." "Brother Wu Qi, Little Meng City is not a big city. If you have the intention, just come and look for me. My group of brothers will be living in the Fierce Tiger Courtyard, located at the east of the city. That will be our base." After saying a few words in a loud voice, especially the words to Wu Qi, Zhang, who didn't even look at Lu Chengfeng, he just casually gathered his men and rode on the mounts of those dead guards of Lu Chengfeng and rushed into the city. Lao He and Xiao He had an awful look on their faces. Their dark faces were scrunched up. On the other side, Lu Chengfeng let out a smile and said, "This Zhang, who is a good guy, he is a man with a story. Regarding the sons of rich and powerful families as poisonous insects and wild beasts, he is a sensible man, but also a boring man." "Wu Qi, what do you think?" Looking at the back of Zhang Hu and his men, Wu Qi said honestly, "Brother Zhang Hu is a good man." Lu Chengfeng slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "Aye, He is indeed a good man. Fine, these barbarian hunters will have to deal with the city guards. In the future, as a general, I will take care of them. TSK, don't they need to buy their armors and weapons for me? Wuxia nodded his head and looked at Lu Chengfeng from head to toe for a while. This general is also in charge of the weapons management in Little Meng City? The villagers of Meng Village also greeted Wuxia. Then they quickly escorted over 30 carts into the city. They also didn't like Lu Chengfeng, this son of a rich and powerful family. They always felt that there was a thick wall between them and Lu Chengfeng. No matter what Lu Chengfeng said or what he did, they always felt uncomfortable. Especially when Lu Chengfeng's bodyguard had injured a few villagers from Meng Village when he was running away. This made it even more impossible for these villagers to be nice to Lu Chengfeng. Although Lu Chengfeng had generously given these villagers a huge amount of medical fees, gave the mounts of his dead bodyguard to Zhang Hu and his men, and even gave away all the weapons of those men in black and some of their belongings, he still didn't leave a good impression on these villagers. These simple and honest men have a one-track mind. When Lu Chengfeng's bodyguard offended them, he himself had become inhumane. Sighing helplessly, Lu Chengfeng lightly clapped his hands and looked at Wuxia with a bitter smile. Wuxia shook his head and pointed at those 20 bodyguards who were following behind, looking dejected like defeated roosters. He said coldly, "Young master, you better find a way to recruit more people in Little Meng City. It's useless to rely on them alone. Why don't you just hurry back to Little Meng City and save us the food?" Lu Chengfeng forcefully clapped his hands, laughed, and said, "You're right, they are my bodyguards. If I keep them here, I'll have to waste the food to feed them. Fine, fine, I have a use for your mounts. Go back to Liang and tell my wife that I've safely arrived in Little Meng City." When those bodyguards heard what Wuxia said, their expressions changed. Then, when they heard Lu Chengfeng's order, they had the urge to pull out their blades and kill Wuxia. Leave behind his mount and walk all the way back to Liang on foot? Wasn't this asking for their lives? What's worse, if they were chased back by the young master they served, what would their families think of them? If they were to go back now, a layer of their skin would be peeled off. Over 20 bodyguards scrambled down from their horses. Ignoring the dirt on the ground, they quickly kowtowed and apologized to Lu Chengfeng. Wuxia stared at these men coldly. With a gloomy face, he said, "Young master, it's all up to you now. It seems I don't take your words seriously." Lu Chengfeng's face turned even darker. He snapped, "Leave your mounts behind and get the hell back to Liang. Don't tell me you want me to punish you according to the family rules." Those bodyguards trembled. They looked at each other and didn't dare to say another word. Dejectedly, they picked up their weapons and belongings, slowly turned around, and walked back to where they came from. Wuxia said with an indifferent tone, "Running away from a thief is a coward. Abandoning your master is a disloyal act. Disobeying your master is a rebellious act." With this kind of trash by the young master's side, what else could he count on them to do? Why don't we recruit some useful men from Little Meng City? It will be cheaper. Lu Chengfeng stared at Wuxia thoughtfully. Then he nodded his head in agreement. Wuxia let out an indifferent smile and stared back at Lu Chengfeng. The look in Lu Chengfeng's eyes was deep and complicated. His sleepy and lifeless eyes were like layers of dark curtains, hiding many unknown secrets. Wuxia's eyes were as clear as water, and they shone brightly as if they were devoid of any impurities. But in the deepest part of his eyes, there was a deep blue ripple. Underneath the calm ripple, there were countless deadly whirlpools. Both of them looked at each other and smiled, then turned to look at the city gate of Little Meng City. All of a sudden, a series of footsteps came from the city. About 300 to 400 men lined up in a ceremonial procession, quickly walking toward the city gate. In front of these people, there was a fat, round man. He was walking step by step with difficulty, panting and wiping the sweat off his face. "Is the young master of the Lu family here?" Lord General, since you're here, we, the city guards of Little Meng City, will have our backbone." From afar, this fat man was shouting with his greasy, sweet voice. Judging from his words, it was obvious that he was here to welcome Lu Chengfeng. When this fat man was in front of him, Wuxia could finally see his face clearly, and he couldn't help but fall in love with him. This guy's height was about the same as the villagers of Meng Village, about 2 meters tall. But his waist was about twice the size of Wuqi's height. From top to bottom, his body was covered with white and tender fat. Even his ears, which are the hardest to build fat on, were covered with layers of white meat. They looked no different from a pig's ear. This guy's facial features were even more interesting. Not only did he have a meatloaf face, but the facial features on his fair and clean face were so exquisite that it made people speechless. Watery peach blossom eyes, too bad they were 2 sizes smaller. Tall nose bridge, too bad it was half an inch shorter. A pair of delicate, cherry-like lips, the size of a red cherry, dotted the lower center of his face. That sweet voice came from this small mouth. Shivering, Wuqia didn't dare to take another look at this guy's body. With a pair of sneaky eyes, he quickly glanced at the fat man's clothes. His clothes were made from the best quality silk. Wuqia instantly felt relieved. A place with silk products, no matter how bad it was, it couldn't be that bad. The golden crown on his head was made from purple gold. It was shining with a golden light and was surrounded by a purple mist. Purple gold was a good material. According to Scroll of Stealing, purple gold was a basic material with a wide range of uses. No matter if it was a flying sword or a magical weapon, a large amount of purple gold would be needed. This guy could use purple gold to make a crown. It showed that there was a purple gold mine here. Collecting a large amount of purple gold was not a difficult task. On top of the crown, there were 3 thumb-sized gemstones and 4 pearls. The 3 gemstones were as red as blood. Just by looking at them, Wuqia would feel hot. These 3 gemstones contained fire elemental energy. They were also useful treasures for cultivators. Compared to the 4 pearls, these pearls were just ordinary stuff. Meng Mountain was not close to the sea. Having 4 pearls on top of the crown was already a luxurious decoration. As for the 3 gemstones, Wuqia had to find out if they were bought from somewhere else or produced locally in Meng Mountain. Other than that, there was a very eye-catching jade belt on the fat man's waist, especially the fist-sized oval green gemstone in the middle of the belt. It made Wuqia's heart beat faster. That was not an ordinary gemstone. It was obviously a mid-grade green wave stone, a type of water elemental energy stone. However, the most valuable thing was not these items. It was the golden ring on the fat man's right thumb. On top of the ring, there was a bean-sized red crystal that was shining brightly. When Wuqia saw the ring, his heart almost jumped out his chest. The golden ring was made from heavenly gold, an upper-grade metal elemental material. Just a small piece of heavenly gold the size of the ring was enough to fuse with other materials and forge a powerful metal elemental magical treasure. As for the red crystal, it was an upper-grade red flame spirit crystal that could automatically absorb the fire elemental energy drifting between the heaven and earth. This thing could be used as an energy stone to aid in cultivation, or it could be used to forge an upper-grade magical treasure. Although this fat man looked a little ugly, every part of his body was a treasure. With a smile on his face, Wuqia jumped out of the carriage and walked quickly to the fat man. He cupped his fist and bowed. "May I have the honor to know your name?" Wuqia asked in an elegant and courteous manner, just like how a right-hand man of a wealthy young master like Lu Chengfeng should behave. The fat man panted, squeezed out a smile, and said to Lu Chengfeng, "General Lu, I'm the governor of this city, Yin." Yin swallowed his saliva, smiled, and explained, "Yi is the E of Zhou Yi, and Yin is the evolution of the Heaven Secret. I am from the Yi family of Moyang and the Lu family of Liang. We have been good friends for generations." Lu Chengfeng smiled, jumped out of the carriage, and formally greeted the fat man. Wuqia looked at the fat man with a big smile. He felt an indescribable joy in his heart. This fatty, who was covered in jewels and jewels, was full of treasures. Chapter 16. With a humble smile on his face, Wuxia placed his hands behind his back and stood next to Lu Chengfeng, looking at the people behind Ian. Besides Lu Chengfeng, the newly appointed general, Ian also had the three most important officials in Little Meng City: the Director of Records, the Director of Records, and the Director of Punishments. According to the rule of the Great Yin Dynasty, the Lu Kingdom, the mayor was in charge of a certain area. The general was in charge of the military. The Director of Records was in charge of the supervision and evaluation of the officials. The Director of Records was in charge of the livelihood of the people, and the Director of Punishments was in charge of the law enforcement and the daily security. These four officials were responsible to the mayor, but they were independent of the mayor, and they also had the power to supervise and restrict each other. Little Meng City was located in a remote area, surrounded by primitive forests, but because of the abundance of natural resources, it produced a lot of profits every year. Although Ian had all kinds of treasures on him, the Director of Records, the Director of Records, and the Director of Punishments were also covered with jewels, making them look like jewels on display. Wuxia looked at the people around Ian warmly. He had found some good stuff that was worth his time. His hands behind his back were rubbing against each other. His fingers were trembling with excitement. In broad daylight, it wasn't a good time for him to rob them. He had to wait. As the mayor, Ian introduced the officials behind him to Lu Chengfeng. After listening to Ian's introduction, Wuxia suddenly let out a smile. The Director of Records, the Director of Records, the Director of Records, and the Director of Punishments were all from the Yi family, and they must have followed Ian to Little Meng City to make a fortune. Following Lu Chengfeng's introduction, the officials stepped forward and greeted Lu Chengfeng. Although the position of the general was important, it wasn't worth their attention. Lu Chengfeng's identity as the eldest son of the Lu family in Liang was the main reason why Ian came out to greet him. It was also because of this identity that the other officials were so polite to Lu Chengfeng. After a round of small talk and a series of courteous words that almost made Wuxia yawn, Ian intimately held Lu Chengfeng's hand and led him all the way to the mayor's mansion. The rest of the officers were surrounding both of them, talking and laughing, talking to Yin and Lu Chengfeng. It was a harmonious scene, as if the entire Little Meng City was welcoming Lu Chengfeng, the new general. Walking beside Lu Chengfeng, Wuxia was observing Little Meng City while walking. The roads in the city were not bad. They were paved with rough stones cut from the mountains. There were also 3 feet wide ditches on both sides of the road. Clear water was drawn into the ditches, and the water was gurgling. The sanitary conditions in the city were very good. On both sides of the road, there were rows upon rows of restaurants, shops, inns, and residences. The tallest building was only 3 stories high, and they were made of bricks, wood, and bricks with the same color of green tiles. On the road, you could see a large group of carriages coming and going. The carriages were filled with all kinds of mountain products, animal hides, herbs, ores, etc. The beams of the carriages were almost broken by the weight. The people following behind the convoy were all tall, sturdy, and valiant men. All of them wore soft armor, held sharp blades in their hands, and emanated a murderous aura. Obviously, they were heroes who had tempered themselves in the arena of life and death. The restaurants, shops, and inns along the road were mostly men who would pull out their blades at the slightest provocation. From time to time, there would be some enchanting and slender women dressed in red and green walking in and out of this place, talking and teasing with those villains unrestrainedly. Little Meng City was very prosperous, and it was beyond Wuxia's expectation. There was an air of barbarism and rudeness amidst the prosperity, an abnormal prosperity. But Wuxia liked it very much. He took a few deep breaths. He really liked this smell, be it the carriages or the pedestrians. When they saw Wuxia and his group, they all moved to the side of the road and made way for them. In a barbaric place like Little Meng City, Yin represented the law of the land, and he represented the strongest power within a few hundred miles of this city. No one dared to offend the dignity of the city lord. From time to time, there were small groups of city guards in black clothes and black armors patrolling the road. When they saw this group of people, these city guards immediately moved to the side of the road and saluted. Wuxia looked at these city guards and found that no matter it was their cultivation level or spirit, they were much weaker than the 3rd Heavenly Battalion that was sent to Meng Village. It seemed like they were just here for show. After walking along the main road for 3 miles into the city, a magnificent mansion rose from the ground in front of him. This mansion measured about 1 mile in both width and length, and it was surrounded by a protective wall. This wall was much more magnificent than the city wall of Little Meng City. It was built with green stones, 50 feet tall and 30 feet thick. Its defense was at least 10 times stronger than the city wall of Little Meng City. On top of the wall, soldiers in bright armors were patrolling back and forth, guarding the mansion tightly. Compared to the few soldiers outside the city gate of Little Meng City, these patrolling soldiers were definitely the elites, and those soldiers guarding the gate were just like trash. Ian had a proud smile on his face. He pointed at the mansion and said, "General Liu, this is the mayor's mansion, and this is where we live and work." Liu Chengfeng stared at this small castle in surprise and said, "Oh, the offices of the mayor, general, officer, civilian, and punishment are all here?" Ian patted his belly with both of his hands, causing his fat to ripple. He sighed and said, "Little Meng City is located in the wilderness, and it's very dangerous, very dangerous. Those barbarians would come and stir up trouble every few days, and the city wall is not strong enough, so those barbarians would just kill and loot the city. For the safety of all of you, I've spent 2 years to build this mayor's mansion." The Dianli, Dianmin, and Dianxing members of the Yi family quickly flattered Ian, praising him for spending a huge amount of money to build this mayor mansion for the safety of all the officials present, saying that it was a great contribution to the current generation and a great benefit to the future generations. In the future, all the officials who would take over the position of mayor of Little Meng City would have to thank Ian for this kind of attitude. Wuxia took a deep breath and asked with a hoarse voice, "Since you have the money to build this mayor's mansion, why didn't you build the city wall as well? With a sturdy city wall, wouldn't it be able to keep those barbarians out?" Officer, civilian, and punishment were shocked by Chi-Chi's words, while Ian's body was shivering. He shouted with a sharp voice, "We don't have any money. We really don't have any money. Little Meng City is such a shitty place. How much tax can we get in a year? The mayor's mansion really doesn't have any money in its account. Building this wall has used up the next 10 years of tax revenue. We don't have any money to build the city wall anymore." "No money?" Wuxia twitched his mouth. He just took a quick glance at the jewelry Ian was wearing, which was worth tens of thousands of dollars. Liu Chengfeng let out a hollow laugh and didn't say anything. He gazed at the patrolling soldiers on top of the wall, then turned his head and looked at the 2 groups of city guards who escorted them here. He rolled his eyes without anyone noticing. The soldiers on duty in the mayor's mansion were much more elite than the city guards. After a complicated ceremony that confused Wuxia followed Liu Chengfeng into the mayor's mansion. The 7 carriages brought by Liu Chengfeng, along with the servants who were driving the carriages, were arranged to stay in the general's mansion within the mayor's mansion. It was a luxurious mansion with 3 rooms at the front and 3 rooms at the back, and dozens of maids and servants were arranged to stay in the mansion. This was the first time Wuxia saw who was in the 7 coaches brought by Liu Chengfeng. Besides Lao He and Xiao He, there were 8 maids and 8 servants in the other 6 coaches, and 2 wet nurses who were breastfeeding. This was the first time Wuxia heard from Liu Chengfeng that these wet nurses were the candidates for the human medicine. Human medicine. Wuxia had gained a deeper understanding of this world. After hastily arranging some serving ladies and maidservants, Ian sent someone to invite Liu Chengfeng to a banquet to welcome him. The feast was arranged in the inner hall of the mayor's mansion. The guests included all the officials in Little Meng City, including Ian. There were more than 200 of them. As a right-hand man of Liu Chengfeng, Wuxia had the right to be a guest. Under the personal reception of Ian, he sat behind a long table behind Liu Chengfeng. The spacious inner hall could accommodate 400 to 500 people. There was a long table in the middle of the hall, and Ian was struggling to sit behind it. On both sides of the hall were the seats for the general, the director of records, the Director of Records, and the Director of Records. Apart from Lu Qingfeng, who only had Wu Qi behind him, the other three had their hanger-ons behind them, ranging from 3 to 5 to over 10 hanger-ons. Apart from these 5, the other officials were divided into 3 rows on the left and right of the main hall, according to their rank. In total, there were 6 rows of tables. Wu Qi looked at the table in front of him. It was about 3 feet long and 1.5 feet wide. It was made of heavy wood and covered with dozens of layers of lacquer. The surface of the lacquer was decorated with fine geometric patterns using gold and silver threads. It looked dignified and magnificent. The inner hall of the banquet was made of red sandalwood. Everyone was sitting on a thick and soft cashmere blanket, which made the atmosphere feel warm and comfortable. There were 2 rows of pillars in the inner hall, which were made of a whole piece of gold-threaded Jinan. Dragons and phoenixes were carved on it, and it looked magnificent. The ceiling of the inner hall was also made of red sandalwood. There were dozens of lanterns hanging on the ceiling, brightly illuminating the entire hall. In the corners of the inner hall, there were candlesticks in the shape of branches. The candles were burning brightly. It was unknown what kind of spices were mixed into the candles, but the air was filled with a warm and refreshing fragrance. Just now in the general's office, Wu Qi had taken a bath, and he used a scarf to wrap his bald head. He had also changed into a comfortable and loose silk robe, and he was wearing a pair of soft cloth boots. Now, when he smelled the warm fragrance in the air, he felt like falling asleep. Ian's style was luxurious, but Wu Qi really appreciated this kind of luxury. At least, it was much more comfortable than the conditions in Meng Village. Wu Qi was not a sadhu. If he could make himself feel more comfortable, why would he want to suffer? Straightening his waist, Wu Qi sat behind Lu Qingfeng and kept looking at the other officials in the hall. All of them had their attention on Lu Qingfeng, and they kept showing their bright smiles to Lu Qingfeng. As for Wu Qi, except for a few serving girls who were sneaking glances at him, no one paid any attention to him. Suddenly, Ian applauded and shouted, "Is everyone here? Come on, let's welcome General Lu back to Little Meng City. It's been a long journey from Liang to Little Meng City. I think General Lu must have had a hard time." Hundreds of serving girls walked out from the back of the hall like butterflies. They placed a bronze wine cup in front of everyone and poured the fragrant wine into it. Everyone raised their cups to Qi and shouted at Lu Qingfeng, "General Lu, you've worked hard all the way. You've worked hard all the way." Lu Qingfeng raised his cup and stood up with a smile on his face. He said a few humble words to everyone, and after a series of polite words, everyone drank up the wine. Ian clapped his hands again. This time, the maidservants served all kinds of delicacies. Plates and bowls were filled with all kinds of exotic delicacies. Although the portions were not big, there were a lot of different kinds of delicacies. The aroma of the delicacies filled the air, making everyone's appetite increase. Wu Qi hadn't had a proper meal for a few days. Looking at the delicious wine and delicacies in front of him, he quickly grabbed his chopsticks, picked up a piece of yellow and bouncy deer tendon, and put it into his mouth. The meat was fragrant and juicy. It was indeed delicious. While he was enjoying the delicacies, a muffled sound suddenly came from the hall. A bronze wine cup was thrown onto the floor and smashed into a bronze cake. A muscular man who was sitting behind director Yi Xing stood up, pointed his finger at Wu Qi and shouted, "Where did this wild man come from? Don't you know the rules? The adults haven't said anything, and you've already started eating?" Everyone in the hall looked over at Qi. They saw a drop of oil dripping down from the corner of Wu Qi's mouth, and it was very eye-catching under the light. The hall fell into a dead silence, and then a burst of laughter was heard. Chapter 17. The hall was filled with laughter. Everyone was laughing at Wu Qi's rude and reckless behavior. Wu Qi chewed on the deer tendon, coldly staring at the burly man. He clearly saw the smug look in Yi Xing's eyes. He suddenly realized that even if he didn't do anything rude, this burly man would still stand up and provoke him. What he did just now was giving the burly man the most reasonable excuse to provoke him. He coldly stared at the burly man, Then, at Yixing, Wuqi picked up another bear paw and put it into his mouth. While chewing on a bear paw, Wuqi sneered and said, "I'm eating my food. What does it have to do with you?" The crowd burst into laughter again. Wuqi's rude words had given them another good reason to laugh at him. The burly man who provoked Wuqi raised his head up proudly, laughed out loud, and said, "You are indeed a man from the jungle. So rude. I really don't know how you got in here." All of a sudden, Lu Chengfeng coughed lightly. His cough silenced the entire hall. Even Yin, who was laughing so hard that his flesh almost flew off his body, quickly shut his mouth. Lu Chengfeng slowly stood up, coldly glanced at the crowd, and said with a deep and powerful voice, "Wuqi saved Chengfeng's life. There is no other reason. Chengfeng was killed by an assassin outside the city. Now he is Chengfeng's chief right-hand man, and it was Chengfeng who brought him to this banquet. Does anyone have any objections?" Except for Yin and his 3 clansmen, all the other officials lowered their heads. No one dared to look at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly, picked up his chopsticks, picked up a few pieces of meat, and put them into his mouth, chewing without restraint. "I, Lu, have traveled a long way, and I was tempted by the delicious food and wine. That's why I ate a few pieces. Does anyone have any objections?" The hall was silent. No one made a sound. Some of the timid officials even had their legs trembling, causing the tables in front of them to knock against the floor, making a clear sound. This was the power of Lu Chengfeng's words. Ian shook his chubby head, looked left and right, and suddenly laughed out loud. "Ah, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. General Lu is a straightforward man. Ha ha, we don't need to care about these common etiquettes. Ah, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Let's eat and drink as much as we want. Whoever doesn't go back drunk today is disrespecting me. Ian." Lu Chengfeng smiled, held his head up high, and sat back on his seat. He turned around, raised his wine cup, and toasted to Wuqi. Wuqi grabbed the wine vessel and clinked it with Lu Chengfeng's. While eating and drinking, he smiled and said, "Thank you, young master." Wuqi raised up the wine vessel and emptied it in one gulp. After that, he somersaulted out of his seat and threw the wine vessel towards the burly man who provoked him. It all happened so suddenly, and Wuqi moved faster than the wind. The man was still standing there with a blank expression when the bronze wine vessel smashed heavily on his face, denting his tall and straight nose. Bam! The man screamed in pain, and blood spurted out from his nose like a fountain. Wuqi raised his finger and hooked at the man, sneered and said, "We didn't close his pants tight and exposed you. I eat my food, I drink my wine. You provoke me for no reason. What are you trying to do? Could it be that your master wants to show off his power to my young master?" Ian's smile froze, then it bloomed on his face again. Yixing stared at Wuqi and said coldly, "How dare you? How could I provoke General Lu for no reason? How could I dare to provoke General Lu for no reason? It's just that this right-hand man of mine is a straightforward man who abides by the rules of etiquette. He can't stand some things." Lu Chengfeng was playing with the bronze wine cup. He sneered and said, "So, it's Chengfeng's right-hand man who doesn't know the rules of etiquette and is despicable in nature." Yixing's expression changed, but he didn't say a word. Obviously, he agreed with what Lu Chengfeng said. Lu Chengfeng's face immediately turned unsightly. He stared at Yixing coldly, sneered and said, "Wuqi, since he has said so, why don't you fight with him? Don't let the Liang Lu clan lose face." Ian took a sip of wine from his wine cup and didn't say a word. On the other side, Yixing stuck out his chest and shouted sternly, "Duh, since General Lu has said so, you should have a good fight with warrior Wuqi. Don't embarrass our Yi family." The hall was quiet. None of the officials dared to make a sound. Things had escalated to this point. It had suddenly become a fight between the Lu family and the Yi family. How do they play this game? All the officials in the hall were very careful, not daring to make any noise. If they, as small officials in a remote town, were to get involved in a fight between 2 influential families, it would be a disaster that could destroy their families. But faintly, These officials felt a strange impulse in their hearts. They had heard a lot about the fights between the sons of the influential families, using their right-hand men to kill each other. But this was the first time they had seen something like this. They couldn't help but feel excited. Especially, Lu Changfeng was representing the Liang Lu family, which was the most influential family in the Lu kingdom, excluding the royal family. If Lu Changfeng's only right-hand man was killed here, what would Lu family's reaction be? If the Lu family's revenge was directed at Yi Yin and his men, perhaps the political scene in Little Meng City would be reshuffled, and everyone would have a chance to be promoted. A hideous laugh was heard as Atta, the right-hand man of Yixing, strode out from the room. He waved his two fists, which were the size of a wine jar, and waved them at Wuxia. Wuxia stared mockingly at Atta's burly body, which was 2 heads taller than him, and shook his head disdainfully. Anyone could tell that Wuxia didn't take Atta seriously. Atta's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, "What weapon are you using?" Wuxia raised both of his hands, sneered, and said, "Do I need a weapon to defeat you?" Wuxia's hands were slim, and under his bronze skin, one could see the green veins. No matter how one looked at it, these hands didn't look like they had any strength. A few men in military uniforms looked at Wuxia's hands and shook their heads at the same time. Atta stared blankly at Wuxia's hands and couldn't help but let out a hideous laugh. Without saying anything, he threw a punch toward Wuxia. All the muscles in Atta's body twitched violently, and his fist tore through the air, producing a deep, muffled sound. All the people could vaguely see a shadow of a fist flashing by, and then the fist had pierced through Wuxia's head. Cries of shock came from the hall, followed by a shrill roar. A large amount of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Wuxia, who looked as if his head was smashed, was now standing firmly where Atta was just a moment ago. On the other hand, Atta, who was showing off his prowess just a moment ago, was now coughing up blood and falling to the ground. Among all the people present, only a few of them had seen what happened just now. As soon as Atta swung his fist, Wuxia moved. Like a slippery loach, he scurried to Atta's back in a flash. Afterwards, his palms moved like a windmill, striking at Atta's back randomly. In a flash, he had struck Atta's back 36 times. Using the great winding hand and the little picking star palm in succession, Wuxia stole a trace of Atta's blood essence, greatly replenishing his own. The innate water energy turned into a bone-corroding, yet invisible, energy, continuously striking into Atta's body, shattering his internal organs. Atta's internal organs were all smashed, and a few pieces of his internal organs could be seen in the blood spurting out from his mouth. With a miserable howl, he fell dead on the ground. All the guests cried out in shock, and Yixing's face turned extremely ugly. He slammed his hands heavily on the table in front of him, smashing the wine pots, bowls, and plates all over the floor. Lu Changfeng laughed out loud. He waved his hand at Wuxia and said, "Wuxia, you've won a clean victory. Come, I'll give you a good omen." Lu Changfeng placed his palm on his waist, pulled out a piece of ancient jade pendant with red and yellow colors, and gave it to Wuxia. Wuxia narrowed his eyes, took the jade pendant without hesitation, and thanked Lu Changfeng in a flat tone. As soon as the jade pendant was in his hand, Wuxia found out its material. It was a spirit jade of both fire and earth elements, which could repel cold and dust. It was a rare treasure. Furthermore, the jade pendant also contained a strong energy of earth and fire elements. Unfortunately, it was deeply entangled with the jade pendant. With Wuxia's current cultivation of the water chapter, he couldn't absorb this energy from the jade pendant and make it his own. Shoving the jade pendant into his belt, Wuxia grabbed a wine vessel from an officer's table and took a sip of wine. He stared at Yixing coldly and said, "Officer of records, do you have any other advice? I, Wuxia, am a simple and ignorant man, and I am waiting for your guidance." Lu Changfeng let out an evil smile. He raised up his wine vessel and toasted Wuxia, but he didn't say a word. He had no intention of stopping Wuqi's provocation. He wanted to use Wuqi to show his power and let some people in Little Meng City know that Lu Chengfeng, is not someone who can be easily bullied. While playing with the wine vessel, Lu Chengfeng threw a sideways glance at Ian, who was sitting on the main seat. Ian was playing with a jade pendant in his hand, smiling and not saying a word. His fair skin reflected the light from the lanterns, making him look very eye-catching. Yixing was panting heavily as he vented his anger on the table. He glared fiercely at Lu Chengfeng, who had the demeanor of a great master. Suddenly, he sneered and said, "Heir, your big brother was killed by someone. Why don't you go ask Mr. Qi for some advice?" A skinny man, who was over 10 feet tall, slowly stood up and walked in front of Wuqi. The man looked similar to Ada, but he was terrifyingly thin. It was as if all of his essence blood had been sucked away by something else. As soon as they met face to face, Wuqi immediately felt an evil aura coming at his face, making him feel uneasy. Instinctively, the innate water energy in his arms sped up, and a cooling water vapor flowed around his body, forming a layer of protective energy underneath his skin. "I'm heir. You killed my elder brother. My cultivation is not as good as yours, but you have to die." Heir, who was as skinny as a bamboo pole, stared at Wuqi coldly and murmured in a cold tone. Wuqi glanced at Heir, then casually thrust his palm towards Heir from a distance of about 20 feet. The hand of Web was launched, and the innate water energy formed an invisible whirlpool in the center of his palm. The air in front of his palm suddenly became hazy, and the air within a radius of a few feet suddenly rotated rapidly, making a faint whistling sound. All the officials in the hall straightened their backs at the same time, staring at Wuqi's move in surprise. Lu Chengfeng squinted his eyes, and there was an unconcealable surprise in his eyes. "Wonderful. I didn't expect a right-hand man I recruited on the way here to have such a skill. His energy can activate the energy of nature in the surroundings, which means he is at the peak of the Hotian realm, close to the Xianxia realm. If he can step into the Xianxia realm, he'll be a great help to me." Lu Chengfeng's mind was racing, and he was secretly thinking about how to make Wuqi his reliable right-hand man. Wuqi just stared at Heir from afar, and the strength of his palm was getting stronger, and the whirlpool in front of him was getting faster and faster. Gradually, the color of the air changed, and it took on a faint blue color. A stream of cold air was contained, and it covered Heir from afar. His palms suddenly expanded and contracted, and the whirlpool collapsed. Dozens of faint blue wind ropes shot towards Heir's body with a whistling sound. Once he was tied up by these wind ropes, unless his cultivation was higher than Wuqi's, it would be very difficult for him to escape. The Hand of Web was the secret skill of the Underhand sect. Although it was just a basic skill in the Scroll of Stealing, it was already a powerful skill that was rarely seen by ordinary people. Looking at the wind ropes coming towards him, Heir's expression changed slightly, and a trace of panic appeared in his eyes. He could no longer muster up the courage to fight against Wuqi. He just waved his sleeve, and an ivory-white 3-inch short sword came whistling out. Chapter 18. Heir casually slapped on the dagger, and the blood in his body was absorbed by the dagger. Suddenly, the dagger turned into a blinding blood-red color. Heir's body trembled violently, and his already shriveled body suddenly became even thinner, turning into a skeleton with only skin and bones. Along with a sharp whistling sound, the dagger pierced towards Wuqi's chest, leaving a foot-long blood-red light in the air. Wherever the blood-red light passed, the wind ropes released by Wuqi were all shattered. The blood-red light was so fast that Wuqi didn't have enough time to dodge it. He could only twist his body a little, but the blood-red light pierced through his right shoulder, bringing up a foot-long stream of blood. Wuqi cried out in pain and grabbed towards the blood-red light with his left hand. A glowing blue energy swooshed out and covered the dagger. His body slid forward, and in a blink of an eye, he was already in front of Aer. He raised his right leg and gave a fierce kick, aiming at the vital part of Aer's lower body. Pop! Aer was kicked a few feet away, blood gushing out from his mouth. Obviously, he was dead. Wuxia tightly gripped the dagger in his hand, let out a strange cry, and fell to the ground. Before anyone could see what was happening, Wuqi's arm muscles were moving like ripples of water, and with a light and nimble movement, he brought the strange dagger all the way into his clothes and shoved it into a secret pocket in front of his chest. Lu Qingfeng slowly stood up, glanced at Yixing, who had a proud look on his face, and said coldly, "Good. You have a right-hand man who knows how to use a magical item. Mayor, my dear friends, I have learned a lot from you." Grinning coldly, Lu Qingfeng came next to the unconscious Wuqia, carried him up with one arm, and strode out of the room with his head held high. The fair and chubby Ian raised his wine cup and slowly took a sip of wine. Looking at Lu Qingfeng's back, Ian clapped his hands, laughed happily, and said, "General Lu is gone, but we can't waste these good wines and delicious dishes. Everyone, let us rejoice." Faintly discernible music came from the back of the hall. Dozens of female dancers who were wearing thin clothes and exposing a large part of their snow-white skin whirled out. The fluttering ribbons and the lotus fans in the hands of the dancers decorated the hall even more splendid and charming. All the officials of Little Meng City were laughing and toasting to Yin and his men. As Lu Qingfeng listened to the joyous music coming from behind him, his elegant face turned cold. He carried Wuqia through one courtyard after another. Although there were countless guards, maids, and servants walking around, it was as if there was only him and Wuqia in his arms in the world. It was extremely lonely. After walking through 3 courtyards, when they were about to reach the general's office, Wuqia suddenly opened his eyes and blinked at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng was stunned. He subconsciously wanted to throw Wuqia away. Wuqia quickly shushed him and said with a low voice, "Wait, I'm still unconscious. Please bring me back, young master. Let everyone know that I'm severely injured by that lower-tier magical item. I need a few days to recover, and I won't be able to move." Lu Qingfeng carried Wuqia in his arms and continued walking. While walking, he asked with a low voice, "Why are you here?" Wuqia let out a hollow laugh. He took a glance at the secret pocket on his chest and said with a low voice, "A lower-tier magical item. It must be worth quite a lot, right?" Lu Qingfeng was stunned, then burst out laughing and said, "You're right. I'm afraid this lower-tier magical item was given to Aer by Yixing. If he really wants to take it back, it will be a big problem." Wuqia let out a few laughs. Then he closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious again. He murmured, "Young master, it seems that your identity as the eldest son of the Lu family doesn't really work. Isn't the Yi family on good terms with the Lu family? Why are they targeting you like this?" Lu Qingfeng didn't say anything for a long time. After a long time, when they were almost at the suite that was arranged for Wuqia, Lu Qingfeng said in a low voice, "Yes, the Lu family and the Yi family have been on good terms for generations, and they are even in-laws. But it has nothing to do with me." Lu Qingfeng shouted at Lao He and Xiao He to find some medicine and hot water to treat Wuqia. Lu Qingfeng lowered his voice and said, "How can the eldest son of the Lu family come to a small city like this to be a general? I'll tell you the reason later. If you regret, you can abandon me and find another way out." Wuqia closed his eyes, his lips moved a little, and said in a low voice, "Sending coal in the snow is better than adding flowers to a brocade. I bet you will be rich." Lu Qingfeng was stunned, then suddenly let out a heavy sigh. Lao He and Xiao He had already rushed over with a few of Lu Qingfeng's maids. Different from the guards that the Lu family arranged for Lu Qingfeng, these maids were all slaves that Lu Qingfeng bought and taught since they were young. They were the only few people that he could trust. After a long while, Lu Qingfeng cleaned the wound on Wuqia's right shoulder, applied a thick layer of gold ointment, and left Wuqia to rest in the room. He also left 2 maids to take care of Wuqia in the outer room. In the eyes of those serving ladies and maidservants arranged by Yan, Wuxia was severely wounded and could not get up from the bed. Immediately, all their attention was focused on Lu Qingfeng. After messing around for a while, it was already late at night. The suite that Wuxia was staying in had 2 bedrooms, one bright and one dark, a small living room and a study room. Now, the bedroom was occupied by Wuxia, and the outer bedroom was occupied by 2 of Lu Qingfeng's maids. The 2 maids couldn't stay up all night. Although Lu Qingfeng asked them to take good care of Wuxia, they had already fallen asleep on the bed in the outer room. Wuxia, who was unconscious, stood up nimbly, walked out of the room quietly, and pressed a few acupoints on the 2 maids' bodies. The acupoints he pressed down on were enough to make the 2 maids sleep until the next morning. Back to his own bedroom, Wuxia pushed open the window. Outside the window was a garden filled with lush trees and exotic flowers. At the corner of the garden, there was a side door that led directly to the small training ground outside the general's office. Many officials of the general's office lived nearby. Looking around, he injected the innate water energy into his eyes and carefully scanned the surroundings. No one was hiding nearby. Wuxia felt relieved and walked out of the window. He grabbed a piece of cloth and wrapped it around his face. With a thin layer of innate water energy covering his body, Wuxia's body flashed, and suddenly, a layer of faint water vapor appeared around his body. His body became hazy in the water vapor, and no one could see him from 30 feet away with their naked eyes. The scroll of stealing was all-encompassing, and the innate water escape art in the water chapter was unparalleled in the world. Although Wuxia's cultivation was only at the peak of the Hotian realm, and he couldn't reach the level described in the water chapter, where he could travel thousands of miles in a blink of an eye with just a layer of water vapor, but it was easy for him to gather a layer of water vapor to cover his body. Lightly leaping into the air and under the cover of the water vapor, Wuxia flew through the walls, passed through many mansions, and arrived at the outer area of Yan's inner house. It was late at night, and in the spacious mansion, except for the guards on duty, everyone else had fallen into a deep sleep. The strongest of the guards on duty only had the cultivation of 30 to 40 years' worth of inner force. How could they possibly discover the trace of Wuxia? Not to mention the various mystic techniques found in Scroll of Stealing to conceal one's tracks. After spending so many years in Underhand Sect, Wuxia's mastery in stealing techniques had become very formidable. With the cover of the water vapor, Wuxia had crawled right under the noses of the guards on duty a few times, but none of them had discovered him. As if he was walking into an uninhabited land, Wuxia easily passed through the layers of defense and came to the outside of Yan's bedroom. Yan's bedroom was spacious and luxurious, decorated with all kinds of jewels and jewels. Needless to say, Wuxia had no idea how to describe it. Yan's bed alone had made Wuxia gasp in amazement, and he didn't know how to describe it. It was a solid bed made of pure gold, a few feet in length and width, and it was covered with a thick brocade. Wuxia stared at the solid gold square, and he could feel his palms heating up. He wished he could take this piece of gold away with him. After spending a few days with the villagers of Meng Village, Wuxia knew the value of gold in this place. Ordinary people could never see what gold looked like. 1 gold ingot could be exchanged for 100 silver ingots, and 1 silver ingot could be exchanged for 300 to 1,000 coins. But the head of a barbarian was only worth 100 coins. This bed of Yen was worth countless gold ingots. This damn pig. How dare he say the taxes are not enough? And he doesn't even have the money to build the city wall? Strip him naked. Wuxia stared at the pure gold bed, and his heart, eyes, and hands were burning with excitement. But it was a pity that this bed was extremely heavy. How could Wuxia carry it away? In the Scroll of Stealing, there was a magical storage ring and storage bag that could store a huge amount of stuff. The highest quality storage ring could even store a star. But Wuxia had just started cultivating, and he didn't even know what the world he was living in looked like. Where could he find such a treasure? There is also a method to make a storage ring and storage bag in the Scroll of Stealing, but firstly, the materials were hard to find, and secondly, Wuxi's cultivation level was not high enough. Without powerful magic power, it was impossible for him to make this kind of storage treasure. After sighing while staring at the bed, Wuxi slowly walked to the side of the bed, pointed his finger at Ian, who was snoring, and made him fall into a deep coma. Lying next to Ian, who looked like a mountain of flesh, were 4 tiny and beautiful serving ladies. They were naked, and their faces looked extremely tired. Obviously, before they fell asleep, Ian had a great time with them. Wuxi looked at Ian's ridiculously fat body, then looked at those little serving ladies, whose waists were even smaller than his arms. He wondered why these little serving ladies were not squashed in a meat paste by him. Like a gust of wind, Wuxi pointed at the 4 little serving ladies and made them fall asleep as well. After thinking for a while, Wuxi took off the quilt covering Ian and the others and looked down at Ian. "Wow, nice body." Quickly glancing at the bodies of the 4 little serving ladies, Wuxi put down the quilt, rubbed his hands quickly, and let out a weird laugh. Ian's purple gold crown, Ian's ring, Ian's belt, Ian. All kinds of precious stones and pearls inlaid in the room were taken out and taken away. In the cupboard at the corner of the room, there was a big pile of beautifully made gold biscuits, all taken away as well. After years of training in the underhand sect, Wuxi's eyes had become extremely sharp. He could clearly see the value of all the gold, jade, and pearls. All this took Wuxi 15 minutes, and he had taken away all the most valuable things in the room. After taking away all the valuables in the room, Wuxi looked around. Thanks to the memory that Lu Xiaobai had merged with his soul, he had quickly found the 2 hidden mechanisms in the room. Moving away the 2 bronze deer sensors in front of Ian's bed, Wuxi stamped his foot on the floor, and the wall at the corner of the bedroom moved away, revealing the door of a secret chamber. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Wuxi dashed into the secret chamber. Soon, the laughter of a mouse falling into a rice bowl could be heard coming out from the secret chamber. The best products of Little Meng City for the past 2 years were all stored in this secret chamber by Ian. Energy stones, jades, precious stones, all kinds of rare treasures. There were 15 boxes of them. Wuxi was diligently running back and forth between Ian's bedroom and the woods outside the city. With the help of his agile body, it only took Wuxi 15 minutes to go back and forth. After spending 3 hours, Wuxi had finally emptied all of Ian's belongings. After digging a deep hole in the woods and burying all the treasures, Wuxi whistled and returned to the general's office. He was worried about one thing. Where could he find a storage-type magic treasure? After sighing with emotion for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, the huge mayor's mansion was almost turned upside down by Ian's crazy roar. "My money, my money, my money! Which bastard stole all my money? My money? My money? My money? Where is my money?" Chapter 19. The mayor's mansion was thrown into chaos by Ian, who was crying like he was grieving the death of his parents. All the guards on night duty were lined up in front of the main hall of the mayor's mansion, pulling down their pants and getting flogged. Under Ian's crazy roar, nearly 100 guards were howling in pain, and nearly 100 white, but were beaten until they looked like they were in a dye house. After a few roars, Ian howled at the top of his voice, sounding like a cuckoo crying blood, which made Wuxi feel pity for him. "Ow, my money, my money, my money, my money, my money, my money. Ow, the money that I've robbed for 3 years, my money, my money. Ow, I've risked my life to come to Little Meng City. I've been robbing the land day and night, my money. Ow, without money, how am I going to take care of my 130 women? I have so many women, so many hangers-on, so many guards. How am I going to take care of them? How am I going to take care of them? My money, my money, my money. Ow, without money, how am I going to bribe? How am I going to get promoted? How am I going to leave this damn place?" The huge mountain of flesh, with only a loincloth wrapped around his crotch, sat on his but at the entrance of the main hall of the mayor's mansion, crying bitterly and howling miserably. Snot and tears were flying everywhere, and the flesh on his body was writhing. His skin and flesh collided with each other, producing crisp, cracking sounds. It was indeed a spectacle in the human world. Yi Xing and the other two brothers of Yi Yan were staring at him, scratching their heads and scratching their heads, but they had no idea what to do. They kept sighing, as they were frightened by the great loss that Yi Yan had suffered. This was too cruel, too cruel. Except for that heavy golden bed, all of Yi Yan's belongings were taken away. Even his silk clothes that were of better quality were taken away. The three of them looked at each other and decided that from tonight onwards, they would double the number of guards in their mansion. Wuxia, who had not fully recovered from his severe injury, followed Lu Qingfeng and rushed over to comfort Yi Yan. At this moment, Yi Yan was at his weakest. He didn't care who was comforting him. He hugged Lu Qingfeng's sleeves and cried loudly, snot and tears all over Lu Qingfeng. "General Lu, my money. You're the general of Little Mang City. You have to catch these thieves and cut them into 1,000 pieces. Sob, sob. I've worked hard for 3 years to scrape the land, not letting go of a single penny. That's all I've got. I'm saving it to bribe and buy an official position. Sob, sob. Do you think it's easy for us bastards to get promoted and get rich? Is it easy? Those bastards, General, you have to help me catch them. Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all. Let their blood flow like a river." With a bitter smile, Lu Qingfeng promised Yi Yan one by one. He struggled to get away from the fat man's arms, pulled up his sleeves, turned around, and walked away while panting. Wuxia was running behind Lu Qingfeng, and he could hear Lu Qingfeng cursing in a low voice. "Bullshit, bullshit, it stinks. What does catching thieves have to do with me? This is the duty of the director of punishment. What does it have to do with me?" After running through a few courtyards, Lu Qingfeng suddenly stopped, turned around, pointed at Wuxia, and asked, "You didn't do it, did you?" Wuxia looked at Lu Qingfeng in surprise, pointed at his right shoulder, which was wrapped like a rice dumpling, and asked, "Look, do I have that ability?" Lu Qingfeng frowned, looked at Wuxia from head to toe, and shook his head hesitantly. "Yes, you're injured, but I still think it's you who did it." Who cares? I'm not the one who got robbed." Swinging his sleeves, Lu Qingfeng staggered into his own general's office. He shouted for Lao He and Lao He to help him change his outer robe, which was full of tears and snot. Today he was going to the general's office to officially take over the position of the general. Originally, when Lu Qingfeng took over the position of the general, he needed the mayor to accompany him. But looking at Yi Yan's condition today, Lu Qingfeng didn't count on him. Wuxia stared at Lu Qingfeng, who was swaggering into the room. His lips twitched, and he murmured under his breath, "Could this guy be born in the year of the dog?" After waiting for a quarter of an hour, Lu Qingfeng had changed into a black uniform, with an iron plate and a long sword hanging on his waist, and a 1 foot and 2 inches tall black gauze hat on his head. He strode out of the office. Xiao He, with a ferocious face, had put on a heavy fish scale armor and was carrying a 12 feet long iron halberd, following closely behind Lu Qingfeng. With both hands clasped behind his back, Lu Qingfeng stood in front of the general's office, raised his head, and gazed at the gray sky. He said in a self-mocking tone, "Since the great Yin dynasty was founded 2,000 years ago, and since the Lu kingdom was founded 300 years ago, I'm afraid I'm the poorest general. 1 personal guard, 1 right-hand man, and now I'm taking over the position." Wuxia thought of those 200 personal guards of Lu Qingfeng, who were either killed or chased away, and shook his head. Breathing out a long sigh, Lu Qingfeng shrugged his shoulders, and a desolate look emerged on his face. But soon, he took a deep breath, and like a seedling that had just received a good rain after a long drought, his entire body was filled with new vigor. Reaching out his hand and striking the air, Lu Qingfeng let out a long laugh and said, "But I still have a right-hand man and a personal guard. Not bad, not bad. I'm not at the end of my rope yet. Both of you, today I, Lu Qingfeng, will start from small general of Little Mang City. One day, I, Lu Chengfeng, will establish my own territory. Xiaohei stared at Lu Chengfeng with great admiration, but Wu Qi just yawned and scratched his right shoulder, which was feeling itchy. Letting out a few cries into the sky, Lu Chengfeng brought both of them and walked around a 10 feet thick inner wall, went through a 100 feet long tunnel, and arrived at a spacious courtyard. This courtyard was at least 1,000 feet in both width and length, and there were a few public houses surrounding this courtyard. The General of Little Meng City, Office of Records, Civilian Office, Director of Punishment, and a few other important departments were all working here. On the south side of the square, there was a small door less than 10 feet wide, which led directly to the main street outside the mayor's mansion. Some businessmen and residents of the city were walking in and out of this door, going to different government houses to work. Among them, the house with the most idlers was the court of the Office of Records. Wuxia walked over and took a glance. It seemed like a family was not on good terms with the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Two women, one old and one young, were scolding and insulting each other in the hall. There were about 200 to 300 people surrounding the hall, and they were watching the scene with great interest. But today, the mayor, Ian, was robbed, and the Office of Records, Ida, was busy trying to comfort Ian, so he didn't come to the court to deal with the civil affairs. Since their superior was not present, the subordinates of the Diamine officer were also laughing and joking in the hall. They kept provoking the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to quarrel and fight, making the hall very messy and unseemly. Wu Qi shook his head. Looking at the behavior of these officials, he knew what Yin and his brothers had done to Little Meng City. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. The officials of Little Meng City had long been led astray by them. The Office of Records was in charge of all the military operations in Little Meng City and was responsible for the gathering and distribution of all the military supplies in Little Meng City. He was the head of the Office of Records. Therefore, the Office of Records was located at the north of this square. In front of the door, there were 3 tall masts, and there were 4 small offices lined up in a row, surrounding the main hall where the general used to deal with all the affairs. On both sides of the Office of Records, there were 4 small offices. They were the Treasurer Office, which was responsible for the storage of military supplies, the Commander Office, which was responsible for the recruitment of militia, and the Barbarian Office, which was responsible for all the affairs related to the barbarians. When Wu Qi arrived at the general's main hall, he saw over 30 big carts piled up in front of the Barbarian Office. These carts were filled with the chopped heads of barbarians, and a few officials in official uniforms were pinching their noses and counting the number of heads. There was a notice board in front of the Barbarian Office, and there was a notice posted on it. It was a notice from the mayor's mansion, a reward of 100 coins for a barbarian's head. These were the carts of the villagers from Meng Village. Wu Qi recognized these carts. But the men from Meng Village were not next to these carts. They were all gathered in front of the Treasurer Office, and they were making noises of dissatisfaction. Besides them, Wu Qi could also hear Zhang Hu yelling. It seemed like he was arguing with someone. When he entered the city last night, the sky was already dark, and the offices here must have closed for the day. That's why the villagers from Meng Village came here early in the morning to exchange the heads of the barbarians for money. But why did Zhang Hu go to the Treasurer Office and argue with someone? After greeting Lu Chengfeng, Wu Qi quickly ran towards the Treasurer Office, pushed aside the men from Meng Village, and walked into the Treasurer Office. The men from Meng Village were not easy to talk to. When Wu Qi squeezed into the crowd, they almost swung their fists and punched him a few times. Luckily, when they saw it was Wu Qi, they smiled and opened up a path for Wu Qi to walk through. Inside the dimly lit Treasurer Office, there was a 3 feet tall stone table in the middle of the room, and on top of it, there was a black-painted desk. A skinny middle-aged man with triangular eyes, thin eyebrows, rolling eyeballs, and an oily aura was sitting behind the desk. He was yelling at Zhang Hu with his saliva flying all over the place. With the eyes of your master, this green flame skeleton of yours is just a cheap toy. Buying it for you with 10 silver coins is already a great bargain for you. You insist that this is a low-grade magical item, and you want me to spend 100 gold coins to buy this trash. Are you trying to extort money from the city guards? Zhang Hu's face turned red with anger. He stared at the middle-aged man without saying a word. Inside the treasure office, aside from the few barbarian hunters brought by Zhang Hu, there was another group of strong men. That group of people was obviously not on good terms with Zhang Hu. The leader of the group was a burly man wearing black leather armor. He pointed at the green skull in Zhang Hu's hand and laughed heartily. He loudly mocked Zhang Hu for being as blind as a bat, for bringing trash back like it was a treasure. He even wasted a precious soul-locking talisman to confine this skull. The few men and the middle-aged man in charge of the treasure office were colluding. They were trying their best to belittle the value of the loot that Zhang Hu had gotten from killing the barbarian leader, insisting that this green flame skeleton was just a trash, worth at most 10 silver coins. It was not even worth the price of a low-grade magical item, 100 gold coins. Wuxia turned his head and looked over his shoulder. Lu Qingfeng had parted the crowd and entered the hall. With a smile on his face, Wuxia strode forward, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he picked up the skinny man with one hand and slapped his face. While slapping the man crazily, Wuxia yelled, "God's eyes! I think you're blind, you dog eyes! How dare you trick a friend of yours, Master Wuxia? I have seen the power of this green flame skeleton with my own eyes. Don't tell me it's not a low-grade magical item." Wuxi's palms were heavy. After a dozen slaps, the man's teeth had all fallen out his mouth. While the man was screaming, the man who had colluded with him to purposely trick Zhang Hu let out a loud roar, pulled out his long sword, and swung it towards Wuxia. Zhang Hu also let out a tiger roar, pulled out his wind-splashing machete, and blocked the long sword of the man. A muffled sound was heard, and both of them took a few steps back. Chapter 20. Zhang Hu and the burly man looked at each other. Then, without saying a word, they started running toward each other. Muffled sounds of swords and blades clashing could be heard. In just a blink of an eye, they had exchanged a few blows. The right side of Zhang Hu's shirt was pierced by the burly man's sword, and a deep cut appeared on the leather armor of the burly man's left shoulder. Blood could be seen oozing out from the cut. Zhang Hu smiled proudly. "Huo Biao, you're no match for Lao Tzu." The burly man called Huo Biao spat out a mouthful of phlegm, took a few steps back, and sheathed his sword. He glared at Zhang Hu, then stared at Wuxia with a vicious look, sneered and said, "Kid, you've brought a fatal disaster upon yourself. The man you injured is the treasurer of Little Meng City's city guards. If you run for your life now, I bet you'll be killed before you reach 50 miles away." The skinny man, who was grabbed by Wuxia, started screaming, "Rebellion, rebellion! You bunch of lowly peasants, how dare you attack me? Guards, guards, take them down, take them down, take them all down. Put the whole city under martial law. Confiscate the entire fierce tiger family. Rebel by killing officers, rebel by killing officers." Footsteps could be heard coming from all directions. A team of city guards in black clothes and black armors was running toward them. They raised their spears and pointed them at the villagers of Meng Village who were surrounding the treasurer's office. The villagers of Meng Village looked at each other. Some of the hot-tempered ones had already pulled out their swords and blades. Another slap landed on the treasurer's face. This slap had cracked his cheekbone. The treasurer could only let out a long cry. He had no energy left to scream. Wuxia kept slapping his face, stared at Huo Biao, sneered and said, "I bet you'll be the one who can't survive in Little Meng City. Do you believe me?" Huo Biao's expression changed. He looked at Wuxia, then at the treasurer, and suddenly took a few steps back. Zhang Hu let out a loud laugh, pointed the tip of his blade at Huo Biao, and snapped, "Huo Biao, I also bet that since you've offended little brother Wuxia, it should be you who is running away from Little Meng City. Ha! Without you bastards in Little Meng City as an eyesore, the streets of Little Meng City will be much quieter in the future." The city guards outside the office shouted in unison. The leading general shouted, "Everyone inside, listen up. Let go of the treasurer, throw aside Wuxia, raise your hands and walk out. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy, kill you without mercy." Clang! The villagers of Meng village pulled out their weapons. It looked like they were about to start a fight with the city guards. In the minds of these simple villagers, there was only one thought. Zhang Hu and Wuxia were their friends from the village. When their friends were in trouble, they would definitely help them. As for the consequences of offending the city guards, they didn't have the time to think that far ahead. Lu Chengfeng gazed at these Ming villagers with surprise and admiration. He coughed lightly and raised the iron plate hanging on his waist up high. He snapped, "I'm a newly appointed general, Lu Chengfeng. All of you, put away your weapons and return to your posts." When the iron plate was taken out, all the city guards immediately put away their weapons towards Chi-Chi. The leader of the city guards led all the soldiers and kneeled down on one knee, solemnly saluting Lu Chengfeng. The treasurer, whose face was swollen and covered with blood, shouted out with a muffled voice, "You bunch of bastards! Come and save me. If anything happens to me, my young master won't forgive you. He is just a small general. My young master is the mayor. The mayor!" All the city guards trembled. Chi-Chi stood up again and pointed his spear at the villagers in front of the treasurer's office. Lu Chengfeng was furious. He snapped, "How dare you, as a city guard, not obeying the order of the general? You are rebelling. Do you want your whole family to be executed? Put down your weapons and stand aside." Some of the city guards trembled their wrists and almost dropped their weapons, but they still held their weapons tightly and pointed them at the villagers. Lu Chengfeng's face darkened. He turned his head and looked at the treasurer, whose face was covered with blood. He sneered, "So, the order from a mere treasurer is more effective than the order from me, the general. The city guards of Little Meng City are really amazing. The leader of the city guards looked at Lu Chengfeng with a troubled expression. He murmured, "General, please don't make things difficult for us." Before Lu Chengfeng could say anything, Wuxia had started laughing. He threw the treasurer on the ground and stamped on his right shoulder. With a crack, the treasurer began to writhe madly. He screamed hoarsely. His left hand covered his right shoulder that had been shattered. His body twisted like a loach a few times, and then his eyes rolled back into his head, and he fainted. Wuxia snapped. "According to the military law of the Lu Kingdom, those who don't obey the order will be executed." Lu Chengfeng clenched his teeth and shouted, "Kill!" Xiaohe let out a roar like a mad bull. All the muscles on his body bulged. He held the spear tightly and thrust it toward the stunned city guard's heart. Never in his wildest dreams did the general expect that Lu Chengfeng would give the order to kill him. The long halberd pierced through his leather armor, and a 3-foot-long part of it came out his back. Xiaohe let out a hideous laugh. He used both of his arms to lift up the city guard and threw the city guard away. The dead body of the city guard flew a few hundred feet away with a fountain of blood. Then it fell right in front of the entrance of the Dianshi court, splashing a large amount of blood. The onlookers outside the Dianshi court screamed in fear and scattered away. A few of the Dianshi court's subordinates walked out of the hall in fear. They craned their necks to look at the scene, but none of them dared to make sound. A large group of city guards rushed over in a hurry, looking at the dead bodies of their comrades on the ground in horror. A total of 700 to 800 city guards stood stiffly on the square, their eyes filled with complicated emotions as they kept glancing back and forth between Lu Chengfeng and the dead general. Wuxia walked up to Lu Chengfeng. He snapped, "This is a good example. All of you pay attention. Those who don't obey the order of the general will be executed. You are the city guards of Little Meng City. You have to obey the order of the general. If not, you will be considered as rebelling." The city guards were stirred. A few middle-ranked city guards slowly loosened their grip on their weapons. They lowered their heads and didn't say a word. Lu Chengfeng snapped coldly, "Pass my order. Gather all the city guards above the rank of lieutenant. I'm going to make a roll call today. I'll count to a few hundred. Those who don't show up will be executed." Xiaohe walked up to the military drum outside of the general's Dianshi court. He hit the drum with his fist. The deep sound of the drum spread out, and in a blink of an eye, it had spread across the entire Little Meng City. Every time Xiaohe hit the drum, He would count to a few. Soon, a series of footsteps came from outside the square. All the city guards above the rank of lieutenant had arrived. When they saw the blood and dead body on the ground, they couldn't help but stop walking. A few of them had a weird expression on their faces, and when they looked at Lu Qingfeng, their eyes were filled with fear. Zhang Hu and the rest of the villagers knew something was wrong. They quickly pulled the villagers and drove the 30 carts away. Before leaving, he made a gesture to Wu Qi, expressing his gratitude to Wu Qi. Wu Qi just held his fist and bowed back to him. He didn't say anything. After Xiaohe had hit the military drum for 100 times, the general's Dianshi court was filled with over 130 city guards. These city guards were the commanders of nearly 8,000 city guards of Little Meng City, and among them, there were 18 deputy generals who held the highest position. Wu Qi didn't know much about the military system of the Lu Kingdom, but Lu Qingfeng was so angry that his teeth were trembling. According to the military system of the Lu Kingdom, 3,000 soldiers formed a brigade, and the highest officer of the brigade was a deputy general. Little Meng City had less than 8,000 city guards, and at most, there were 3 deputy generals. Now, there were 18 deputy generals in front of him and over 40 lieutenants, and the rest were all high-ranked lieutenants. What was going on? It was obvious that there were too many officers, and these people were just doing nothing in the city guards. Besides these officers, the bursary, war horse, labor officer, and barbarian officer all had the surname Yi. Just like the bursary officer who was injured by Wu Qi, the other 3 were Yi Yan's close family servants. With a gloomy face, Lu Qingfeng was sitting high up in the hall, his right hand knocking heavily on the table in front of him. Wu Qi was sitting beside Lu Qingfeng with his legs crossed and said with a low voice, 8,000 city guards. How much do they get for a year? How much do they spend on armaments? And there are so many deputy generals, lieutenants, and lieutenants spending on food, drinks, and gambling. Little Meng City really has 8,000 city guards? Lu Qingfeng's body trembled. Wu Qi squinted his eyes and laughed. He didn't believe that Fatty Yin would take out his own money to support these overloaded officers. So, the answer was obvious. These officers were getting paid for nothing, and maybe they were involved in some shady business like reselling armaments. Anyway, it was a messy business. Lu Qingfeng let out a cold snort. He slowly glanced at all the officers in the hall, and after a long time, he said with a low voice, "Tomorrow noon, the whole city will have a military parade. All of you officers, if any of your soldiers don't meet the requirements of the military, take off your armor and get the hell out of here." All the officers, Chi raised his head and looked at Lu Qingfeng, and some of them suddenly had a mocking smile on their faces. Many of them didn't even bow to Lu Qingfeng, the general, and just turned around and walked out of the general's hall. Lu Qingfeng, who was extremely angry, exerted force with his right palm and silently pressed his palm into the wooden table. The wood chips that fell from the table were as fine as sand and were blown away by the wind. He murmured with a low voice, "This is lawless, lawless." Wu Qi sighed. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Young master, you better get ready for a big change. The city guards of Little Meng City are rotten to the core." Suddenly, Wu Qi recalled the city guards of the 3rd Heavenly Battalion that was sent to Meng Village. That was a group of elites through and through. The general leading them also had a valiant aura, which was completely different from the aura of the 100 or so generals in the hall just now. Nobody knew the reason for this. After a moment of silence, Wu Qi suggested, "Then we should get rid of the officer of war, officer of labor, and officer barbarian, right?" Without saying a word, Lu Qingfeng picked up a piece of paper and a pen from the table, quickly wrote 4 sets of official documents, and sent away the 4 adjutants under his command, the treasurer, the war horse, the servitor, and the barbarian. After a moment of silence, he filled out another 4 official documents. He appointed Lao He as the new treasurer, Xiaohe as the new officer of war, Wu Qi as the new officer of war, and Zhang Hu as the new officer of labor. Wu Qi looked at the new appointment documents written by Lu Qingfeng and kept shaking his head. Lao He was an old servant of Lu Qingfeng. He was loyal and experienced, and he could be used to manage the city guard storehouse. The officer of barbarian didn't have a lot of work to do. Every day, he just had to count the heads of barbarians, and each head was worth 100 coins. This was an easy job, and Xiaohe was a simple-minded man, so he could always do it. As for himself, Wuxia wasn't modest at all. Not to mention the officer of war in Little Meng City. In this era of cold weapons, he could easily become a general. With the support of Lu Xiaobai's insane intelligence and knowledge, it wasn't difficult for him to lead an army and fight a war. But as for the last appointment document, it was difficult, very difficult. Brother Zhang Hu, I'm afraid he doesn't want to be an officer of labor. Wuqi told Lu Qingfeng straightforwardly. Lu Qingfeng rolled his eyes, stared at Wu Qi from the corner of his eyes, and said, "As my chief right-hand man, this kind of thing should be solved by you." Wu Qi stared at Lu Qingfeng blankly. His mouth was wide open, and he couldn't say anything. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.